Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten. Context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV broadcasting live from Enugu State. Here are the market segments from the business desk, from the fluctuating flow of the Nigerian exchange to the shifting dynamics of the forex market and local commodity prices. We track the numbers that matters most to your wallet. Today, we are unpacking the latest policy shifts, exploring smart hedge against inflation and identifying where smart capital is moving across Nigeria and the southeast. And this is the business desk here on Aneke TV, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, we begin on the trading floor of the Nigerian exchange, where the bulls maintained a tight grip on equity performance on Tuesday. The All-Share Index picked up by 0.31% to settle at 244,455.7 points, adding over 480 billion naira to the total market capitalization, which now stands at a robust 156.79 trillion naira. The back-to-back positive close signal a firm recovery from last week's aggressive profit taking. Market breadth finished in favor of the optimist, with 35 equities advancing against 34 decliners. The volume was heavily driven by banking heavyweights, Sterling Nigeria, while Arade Holdings led the value chart, a section that saw over 51 billion naira change hands. And quickly moving to the top 5 gainers, telecom heavyweights Airtel Africa and financial stock first holding company provided the heavy lifting for the green territory yesterday, both logging double-digit gains. Now, first hold company yesterday closed at 69 naira, having open trading at 62 naira to make a positive adjustment of 11.29%. Airtel Africa yesterday open trading at 7 naira, Yes, he opened trading at, Airtel Africa opened trading at 3,655 naira 70 kobo to close at 4,021 naira 20 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%. International Energy is another stock that closed in the positive as it opened trading at 7 naira 98 kobo to close on a positive note of 8 naira 77 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.90%. Abi Building equally closed positive at it as it closed at 11 naira 25 kobo, having open trading at 10 naira 25 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.76%. Infinity equally made a bullish adjustment of 9.63% to close at 10 naira 25 kobo, having open trading at 9 naira 35 kobo. And then quickly on the flip side, profit taking hit the consumer goods and healthcare sectors, with Len Africa and corporate giants like Okumu Oil and Unilever shedding maximum daily points. Len Africa, having open trading at 10 naira 50 kobo, made a dip to close at 9 naira 45 kobo, making a very big dip of 10% negative adjustment. Okumu Oil closed at 1,575 naira, yes, having open trading at 1,750 naira in the dip of a negative 10% adjustment. NACO equally closed yesterday at 170 naira 55 kobo in the dip of a negative 10% adjustment, having open trading on 189 naira 50 kobo. Unilever yesterday open trading at 156 naira to close on a dip of 140 naira 40 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 10%. Yes, Transfer Express yesterday open trading at 4 naira 90 kobo and then closed in the negative at 4 naira 41 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 10%. And then quickly taking a look at the market outlook for today, yes, beneath the surface of yesterday's 1.3 billion naira market gain, today's session sits on a highly delicate trigger for two distinct reasons. The one is the negative market breadth. Despite the index finishing green, 33 stocks declined while only 32 advanced. This negative breadth reveals that broader market sentiment remains exceptionally fragile. Another factor is the liquidity surge. Yes, trading, the trading volume exploded by 104%, yesterday, with over 1.27 billion shares changing hands. This massive spike indicates institutional repositioning. Yes, so we expect intense volatility early in the session. Yes, this is because today's gains were heavily, the yesterday trading were heavily skewed. Yes, it was heavily, skewed against what we'll see, as the major banking heavyweights and telecom giants like Airtel Africa, going forward to want to make an adjustment today, and we likely see aggressive localized profit taking in the consumer goods and insurance sectors. Traders should watch for a test of the 244,000 baseline. If institutional liquidity, shifts away from banking, the market could easily pivot back into a consolidation phase by midday. And then quickly moving to Naira performance. Yes, at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira maintained its strong defensive stance against the dollar, appreciating slightly due to a steady exchange. Yes, the appreciating slightly, to volume-weighted average inflow. The market, as at the opening, stood at 1,362 naira 84 kobo against the US dollar. And then during the intraday high, we saw dollar and the naira climbing high against the dollar at 1,361 naira yesterday. And then the lower we saw yesterday was at 1,361 naira against the US dollar. Yes, the intraday high went up as far as high as 1,365 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar to close at 1,360 naira 46 kobo against the US dollar. When we take a look at the daily profits, yes, the daily gain, the naira appreciated by 1 naira 70 kobo, yes, making a 0.5 0.05% positive daily adjustment. And in the parallel market, the informal window, speculation maintained muted as retail liquidity held firm, keeping, the local currency within its established psychological support boundaries. At the parallel rate, we saw the opening at the buying sell at the buying auction was at 1,385 naira against the dollar, whereas it was selling at 1,400 naira. The by average mid rate, the naira, the parallel market was at 1,392 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, and then the disparity or the premium gap between the official and the parallel rates remain under control below a 40 naira threshold. And quickly moving on to our market outlook for today, one of the places we look at is the official window outlook. Expect the naira to remain between 1,355 naira to 1,365 naira range to hold tightly. Central bank open market operation (OMO) continue to attract healthy non-resistant capital inflows, which will insulate the Nigerian foreign exchange market window against sudden supply, shocks during, today's trading and clearing options. And then at the parallel market, small scale retail demand is rising with mid-year inventory cycles kicking in for local merchants. Parallel rates may experience marginal downward pressure tomorrow. Yes, potentially hitting the 1,405 naira ceiling if autonomous banking supply stalls in the morning. And then moving on to the energy sector, yes, we turn into the international energy markets where global benchmark crude experienced a notable retreat as of Tuesday, as traders actively unwound the geopolitical risk premium, that has, dictated energy pricing over the past week. Signs of a diplomatic pause and an easing friction in the Middle East led to a swift, technical correction on the charts. Investors responded immediately to reports that regional flashpoints have quieted, reducing immediate anxieties over potential disruption through vital shipping corridors. Brent futures broke below their recent consolidation range yesterday, moving heavily into the lower band of weekly indicators as reducing the immediate anxieties, and then the lower band weekly indicators as selling volume outpaced late afternoon bids. At the opening price, as of yesterday, was at $94.41 per barrel, and during the intraday high, we saw the Brent climbing as high as $92 per barrel, and then wike closing at $92.50 per barrel. The daily change, we saw the Brent shading around $1.75 per barrel. And then the correction comes on the heels of major institutional reassessment, while rating agencies like Fitch have upwardly revised the broad 2026 energy sector outlook to improving, due to ongoing, transit bottlenecks. Yesterday's specific sell-off was purely driven by diplomatic algorithmic traders reacting to a cooling geopolitical landscape. And then quickly moving to our market outlook for today, look for Brent to test a critical local support floor between $91.50 and $92 per barrel. If institutional sellers push prices below $91.50 in early trading, it trigger further automated selling down towards the $90 psychological baseline. And then moving forward to the upside resistance, any sudden reversal of fresh headline risk will face stiff overhead resistance at the $94.50 to $95.50 corridor. And then quickly moving on to the Nigeria commodities market, yes, where we'll take a look at the price of staple food across the regions, speaking to Enugu, Abuja and Lagos hubs. The white garri that we know, 1 kg of it in Enugu, is sold for 944 naira 58 kobo, whereas at the Abuja market, it went for 673 naira 88 kobo, whereas Lagos was buying for 890 naira. The brown beans, 1 kg of it in Enugu went for 1,720 naira, whereas Abuja was paying 1,250 naira, and Lagos, paid a premium of 1,787 naira for it. Then fresh tomatoes, 1 kg of it in Enugu went for 1,379 naira, whereas Abuja had a bargain of 910 naira, whereas Lagos paid a premium of 1,177 naira. And the yam tuber, the average size of it in Enugu went for 2,450 naira, whereas Abuja was selling for 1,980 naira, and in Lagos it went for 2,200 naira as of yesterday. The market outlook is such that when we take a look at the southeast price pressure in Enugu, and surrounding eastern markets, we expect processed tubers and grains to maintain an upward, bias. As of this morning, the region continued to log the highest local, white garri margins due to steep inbound freight premiums. And then taking a look at Lagos Abuja vegetable corridor, the fresh produce coming into Lagos from the middle belt should experience minor volume stabilizing as of this morning. However, because the transport logistics remain tightly bound to volatile parallel fuel costs, these minor supply injections are unlikely to translate into immediate sharp price draws before the weekend. And quickly moving on to the international market, yes, starting with the U.S. Wall Street, where S&P 500, yes, they closed at 7,405 naira 73 points, making a daily change of a plus 0.30% daily adjustment. And then the market drivers here are tech rebound and upcoming tech IPO momentum. And then moving on to the UK, FTSE 100 closed at 10,243 points, indicating a daily change of 1.25%. The market drivers here are the banking losses. HSBC made a negative loss of about 4%, and energy rates like moving on to Nikkei 225 of Japan, which had a market indication of stabilizing despite the market trajectories. And then quickly taking a look at market outlook for today, starting with the Wall Street trigger zone. All eyes are pinned on today's consumer inflation reports. A matching or lower inflation point will likely accelerate the tech-led rally, especially as capital markets gear up for massive multi-trillion-dollar artificial intelligence and aerospace public, listing later this week. And then moving on to the European market, where the FTSE 100 plunged to a 3-week low, will face immediate technical support checks. Watch for whether institutional buyers, as they view the deep discounts in corporate heavyweights like HSBC and Shell as an oversold buying opportunity at the opening bell. And then moving on to the Asian market, having successfully found a bottom following last week's tech sell-offs, Asian equities, particularly tech export hubs, are expected to trade on a firmer footing today, provided the local currency pairs remain insulated against the sudden U.S. Treasury yield spikes and semiconductor chip sector. And overall, before we go, we'll quickly give you our market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. And when it comes to beating inflation, we urge you to move idle naira into treasury bills or money market funds. The reason is that they currently offer high double-digit yields to help preserve your purchasing power with low risk. And then secondly, we advise that you hedge against currency shifts. Reason being that that will protect your wealth from local currency volatility. Yes, and then quickly, on the third phase, we urge you to focus on quality growth. Yes, stick to dividend-paying blue-chip stocks. Look at banking and telecoms and high-growth real estate. The reason is that high inflation requires tangible assets and fundamentally strong companies that can weather economic shifts. The Bottom line here is that we urge you to prioritize liquidity and capital preservation. Avoid unregulated platforms promising unrealistic returns. We urge you to stick to the SEC and CBN regulated vehicles. And that's where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this segment of Aneke TV market segment. We continue to urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. Keep watching Aneke TV market segment for up-to-date information to help and guide you towards playing the chess balls in the Nigerian equity market. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain Uche Osai and urge you to invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke TV Sports. I am Good Hope Chukuma, and I am your sports oracle, bringing you what's happening across the world of sports, bringing you what's happening, updates on Formula One, sports, and talking about tennis and the rest of them.
Yeah, good morning, my fellow sports lovers. How are you guys doing? It's a lovely Wednesday morning,
it's a lovely Wednesday, man.
We can't wait to give you all the updates in sports. You know, there were a lot yesterday, and there will be a lot today.
Every day there's a lot.
There's always a lot in the world of sports.
And don't forget that we live, we dream,
and we breathe sports. Where you don't see football to give them the update today, you will see tennis, you will see boxing, you will see wrestling, and in fact, the rest of them will bring them your way. This morning we'll be starting off with tennis. I don't want us to start with Formula One. I know you are waiting to start with Formula One, but let's start with table tennis because the legend herself had a match yesterday.
Yeah.
Of course, that we are talking about Serena Williams. She came back, after about 4 years absent from the game.
And she had a victory.
She had a victory with her partner that she chose. That was Victoria Mboko. When I saw the match, at least I saw some highlight and I saw the name of the lady. She's just 19. The Victoria herself.
But you will not know.
They look alike. Serena Williams and the lady, they look so much alike. And she said this lady reminds her of when she was just starting tennis. That's the statement she made, that she just sees her younger self in this lady. That's why she chose the girl. And they had their match yesterday at the Queen's Club Championship in London. They were successful. They defeated their opponents, which is Nico Melicha and Martinez Erin Rutlev, with a scoreline of 7-6. This first set was they call it deuce. They had to deuce the match and played another set, which they won 7-6. And the second set, they cruised to a 6-2 victory. Well, some of the things that we should be aware from this match is that it was Serena Williams' first professional match and first victory since the 2022 US Open. That's 4 years ago. Now, Serena Williams, she's now 44. She served at speeds reaching about 120 mph. Wow. Look at the speed she's still serving at 44.
At 44.
She's still playing very well. She's had a 193 kilometer per hour. She covered a ground of 193 kilometer per hour and showed much of her trademark power. Wow. They won the first set with a tiebreaker. I've already said that. Then, of course, the Mboko herself, she's a 19-year-old Canadian player. This girl is so young, and Serena Williams.
She looks young and
very young. They look alike. That's my own.
They really look alike.
This is like my younger self.
Yes, just that she's darker.
Yeah.
But for me, I feel like having Serena Williams, coming back this time with Boko, is giving that auntie and mommy and daughter vibe. But then looking at Serena Williams to how she has fed over the years, being a champion, alongside her sister Venus Williams. They are not giving up on this edition of tennis. And also they have made up their mind to, especially Serena, that she has made up her mind to come back to challenge for the competition. This is the first time, I would say, in all round of sports,
yeah,
you always have people come back to do the next level. However,
they might not get to where they want to be.
Actually, but you can't do that in football. It's only Postcoast that has come back. Postcoast that has come back. I remember that match out of retirement to play that game. And after that game, I'm sure that game retired him.
He went back.
He went back and
even in football, it will be difficult to come back at 44. The oldest footballer that I know right now should be Cristiano Ronaldo, who is 41.
There's actually an older footballer.
Who is up to 42 or 43?
No, he's 52.
Still actively playing.
He's
playing,
not. Yeah, he's playing.
Which league is he playing?
He's playing, but not in the. You wouldn't know him.
Because
actually, he can't play in
no, it will not be any top league. Look at Ronaldo still playing in Saudi Arabia. At least that's
Ronaldo can't
quite
even play in the Premier League.
No, right now he will not. He will only be playing featuring 40 minutes. That's towards the tail end of the second half, because they will likely not want to start him, or they will just put him in the front. Maybe when they are leading, he will just come in and just
like if you are leading 7-0,
look for goals to score. But say starting as a winger right now from that his favorite number 7. As a 9, no, you'll be wasting your time, because it will be very difficult for Ronaldo to beat a standard Premier League defender right now. Is he with agility? Is he with speed? How are you going to do it? He's a man that is almost worn out. He has done everything that he can do. So that strength, that agility is no more with him. Age is no more on his side. Well, let's move on. We are going to boxing immediately, where we have Zuffa Boxing 209. This Zuffa Boxing, it has different, in boxing we have different categories. We have lightweight, we have heavyweight, there's flyweight,
there's even middleweight.
There's middleweight, there's light middleweight.
I used to wonder what differentiates that, because at the end of the day, boxing is boxing.
Yeah.
If I box you,
you box
me.
But I think
I should feint my boxing.
The weight of the blow and your physique. First,
okay, I think what makes it heavyweight is the physique.
The physique, of course. You can't tell someone that is weighing up to 150 kg, who has trained, who is well built, to go and be fighting someone that is weighing 7, or someone like me that is weighing about 70.
No
matter how built I'm going
to accident.
It's going to be very difficult that I should go and train. If I like, I should train for maybe 1 year, that I will still be between 80 to 100 kg, then develop some biceps, develop some pectorals, just grow my muscles. But I will not be able to fight someone that is weighing 150 kg. How many grams of blow am I going to give him to get a knockout? Probably if you just give me 1 blow or 2, and I'm already on the floor. I'm grateful for this one you have given me. Let me go with it. So in the Zuffa Boxing 209, we have the super middleweight, which is going to be made up of 10 rounds. This fight is you are going to fight for at least 10 rounds. If you virtually get tired or they knock you out before that time, okay, you are permitted to leave. But we have a fight between Balenga and Stephen Butler. This fight is going to take place on Sunday, July 26th. Of course, there are many sponsors here. We have Paramount already, that famous filmmakers, Paramount, they are sponsoring this, and Infosys Theatre are also sponsoring this. Look at the great guys that are sponsoring this fight. Then we have the welterweight bout. This, of course, the first one was the super middleweight. Now this is like another category of boxing, of the guys that are going to box. This match is going to be between Richardson Hitchson and Ricardo Salas. Of course, this is also on July 26th, sponsored by the same people, Paramount and Infosys. This match is going to be 12 rounds. So you have 12 rounds of fight, you have 12 rounds of consistent, exchange of blows. Consistent. It's going to be consistent for at least a round lasts at least 3 minutes. I think heavyweights, they used to go up to 5 minutes, but this one will probably be 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if you can take the blows for up to 12 rounds, you survive. Then it will be now left for the judges to give their own verdicts. Of course, if anyone gets a knockout, that will be the end of the match. So this match is between, as I've said, Richardson Hitchson and Ricardo Salas. There is also another fight, which is between...
Yeah, those guys. I actually was looking at that fight, and I'm like, what is really going on? And we're having a lot of middle featherweights now.
Yeah, middle featherweight, lightweight.
The lightweight. So what are we? I want the heavyweight. The heavyweight.
The heavyweight guys, their own match is usually it takes time to come up, you know, months. This one is just the way you are throwing your hand.
The heavyweight is
are you looking for a match to fight?
No, I can't fight a match.
Yes,
I can't fight a match. Yeah.
No, if you train yourself, if you physically just take 6 months to, you know, gain some
kg. Tell me the next.
No, I'll analyze the match for you. You know, I'll be cheering you up from the start. You know, cheering you to, you know, go get the hard punches. The next fight, of course, this one is the women category.
Yeah, women.
We have Atiga versus Delgado. This one is WBA Super Flyweight Championship. This one is Super Fly. I believe this is the higher class for the women. This match is taking place on Saturday, 13th June 2026. That's this coming Saturday. It's going to take place, and it's going to be a fight that is going to take place at Caribbean Royal Orlando, Florida, USA. So this match is for the, you know, guys.
When you look at the banner, when you look at the design, you will see, you know, being a graphic designer, you will also see that in these things there are teams. You will see the teams where the fight is going to take place. You see the palm tree, and then the kind of environment.
Making it look like Miami.
and how the environment you are expected to have in Florida just for the fight. It is something I would tell you that I've been expecting. I think let's just go over to Formula One, where we have
I know you can't wait to go to this
I can't wait to go back to Formula One, because
you can't wait to go to Formula One.
There's a lot happening in Formula One, and I will start with the current update, where we have Nigeria, who have, you know, submitted a bid to host Formula One games.
When I saw this update, that when you shared this update, I was like, which state are they going to host this Formula One in Nigeria? As in,
no, let's talk about it. What state do you think has the ability to, you know, hosting a Formula One game, you know, is actually, it could take you up to $500 million.
Yeah, and you need the road. You need to construct the road.
Just hosting the game. You go from the hotels to the... Okay, you know this game now,
Yeah.
Sincerely, it's not going to be the normal, I'm not going to talk about it like we do in our Nigerian sports.
You have to talk about it.
Because if you pay $500 million
you're not talking about
Formula One game,
which people are coming to
$500 million is just the average.
Yes.
Because people, they get a lot of sponsors, a lot of enthusiasts who also, you know, finance the games. This one I'm talking about, the hotels where you're going to put the likes of what side
that's
would you want to, you know, drag this thing around.
Abuja might have the facilities. Abuja have hotels to,
Abuja has hotels. Yes. Okay, let's say they're going to lodge at Transcorp Hilton.
Yeah.
That's, let's say, the presidential suite.
But is it going to contain everybody? So they're going to use other hotels?
Because apparently in Monaco, it's apartments that they had to be, where teams like Mercedes, they had their own apartment.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm not sure these guys sleep.
Of course, they
don't. The crew don't sleep.
They might probably just get small rest.
Get small rest and get back to what they're doing. Just like this weekend, there's Barcelona Grand Prix coming. So teams are already moving to Barcelona. Remember the F1 car? The standard F1 car weighs 750 kg. So it's heavier than a normal car.
So you have to dismantle them.
Yes, you have to dismantle.
When you get to Barcelona,
okay, now if the car weighs 750 kg, imagine what the tire will weigh. The tire could be your dumbbell for 6 months.
Are you sure you are even going to be able to use that tire to even do that? Thing is going to weigh a lot.
It's going to weigh a lot. Now, what I'm saying is, Nigeria, looking at how we have been treating other sports, because it's football, we are trying to even bring out, you know, just to talk about it. Like now, the MPFL, since the league closed, nobody
there's nothing about it. It's like there's not even transfer. Nobody's coming in. Nobody's going in.
Now, the thing is that, for me, I will tell you that hosting a Formula One game is going to take a lot of budget.
Yes.
It's going to take up to our national budget.
It's going to take national budget. So that's why I say I don't know how Nigeria is supposed to finance this thing that they are putting a bid
because
for.
You're going, first of all, you're going to build another route.
Yeah.
Or do you want them to be racing in the streets?
No, that's what you can't race in the street. Normal commuters are using to do about their daily activities. You can't race on the street
because one day you could be racing and keke na pepe. Keke na pepe. We want a big passenger.
Okay, now let's say they even declare public holiday on that day. Let's assume that they will not declare public holiday. Everybody, please stay in your house. There is something good. You will still see somebody that wants to go, if it's to even go and trade on the road or to just do something
on that. Do something on the road, or one car is coming.
We will not agree that
if this car hits you. See, you will say you will jump. If this car hits you,
you for your mind, you will be looking at it that it's coming from far. It's not close to you.
No, you understand what this means? This means that if this car can reef about 15,000 mph.
Yeah.
15,000 mph. That means it reefs more than normal cars.
Of course.
Now, talk about speed. It can go from 0 to 300. Like it can go from 0 to 300 kilometers per hour in just a second.
No, that is good. I don't know.
No. Let me tell you what it means. It can go from 0
to 300
kilometers per hour. Sorry, yes, kilometer per hour. But when you check it, the speed and everything. So you think the car is there? It's there.
before you even blink your eye, it's already. In fact, it has passed you already.
Because you're looking at it there,
coming from afar,
and you're thinking it's still far. You think it's cool there.
No, this hosting it in Nigeria.
I'm not sure it's going to work. Not right now. But then the thing is that if we are bidding for it, then we can host it.
If we are bidding for
it, the people that are bidding for it,
it might just be that we want to bid for it, knowing that we will be on the just like we will be on the newsline, we'll be on the headline that even Nigeria has also. It will be like a motivation. I believe probably maybe the guys will also send in some funds for you to build something. Probably they will split the bills or something. I don't understand that aspect, but I know maybe they will give you some funds to try and get the place ready. But we bidding for it. For me, I just see it like. We just want to be in the headline. We are bidding for it because I know right now Nigeria is not ready to host Formula 1. Can we host World Cup? Can we host World Cup that want to go and host Formula 1? How many stadiums?
Formula 1 and World Cup, which one is?
World Cup now, we are assuming that we have some stadiums already that we probably might just renovate and, it does not require you going to build new road. This one you have to build new road, and World Cup does not require you to tell people not to come outside. People are going to fill in the stadium. It does not obstruct movement. But Formula 1, if you are going to host it in Abuja, you are probably going to obstruct movement. Tell people, don't come outside. Maybe probably these 2 to 5 days is public holiday. Please stay in your house. And I don't know how possible you are going to tell Nigerians to stay in their house for, because it's not just a day race. It's different rounds. You don't drive for just one day and say that's all. The competition goes. You have sometimes get up to 10 rounds. Sometimes get up to 15 rounds. So this car will drive, probably rest. The next day they continue. So are you going to tell them to wait for 1 week? Are you going to be paying them for 1 week to stay at home? So I don't know how possible it is to be hosting Formula 1 right now. Anywhere in Nigeria, I don't know how possible it is.
But what if we construct the roads?
How long is it going to take you to construct the roads?
First of all,
host Formula 1.
We could do, what we could do for me, it's feasible. Just start a construction.
Yeah.
Then construct from, let's say, their roads are not straight.
Of course, they are not straight.
It can't be straight. If it's straight, then that's not the Formula
1.
So,
it's going to... Let's not talk about, because I wanted to say, even to construct straight roads in Nigeria, how long does it take to construct? We are just the straight road that you are going to construct. Now you have to construct a road that is probably going to have about
curves,
different curves.
A lot of curves.
That thing will not...
But the thing is, we could do it this way. Find one state in Nigeria, just like Abuja.
Yeah.
Abuja looks like a good position, a good location for that. Then use their map, go to a place, and construct a road.
Yeah,
that's the
only thing you can do. But
use the map.
That's why I say it's not going to be. In fact, it's not something in the next 4 years that is feasible.
The thing is that Nigeria bidding for Formula 1 now.
Yeah.
It's not going to be this year.
No, it's not going to be. It's not next year.
It can't be next year.
That's why I say it's not next 4 years.
It could be like 2030, 2050.
That's what you should be. Maybe they're bidding for it now to just start getting prepared.
Because how they do is that Formula 1 has a team that they send out to go and check.
You have to investigate who is bidding now.
Do you notice that in this race, how they do with Formula 1 race, countries bid. In fact, there's a country, they always visit Monaco. Like Lewis Hamilton was in Monaco in 2008. And then in 2018 too, he was in Monaco. Then this year, he was in Monaco.
Yeah.
So that means Monaco may not come every time, citing reasons. It could be government policy, it could be economic policy, it could be a lot of...
Yeah, there are other guys that want to host now. You can't be the only one hosting.
Turkey wants to host.
Yeah.
Barcelona wants to. Why are you hearing Barcelona and not Spain?
Yeah, because that's the specific city they are doing. Monaco now is in France. It's not.
Yeah, they're not doing.
Yeah.
They're not doing countries.
Yeah.
They are doing
the
cities. So that means when they come to Nigeria, they can do Enugu. Imagine Enugu.
Yeah.
Imagine putting Enugu.
Enugu hosting Formula 1.
Formula 1.
That would have been.
A woman will sell. Lewis will chop up.
No, Lewis will chop up. He will chop abacha. You know, we get used to all those funny enough, these things will bring. They will generate revenue. These things will bring money. The people will sell. The people that are managing the hotel guys will sell. There will be a lot of people to, you know, the tourist site, they will visit so many places. In fact, business will be booming. That's why sometimes you want to develop your state for people to come in.
Actually, do you know what I'm thinking now? Which hotel? Why we are talking sports? We're also talking about lifestyle.
Which hotel in Enugu? No, of course there are hotels in Enugu. There are hotels in Enugu.
Like
presidential we have so many
hotel
hotels
presidential,
in Enugu.
and then
there are a lot. No, if it's for, I know Nigeria, if it's for hosting this thing, you're talking about where people will stay. There are a lot of places to stay. If it's in Enugu, if it's in Abuja, if it's in Lagos, there are a lot of places to stay.
But I think, first of all, we should start with our home-based kind of...
At least we should even have someone doing...
we have
in Nigeria right now.
We have somebody who is hosting, like who's driving Formula 1 in Nigeria. And I will give the name. I saw the news. I read about him. Very young guy who is doing his best to come out from. He's at the second division of a team, and I'm going to confirm the team
in Nigeria. Yes.
No, not in Nigeria. Like he drives for all these foreign.
Okay, imagine hosting a competition that you don't even have someone driving in the country.
And the guy was not born in Nigeria. He was born outside.
So you want
Nigeria.
to host a competition that you will not even partake in. That's what they are trying to say.
The thing for me is when we talk about this competition, we are also talking about what it would take to host it, and also. Let us start from our grassroots sports.
Yeah, at least we should have
start with cycling.
That's for, is it for bicycle now or for bike?
No. Do we have? Of course we have. But let's start with cycling.
I don't think I've even seen.
In fact, let's start with Okada.
We have not hosted anything like cycling.
We have Okada. Let's start with Okada.
That's what I'm saying. So you are just jumping from, let's say you are jumping from number 10. You are jumping to 100. You have not hosted maybe a small cycling for the guys that are using bicycle to just do small competition around. You want to go and host. In fact, I'm not. You're not hosting. You want to go and bid to host Formula 1 that will not require some fast cars.
Yeah.
Where you have not even done the competition home base that you have. That will say, okay, look at the one you have done before for home base guys that they have done this thing. I don't know how they came about it. That's why I said that they just want to be in the news that okay, Nigeria have bid to host this thing before, but. Say feasibility right now, 10 years time is not even feasible to even host it. At least you have to show that you have done it before. Monaco, they are not driving in Monaco because it's their first time. Monaco have hosted this thing, quite some time.
Since 2008.
Barcelona, this will not be their first time. So it's not something you just come outside and say you want to host. You should have done this thing before. Well, let's go over to, I don't know if you still have any other thing in Formula 1, but...
Well, let's keep it at that. That's making the news, except Kimi and Lewis Hamilton trying to, the results are coming up, and both of them are, kind of going to meet again just this weekend.
Of course.
But the updates are going to come fully tomorrow.
All right.
Formula 1.
Well, we might be tempted to go into football if there is no other update in Formula 1.
Yes,
there's a sponsorship, will I say a collaboration between Madrid and Emirates. I don't know if you have seen that.
Madrid and
their beautiful jersey.
Oh my
that
goodness.
Jersey is so, I don't know, this season we might have to get a lot of jerseys because I'm planning to get Manchester United jersey. I'm planning to get this Madrid jersey.
And that lady, that lady was the lady who did Fly Emirates advert.
Yes.
Who stood at that Burj Khalifa, that
when I saw the face, this face looks so familiar.
She's very familiar. She was the lady who stood at that Burj Khalifa's to do ads for Fly Emirates. That lady she's so sensational. She stood there and an airplane flew around her.
Wow. Just for advert.
Just for advert at Burj Khalifa, the longest penthouse in the world. That's in Saudi Arabia, that's in Abu Dhabi. That's the place that she did that thing. And I'm like, what? Imagine a big aircraft flying just around you. And then you had, oh God,
no, it's something that is.
It melted my heart. Now I'm also seeing her as someone who is very brave.
Yeah,
while also advertising with Real Madrid, and you know, advertising for Fly Emirates too. So I mean, Real Madrid and Fly Emirates coming into partnership this time is something that I would say is amazing. It's really, really amazing. I would tell you. I would also say that there's no other partnership or sponsorship that would fit that Real Madrid jersey. No, or do you want Snapdragon there? Snapdragon would not be nice.
No, Snapdragon. Let Manchester United maintain Snapdragon. But the jersey is so, I think this is the first time Madrid are having this red stripe on their jersey. Usually it's black.
It's actually an anniversary kind of jersey.
And Emirates is more of like the red.
Yeah, Emirates is red, so they have to just.
No, the jersey is looking so fine. I know another person that Emirates used to sponsor is Arsenal.
And they also sponsor Benfica.
Benfica, right?
Yes, they sponsor Benfica.
Well, now coming to
Benfica was where Jose Mourinho.
Yes,
they sponsor Benfica. They sponsor Benfica, then they sponsor Arsenal.
Yeah.
So they are really up to their game. I mean, what other team, what other sponsorship would be fit for? Is it good versional or is it sports oracle?
iOS. The Chelsea zone is I think iOS have been what?
3.
No, they left 3. 3 was last 2 seasons or last 3. Now it's something something. Just now this season they've dropped Infinite. They have not gotten a sponsorship.
The way Chelsea is dropping.
No, what they do,
the way they drop coaches.
When they want to start the season, they will start without sponsorship. Like now, their jersey this season, there's no sponsorship. There's nobody on it now. Middle of the season, when they have started playing, maybe probably doing well, they will now get a sponsorship deal. Towards the tail end, I don't know if their sponsorship deal is usually 6 months because it will not last more than that 6 months. You see, they come at the end of the season.
And you say Chelsea is a big team.
What can I say?
Well, what can you say?
What can I say? It's supposed to be a big team. Yes. Any club that has at least lifted the Champions League twice. They've gotten the Premier League. They've gotten the Champions League. They've gotten Conference League. They've gotten Europa League. No, how to list their trophies okay, so they've gotten almost all the European competitions. UEFA Champions League, UEFA Europa League, UEFA Conference League, Club World Cup. What else do you want them to get?
Nottingham Forest
have gotten the Champions League.
Nah.
Yes, but so we would say Chelsea is a big team any day, any time. But right now, I know they're not behaving like the big team they're supposed to be. But at the end of the day, they're a big team. Well, let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll give you the details more of this footballing action where we have the rumors and other transfers coming up. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now we take a look at the World Cup. World Cup is just today is the 9th day.
No,
the 10th.
Today is 10.
Oh, see, look at me. Just take a look at me. Take a look at me. Yes, I actually was thinking today is 9th because I was awake reading updates on the friendly we have with Portugal, and I was so taken away that when I saw the time of the friendly that is going to happen
7:30.
yes, this evening.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. So this evening should be that's tomorrow evening. So in my mind, sorry, I'm not in the US, I'm in Nigeria, but in my mind I was thinking, okay, it could be tomorrow evening while we're
you're already in the day already.
In the day, and tomorrow World Cup starts.
Imagine.
So it's just
World Cup that we have been anticipating is already here.
It's already here, and I think we're going to do a special edition for this World Cup.
Yeah,
we're going to do a wonderful edition for World Cup games.
World Cup edition should be special. And this has been something we have been waiting for. In fact, since last year, I don't think it's this year. We have been anticipating this World Cup since last year. And finally we're here. At our dormant, like, this is the World Cup coming up. It's something nice. Well, before we get into the World Cup, let's talk about the friendly match we have against Portugal.
Yes, that's the thing now. But before we still talk about
before you talk about the friendly,
let's talk about Iwobi. Iwobi is having his 100 caps today as a Super Eagles player. Yeah. And he's going to, before the match, right before the match will kick off, he will be awarded. Of course. NFF will award him as someone who has achieved something, that milestone. And with the likes of Yobo, with the likes of One Area and the rest of them. But today we have the friendly, talking about the friendly over there in Portugal, Estadio de Mas, and that's in Portugal, where it's going to be a wonderful time. The West African time would be 8:45, and then it's going to be a time. I don't know your predictions.
Well, like I said before, when you asked me, I think some days ago, about 2 or 3 days ago, I told you Nigeria will win. That's my prediction. Nigeria will win. I don't know by how many goals, because I know.
How do you think Nigeria will win?
Nigeria is going to get a win. Funny enough, what's our record now? Last 5 matches we have not lost. At least the last 5 matches we have played, we have not lost.
In fact, since Eric Chelle became a coach,
we've not lost. So that's what I'm saying. Portugal is not going to win.
It's more than a year he became a coach.
We have
only lost 2 games since Eric Chelle became a coach. Do you know the games? The games we have lost, one in AFCON, and one in preparation for World Cup. That's the one DR Congo had to win. We have not lost any game.
So that's why I'm right to say that
Eric Chelle has only lost 2 games in his career,
and these friendly matches he has not lost. So
yes, he has not lost any.
I know it's Portugal that we are playing, but I'm aware that Portugal are going for World Cup. So that's why I say they might not take it too serious. We are the one that has to play some seriousness, show some seriousness. Look at the last 5 matches. We played Iran. We won Iran 2-1. We had a 2-2 draw against Jordan. This 2-2 draw, the game really pained me because we were already taking the win before we went to go and concede. Then we played 2-0 Zimbabwe. We won them. Jamaica 3-0. We won them. Poland.
This match was the 2 of them, Zimbabwe and Jamaica, Unity Cup now.
That
was the Unity Cup.
So
we played
the friendly matches. This Jordan and Poland.
Aziz, Femi Aziz
scored 2 goals.
Okonkwo, the Wrexham, the new guy Otto Okonkwo.
Murphy scored also.
Yes, Murphy scored. The Wrexham goalkeeper scored. Was at the post. Then you had the likes of the home-based players from Rangers, Ikorodu City, Rivers United, and this friendly, the Unity Cup basically was played with home-based players. Now,
that was the Unity Cup.
Now, the friendly that we have seen that against Poland was played with our top guys.
Some of our top guys, even with the mixture of the home-based players. Then this one also, there is going to be a lot of, I know Osimhen will not be featuring, but of course, Iwobi will be there, Calvin Bassey will be there, and the rest of them will be there. Ndlea, of course.
Ndlea, of course, will be there.
So that's why I'm saying this match, I'm giving it to Nigeria. I don't know how Portugal want to play. They will not beat Nigeria today. If they eventually beat Nigeria, well, who am I? I'm just a guy that focuses.
But what do you think about Iwobi, having his 100 caps?
No, of course, Iwobi is sensational. There was when Iwobi started, I remember when even I myself, I used to criticize Iwobi. Then when he just started, when he was playing, no, not even Arsenal. When he came to the Super Eagles, when he started his first few matches, if you watch it, sometimes he did not perform that well because he was playing well for Arsenal then. When he now came, trying to fit into the Super Eagles, those passes were not then accurate. You know, he used to get a lot of misplaced passes, and over time, you know, he grew. You know, he grew into the match. You know, he grew into the team. It was like we could not do without Iwobi. When we play a match and there was no Iwobi, we don't get to see those passes. This is a guy, he has been sensational for me. Apart from, will I say, dribbling, that's where Okocha used to, you know, I would say, okay, Okocha is well, you know, grounded in dribbling. Apart from dribbling, where he does, he's not much of a dribbler. It's not that he does not know how to dribble. But apart from that dribbling, if you talk about passes, he has both long pass accuracy and short pass accuracy. When Iwobi tries to find someone, an attacker going for the ball, he places the ball like where he just wants the ball to be, and you know, all the attacker has to do is get the ball behind the net. If you talk about pace, of course, he still has the speed. You see, he will be take off sometimes. You know, he shows you that speed, agility. He has it. You know, even defensive. If you want to see him in the defense, sometimes Iwobi is not a player that just goes forward and remains in the front. He comes back, you know, try to help the team. So he's a complete player for me that has been sensational for the Nigerian team. Scores. Yeah, you know, sometimes he's just like Bruno Fernandes. He's not much more interested in scoring. Most of the time, if you watch him in Fulham, sometimes we have the chance to get a shot, but he prefers, you know, these people are used to getting assists. They want to have the better person scoring. When someone is better positioned, I might be outside the box trying to take the shot. You know, it will be more difficult for me that is outside the box to get the ball into the net than someone inside the box already close to the keeper. So sometimes they derive joy. I used to see that they derive joy giving someone an assist and the person places the ball inside, except on rare occasions where they just have to take the shot. Maybe there is no much opening for them to give the ball to somebody else, or there is nobody in sight. So, and they have maybe, will I say, acres of space to get a clean shot. So sometimes he takes the shot, but for Nigerian team, I know we have not seen him taking much of the shots, but in Fulham, I know he got a lot of goals last season, at least about 4 or 5, but in Nigeria, he prefers to give the pass, and he has been so good with it. He has been so fantastic with it, and we urge him, you know, he will be, in fact, you have made us proud already. If you even eventually decide to stop football today, he will be to get to 100. How many people, you know, even in their national team, gets to 100 cap? It's not that to show that he has been there for a quite long time and he has been doing well.
Also, looking at the Super Eagles team, seeing how we're preparing for the match against Portugal, you would see from this perspective that other players, apart from Iwobi, has, you know, made a mark, have made their games obvious. Talking about the likes of Calvin Bassey, the likes of Paul Onuachu, the highest goal scorer in the Turkish league, which was Bonso last season. And also talking about, you have the likes of Femi Aziz, who would join the team. Femi Aziz, who scored a brace against Zimbabwe. And also talking about guys who are coming up, Otto Okonkwo and the goalkeeper Maduka Okoye and you know, Francis Uzoho. 3 of them would still find their way to fix themselves in the game. And I will tell you for a fact that Nigeria as a team, we are really pulling the strings in the men's football. We are really pulling the strings in the men's football. If I go around the team right now, you would see that we have our guys, both home-based and foreign-based, who have registered either an assist or who have made it to the top flight. Yeah, of course. Also, there are people, I mean, some of these players who are playing, we did not even call home. The likes of Boniface, Victor Boniface.
Boniface, because he's recovering from injury.
Yes, he's recovering from injury. And you're talking about Boniface, you're still talking about the senior man, Kelechi Iheanacho. Yeah, of course. Then we're still talking about Samuel Chukwueze, who is also part of the team. Yeah. Then we are talking about Frank Onyeka, who came out, who is going to play in the Premier League this season with Coventry. That's Frank Lampard's team. Yeah. We're talking about a lot of them. You will see that these guys are ready for the next competition. Even if they are not able to, they were not able to get into the World Cup, but something about them, if they were in the World Cup, would have made a lot of sense. Would have shaped the entire football.
With this team that we have, and with this, of course, the great coach that we have.
Yes, with the team, of course. I still want to talk about our coach. Because Eric Chelle, if you really followed AFCON very well, I followed AFCON very closely. I was
I was up and doing when it was time for AFCON, because being a sports oracle is not just about watching the games. You have to read a lot. Now, looking and tracing down the games, how the teams lined up, how the matches, the way the matches were played, you would see that Eric Chelle, from our Nigerian perspective, Eric Chelle had to do a job of 20 men. Eric Chelle single-handedly decided what he wanted to do. That's why it's important to have a coach. I mean, to have a manager.
Yeah, because if you're just a coach,
Eric Chelle manages
Nigeria.
Yeah, very well. He is managing Nigeria very well. I will tell you that we cannot sign players, right? We even have under other climbs. I mean, under other climbs of coaches who have, who has coached Nigeria. Changing, switching nationality. When you go to Italy, you have the likes of Obonna, who is playing the defense. You talk about in France, you have Michael Olise. Then you come down to England, where you have Iberi Chieze. Bukayo Saka. Iberi Chieze. You have people who normally would switch allegiance. You have Iberi Chieze. But we have seen from his side, at least talking about Otto Okonkwo switching to Nigeria.
Now people want to switch to Nigeria, not to Nigeria.
Yes. Now also, not just Otto Okonkwo. When you take it further, you will see that Otto Okonkwo and the rest of them, there are the other names down the pipeline who are trying to come back to our national team, who are trying to play for Nigeria. When this whole thing started was when our coach, Super Eagles coach, our Super Eagles captain, that's Ndidi, Wilfred Ndidi, who plays for Besiktas. When he came out to say that playing for Nigeria seems to be like playing for 2 million, like you have the heart of 2 million people.
A lot of people that are watching.
You are carrying the heart of 2 million people. And I'm telling you for a fact, there's no friendly that Nigeria plays that you don't have more than 2 million people who tune in. The problem is, if we had sponsorship for viewership, not sponsorship for games, sponsorship for viewership, if we have sports entrepreneurs, people who want to go into the world of sports to create magic, to bring the viewership to the people, we will have a lot of sponsors. We have a lot of games we'll cover. I'm telling you for a fact, there's never been a time in our national, in our national football, talking about the NFF and our football federation organization, football federation body, that we've had such a success in the rating of players. There was a time, I'm talking about in the 1990s, Jeju Okocha them, Kanu Wankwa them. I'm talking about another era where it seems we are having this kind of people
era that we have
in that kind of class. Now, bringing it down, yesterday, Stephen Keshi was said to be honored. That's the late Stephen Keshi was said to be honored to be inducted into the Wall of Fame for in the world of coaches who has impacted Nigeria's football. And we could observe a lot of minutes of silence, but we cannot underrate what he has done to the Nigerian body. He led in 1990s. Nigeria won Olympic. Now he played. Of course. He played in the Olympic, and we won the Nations Cup also, African Nations Cup. Then in 2014, he was part of the team. We finished the round of 16 in the World Cup. To tell you that this guy, he of course, may he so rest in peace. But he influenced the Nigeria's football architecture. He changed the game. He shifted the culture, and that's why he will be inducted into the hall, into the wall of fame for those who has made. So I'm telling you that this era, if we could look at the lineup, the guys we have in our team, national team, we'll see that we have better players more than 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Players that are also committed to play.
Not just that wants to play for Nigeria.
Now the guys wants to play. Unlike before that, sometimes if you call them to come for even a friendly match, they will not turn up. They will tell you they prefer to play in their club football. They don't want to come to Nigeria. At the end of the day, you have some problem even with management, sometimes to even disburse funds to them. They were having issue of payments that time when they say the money does. They had to protest that now the money should be coming into their account directly, not to the NFF account. So there were so many issues, but now everything has been resolved, and I think everything is sailing smoothly. Electoral has really utilized this thing.
Now I want to give another update before we switched sides.
Yeah.
Looking at African Cup of Nations, I can't talk about it enough. There was no home-based players in the African Cup of Nations.
Yes.
However, Erichele had to go ahead to fortify the team with midfield. He knew the problem. He knew what was wrong with our team. Now, as he fortified the team with lots of players from different climes of football across Europe and major cities in the world.
Yeah.
Now, when he reinforced the team, you could see where the team, in the African Cup of Nations, how the team performed. You could see that our midfield, having Iwobi, having Ndidi, and having Remy, having even Frank Onyeka, having these guys who has, played with elites, changed the whole game. Now, we could compete with the best in the world. How do you think we would be able to have a friendly with Portugal? This friendly also is going to test our preparedness for the next level of football.
If it's for the next World Cup or for the next CAF that is coming up, AFCON.
Yes, and then there's the AFCON qualifiers that will be played. AFCON qualifiers that we played.
Yeah.
The qualification games will be stretched into the next year, like into 2027, where we will play the likes of Malawi, the rest of them, our brothers here in Africa. And imagine we are coming there with an elite mentality that we have also tested European football.
That was what affected us. This World Cup that we would not go to, it was the mistake that we made. The first about 3-4 matches, we are not getting the wins. We're just drawing. At the end of the day, you'll be winning a match, but before you know, we'll get a draw. So I wish Erichele came into the squad earlier enough than when he came. We would have been in the World Cup.
Would have been in the World Cup.
Of course, we would have been in the World Cup.
I really believe.
So it's a mistake that Nigeria made. I will not say it's a mistake, but it was we are unlucky.
It was an unlucky moment.
We are unlucky because it's not that we are not playing so far. We are not getting the result.
Actually, teams get unlucky.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's why you win. That's why you lose. Sometimes you win. Sometimes that's the mantra Arsenal has been using. Now, guess what? Since Arsenal won that Premier League and they lost Champions League, nobody has heard from them.
No, of course they are relinquishing in their
nobody has heard from Arsenal.
No, the world is peaceful right now. They are enjoying their Premier League.
Imagine Arsenal won.
If they have, that's why we say if they have won, maybe every morning that we are in this session, you see maybe an Arsenal fan will run in and like, what are you guys talking about? If you are not talking about Arsenal, you should not be talking about anything. Well, still talking about Electoral, he has really done well for the Nigerian team, and I hope he stays, because the next World Cup I'm hoping to see Nigeria with Electoral in this team.
Definitely, because it's 3 years now.
We will have a squad that is going to, in fact, we will come back to being the African giants that we used to be. Because right now in Africa, I don't think there's any squad that we cannot face. Talking about Morocco, talking about Senegal, talking about the last AFCON that was played. It was unlucky for us that it was a penalty that we went out. It was a good game that we had against Morocco, but at the end of the day, we went out through penalties. But let's also bring in the women. Let it not be as if every time we are talking about the men. We are not talking about the women because, of course, there are World Cup qualification that is going. The World Cup for women is going to be in Brazil next year, 2027, and there are teams that have already qualified. I'm going to list out the team. We have, of course, the host nation itself. Brazil have already qualified.
Imagine Brazil did not qualify.
No, they are the host
Brazil
nation.
will not qualify for the women's.
They are the host nation.
They are the host nation.
Yeah, of course, they will be there.
Yes.
Then we have Australia. Australia have qualified. We have Japan. Japan have qualified. We have the likes of Germany. We have Argentina. We have France. France have qualified. We have Spain. We have Turkey, we have South Korea, Paraguay, Switzerland,
we have
Denmark, Colombia. So these guys have qualified. I don't know. I'm hoping to see Nigeria in this list.
Australia has qualified.
I'm hoping to see Nigeria in this list.
South Korea too.
I don't know why we are delaying, but I know even if the men did not qualify, the women, they play good football. We can't take that.
No, the women. I really love watching.
At the time when we are saying we are African giants, we are now referring to the women because they were doing us proud. They were now the giants, helping us to be the African giants.
Actually, when you talk about trophies, talk about achievements. That as a nation, if Nigerian women has actually achieved a lot in the world of sports. let me go to athletes.
Yeah.
You know, where you have Toby Amusan, who has dominated his her side.
Yeah.
Who has dominated her side? Who has kind of taken up a lot of victories from here and there. The other time she was competing with the counterpart in the US and then Australia. She has really done us proud as a nation. We cannot undermine the effort of women in sports.
Yeah.
Also in football, our Super Falcons, they have won AFCON back to back.
Back to back, yeah.
And but then where the men's football seems to be powerful is in the viewership.
Yeah, of course.
It's actually
in the viewership. It's not that the women,
now, and
women
also,
are doing well.
And also in the revenue, and women are doing well. Like we are proud of the women. I'm proud of them. I'm really, really pro women in football, in other kinds of sports. So you see that these guys are the trophy. These our women, I call them these guys. They are guys too. They are the trophy. They are a trophy team. They have won trophies. They have had more trophies. Even in basketball, that's our female basketball team. They too, they have challenged international for international competition, and they have challenged for trophies. They have done a lot. We could say that our women, we cannot underrate them. No. They are amazing. And we having them and talking about like this World Cup now. Why I love Women's World Cup? A lot of drama. But guess what? The dramas are in the dribbling.
Yeah. No, well,
they dribble a lot.
Yeah, kind of dribbling is kind of it's kind of funny.
They dribble. I watched Brazil versus Spain in the World Cup, just in the Women's World Cup. Now, looking at Brazil versus Spain, the kind of dribble these ladies were, I cannot forget that particular dribble that these ladies were dribbling.
I'm sure if you play against them, you will still get
if you play against them, would they not dribble you?
No, me, I will be by the side.
No,
I like officiating.
Me, I like officiating.
I'll just be by the side because let someone not come and embarrass me. They will not be saying, look at this man that a lady is dribbling. Let's go to the transfer news, of course. We have Raul Jimenez, who has been, he's going back to Wolves. He came from Wolves to Fulham. Now he's also going back to Wolves, and there's a picture of him where they are saying, welcome home. This is like, he has played in this club before, and he's coming back. This guy is, I don't know, Raul Jimenez, I would have loved to see him in maybe even in Manchester United, because I love the guy. I love the way he plays football. He has that passion to get the goals, but at the end of the day, well, he has gone back to his boyhood club. We could not get him, and he has gone back to Wolves. Then we have the transfer rumor that has been breaking ground, which is Julian Alvarez.
Yes,
Real Madrid
Julian Alvarez.
They've dropped 150 million for him, and Atletico Madrid say
no. In fact, they replied with
no. The admin of that Atletico Madrid page. I don't know what's wrong with that. He will just be posting anything that he likes. Like, look at these people. They came for Julian Alvarez because he was saying somebody that will have 500 million release clause on him.
You know how they replied Real Madrid?
Yeah.
They replied Real Madrid when Real Madrid came for Julian Alvarez. They replied Real Madrid with the release clause.
Yeah.
The guy.
There's no time to negotiate.
Just replied him with 500 million.
You are coming with 250 million. We are telling you that this person has release clause of 500. How can you be bringing 150 million? And I'm now wondering that Barcelona, we are the people that in fact Julian Alvarez wants to go to Barcelona. He has said that he loves to play for Barcelona, and Barcelona are preparing to bid 120 million. So for Julian Alvarez, this thing is just funny.
I will tell you, for me,
yeah.
If Alvarez if you eventually, go to Real Madrid, he will not play well.
I prefer him in Barcelona.
I prefer Alvarez. Alvarez plays like Pedri, Gavi, just like I'm afraid of him being injured.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Barcelona injury used to take a while.
He used to take a while, but he will fit into that team. Remember Lewandowski is leaving, and there is nobody apart from Ferran Torres, who is not even an outright striker. If you put
a goalkeeping striker.
No, he plays good.
In fact, if you put Onana in that, if you
in the forward,
Andrew Onana for Barcelona, even in the midfield, and push, what's his name?
Torres.
No, not Torres. Push. Talking about the midfield.
Pedri,
Gavi. Push him as up. Push them up, or you could push even. Because Onana can play DM.
Onana plays, we have said it over time that he prefers using his legs.
Push Frankie de Jong up.
Yeah.
push Frankie de Jong, then put on Andrew Onana, the goalkeeper. You know he's back to Manchester United.
For now, he's back to Manchester United.
Put him there. He will do well.
No, he will do well. Anybody that goes to strike, you're a good striker and you go to Barcelona, you are bound to do well because there are guys that will supply you with passes.
Yeah.
You get tired of passes.
Yeah.
You have Pedri there, you have Gavi there. De Jong, I don't know if Olmo is going to remain there this season because probably we are having rumors that he's leaving. Then we have the wingers, Yama and Rafinha, still there trying to give you an assist. Then just before we go, we have also another player that is going to Wolves. That's Kieran Trippier.
Yes, they are signed for Wolves, and that's making a round on the internet.
Yeah.
Trippier went from Newcastle down to other
from Tottenham to Newcastle. Now he's going to Wolves.
He's back to Wolves, where he will be playing for the next season. I mean, Wolves is already relegated. I don't know what they are doing, but I feel that they will come out just.
Next season they should be back because look at the signing they are doing already. They are preparing to let you know that we don't want to stay in the Champions League. We want to come back to the Premier League.
Next season they will be back.
Well, it has been a wonderful time, spending this hour, let's say up to 1 hour or close to an hour with you guys. I hope you guys, enjoyed the show. You had the update that you have missed. We have provided it for you, and of course, we'll also bring you the updates tomorrow, same time, same station. The friendly match that is coming up. Don't forget to try and watch that match. 7:45, they have kicked off, and it's going to last for another 90 minutes. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that Nigeria will get a win, and this is where we are going to draw the curtain close for the show. I'm your one and only worldwide, and
yes, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. See you same time, same station. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
And welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Senate fast-tracks consideration of a constitutional amendment bill seeking the establishment of state police across Nigeria. President Tinubu approves 10 billion naira emergency funding to strengthen Nigeria's preparedness against the Ebola outbreak in parts of East Africa. On the foreign scene, United States launches airstrikes against targets in Iran, following the reported downing of an American military helicopter. Now the news in details. The federal government has commenced evacuation of Nigerians affected by renewed xenophobic violence in South Africa. The first batch of about 270 evacuees is expected to arrive at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, tomorrow aboard an Air Peace flight from Johannesburg. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, said the exercise experienced minor delays due to screening and documentation procedures. She announced that the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria secured immigration waivers from South African authorities to enable affected Nigerians without complete travel documents to return home. More than 1,000 Nigerians have so far been screened for possible evacuation. The federal government says it will continue diplomatic engagement with South African government while providing support for citizens willing to return home. President Bola Tinubu has directed the immediate repatriation of nearly 300 Nigerians serving prison terms in Ethiopia. A federal government delegation led by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, has been dispatched to Addis Ababa to conclude arrangement with Ethiopian authorities. The move follows growing concerns over the welfare of Nigerian inmates in Ethiopian prisons, particularly reports of overcrowding, poor living conditions, and inadequate access to health care. Government sources say discussions are underway for the transfer of the inmates to Nigeria, where they will continue serving their sentences in correctional facilities in accordance with applicable laws and bilateral agreements. President Bola Tinubu has approved the release of 10 billion naira to strengthen Nigeria's preparedness against the Ebola virus disease outbreak reported in parts of East Africa. The intervention follows global health concerns over the spread of the disease and recommendations by international health authorities for enhanced surveillance and preparedness measures. The President has also approved the establishment of a presidential task force on Ebola preparedness, chaired by the Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila. The funds will support the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, in expanding laboratory capacity, disease surveillance, emergency response systems, and medical preparedness across the country. The National Assembly is advancing legislative efforts aimed at establishing state police as part of measures to address Nigeria's security challenges. Senate leader, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, says the constitutional amendment bill on state policing is receiving priority attention and will soon be transmitted to the 36 state houses of assembly for consideration. According to him, there is growing consensus among federal lawmakers, state governors, and other stakeholders on the need to decentralize policing to improve security at the grassroots level. Senator Bamidele also defended the National Assembly's approach to security oversight, noting that relevant committees continue to monitor defense and security expenditures while supporting ongoing efforts to tackle insecurity across the country. The Enugu State Police Command has dismissed reports circulating on social media, alleging that armed herdsmen attacked a school in Eziagu local government area of the state. Police investigations, intelligence gatherings, and security assessments conducted across the area show that no such incident occurred in Eziagu or any other part of Enugu State. Commissioner of Police, Mr. Bitrus Giwa, has directed tactical and intelligence units to identify and apprehend those responsible for originating and spreading the false information. The command urged residents to remain calm, disregard the report, and continue to provide credible information to security agencies while assuring the police of its commitment to safeguarding lives and property. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has fixed July 11, 2026 as the deadline for political parties to submit the particulars of their candidates for the 2027 general election. INEC Chairman, Professor Joash Amupiton, said access codes for the Commission's nomination portal will be issued to political parties on June 26th, while uploads will commence the following day. He stressed that the deadline is final and warned that the portal will automatically close at the expiration of the submission period. Professor Amupito also assured stakeholders that the Commission remains committed to conducting credible elections in line with constitutional and legal requirements. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission says it has appealed to Federal High Court judgments challenging aspects of its timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general elections. INEC Chairman, Professor Joash Amupiton, announced this during the Commission's second quarterly consultative meeting with leaders of political parties in Abuja. He explained that the electoral timetable contains interconnected activities necessary for the successful conduct of elections, including party primaries, candidate nominations, voter education, procurement of electoral materials, and deployment of technology. Professor Mipita assured Nigerians that despite the ongoing legal processes, the Commission remains committed to conducting the 2027 general election in strict compliance with the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and all lawful court decisions. Governor petermbah of Enugu State has called for stronger collaboration among stakeholders to address the growing challenge of substance abuse in Nigeria. Speaking through the Secretary to the State's government, Professor Chidebere Onya, at an MTN Foundation Anti-Substance Abuse Program Stakeholders Conference in Enugu, the governor described drug abuse as a major threat to public health, education, security, and economic development. He said the state government is investing heavily in education and healthcare infrastructure, including the construction of smart green schools and modern primary healthcare centers, to provide opportunities and support for young people. The governor also advocated a public health approach to addiction management, urging communities to support rehabilitation and reintegration efforts while reducing the stigma associated with substance abuse. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Senate moves to fast-track a constitutional amendment bill seeking the establishment of state police to strengthen internal security. President Tinubu approves 10 billion naira emergency funding to boost Nigeria's preparedness against the Ebola outbreak in East Africa. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, the United States launches retaliatory airstrikes against targets in Iran following the downing of an American military helicopter. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Chinese President Xi Jinping and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un have reaffirmed their commitment to strengthening bilateral relations and promoting regional stability following President Xi's two-day visit to Pyongyang. In a message published by North Korea State News Agency, KCNA, President Xi described relations between both countries as entering a new phase of development. The visit marked his first trip to North Korea in 7 years. Both leaders held extensive talks and agreed to expand cooperation in trade, agriculture, technology, culture, and infrastructure development. They also pledged to deepen strategic communication and strengthen traditional ties based on mutual interests. China and North Korea further announced plans to reopen transport links, including passenger rail services and civil aviation routes. The leaders also attended commemorative events marking the 65th anniversary of the China-DPRK Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation and Mutual Assistance. Thousands of teachers have staged fresh protests in Mexico City, blocking major routes leading to the Azteca Stadium just days before the opening of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The protesters, led by a faction of the National Coordinating Committee of Education Workers, are demanding higher wages and reforms to pension policies. Security personnel were redeployed and deployed to prevent demonstrators from accessing key areas around the stadium. The industrial action follows weeks of labor unrest, with teachers accusing the government of prioritizing World Cup spending over investment in public education and workers' welfare. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum condemned the blockade but assured football fans that security arrangements remain in place and that the opening match will proceed as scheduled. Government officials say dialogue with labor leaders is continuing. The United States military has carried out airstrikes against targets in Iran, following the reported downing of an American helicopter in the region. According to U.S. Central Command, the operation was launched in response to what it described as hostile actions against American personnel and assets. The strikes were aimed at degrading military capabilities considered a threat to regional security. The development marks a significant escalation in tensions in the Middle East, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz, a key global shipping route. Meanwhile, security concerns continue to rise in other parts of the world. Authorities in Crimea reported a drone strike on a museum in Sevastopol, while anti-immigration protests have intensified in Belfast. In Washington, the U.S. House of Representatives approved additional funding for border security and immigration enforcement. President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated the main carriageways of the Outer Southern Expressway in Abuja as part of efforts to improve transportation and infrastructure in the Federal Capital Territory. Represented by the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, at the ceremony. The President said the road project demonstrates the administration's commitment to delivering critical infrastructure that improves mobility and supports economic growth. The newly completed section links Ring Road 1 and Ring Road 2, connecting the Akwa district to Wassa. President Tinubu noted that the project would reduce travel time, ease traffic congestion, and lower transportation costs for residents and businesses. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Nyesom Wike, said the project was delivered by CGC Nigeria Limited in line with the administration's 3rd anniversary program. He added that similar infrastructure projects would soon be extended to satellite towns, including Kwali, Karu, and Kubwa. The International Fund for Agricultural Development Value Chain Development Program, IFAD-VCDP, has distributed poultry production equipment and local chickens to 20 persons with disabilities in Enugu State. The beneficiaries were selected from Udenu, Isuzo, Nkanu East, Enugu East, and Aneri local government areas. Items distributed included poultry cages, local chickens, feeds, drinkers, and feeders. Speaking during the distribution in Udeni local government area, the State Nutrition Officer of IFAD-VCDP, Mrs. Promise Eza, said the intervention was designed to improve nutrition, food security, and income generation among persons with disabilities. Mrs. Eza said beneficiaries had earlier received vegetable seeds for backyard farming. Responding on behalf of the beneficiaries, Mrs. Celestina Eze and Ms. Blessing Anne expressed appreciation for the support and pledged to utilize the poultry starter packs effectively to improve their livelihoods. Super Eagles midfielder Alex Iwobi is set to earn his 100th international cap when Nigeria faces Portugal in an international friendly in Liberia. The Fulham midfielder will become only the 4th Nigerian player to reach the milestone, joining former captain Joseph Yobo, former goalkeeper Vincent Inyama, and the current captain Ahmed Musa. Iwobi has been a key figure for the national team since making his debut more than a decade ago. He has scored 10 goals and provided several assists for Nigeria during that period. The 29-year-old, who previously represented England at youth level before switching allegiance to Nigeria, described the milestone as a proud moment in his career and reaffirmed his commitment to the national team. Social media personality and relationship therapist Blessing Okoro, popularly known as Blessing CEO, has been arraigned before the Ikeja Special Offences Court in Lagos over alleged fraud-related offences. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, filed a 2-count charge against the influencer, accusing her of obtaining money under false pretenses and stealing. Prosecutors allege that she fraudulently obtained over 69 million naira from a petitioner. The defendant pleaded to the charges after Justice R.A. Oshodi ruled that the arraignment should proceed, despite objections by defense counsel regarding the timing of service of court documents. The court asked to an earlier fraud matter filed against her by the EFCC. Blessing Okoro was previously arraigned over allegations involving 36 million naira linked to a property transaction in Lagos. The court subsequently adjourned proceedings for further hearing. And now to end the news, the main point again. The Senate has intensified legislative efforts to establish state police, with Senate leader Senator Mayemi Bamidele confirming that lawmakers are fast-tracking considerations on the Constitutional Amendment Bill aimed at strengthening security and addressing emerging threats across the country. President Bola Tinubu has approved the release of 10 billion naira in emergency intervention funds to enhance Nigeria's preparedness against the Ebola outbreak in parts of East Africa. The president also constituted a presidential task force on Ebola preparedness, chaired by the Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, to coordinate the national response. On the foreign scene, the United States military had launched airstrikes against targets in Iran, following the reported downing of an American military helicopter. United States Central Command says the operation was aimed at protecting American personnel and safeguarding strategic interests in the region. And in business, President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated the main carriageways of the Outer Southern Expressway in Abuja, represented by the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio. The President said the project underscores the administration's commitment to infrastructure development, economic growth, and improved connectivity within the Federal Capital Territory. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Good morning.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In theory, elections are the strongest expression of democracy. But in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, the reality is more complex. Despite regular elections since the return to civilian rule in 1999, voter turnout has shown fluctuations and in some cases a steady decline. In the 2023 general elections, turnout dropped to around 27% of registered voters, one of the lowest since 1999, highlighting concerns about deepening voter apathy. Analysts link this trend to distrust in institutions, insecurity, and a widespread belief among citizens that elections do not translate into meaningful change in daily life. The consequences are far-reaching. When large sections of the electorate disengage, elections can be decided by smaller, more organized voting blocs. This raises concerns about representation and legitimacy. For example, in several state elections, including governorship contests in Lagos, Kano, and Rivers in recent cycles, outcomes have been determined by narrow margins relative to total registered voters, hence underscoring how limited participation can shape leadership outcomes. Experts say this weakens accountability and distances citizens from decision-making processes that directly affect their lives, including infrastructure, security, and economic policy. Several factors have been identified as driving low civic participation in Nigeria. One major issue is confidence in the electoral process. Despite reforms by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, including the introduction of beavers and electronic transmission of results, disputes over election credibility continue to surface, especially after closely contested races. Insecurity is another critical factor. In parts of the Northeast and Northwest, communities affected by insurgency and banditry have seen reduced voter turnout due to fear of attacks during election periods. Similar concerns have been recorded in some Southeast states, where sit-at-home orders have disrupted voting activities. Economic hardship also plays a role. In urban centers such as Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, many citizens say immediate survival concerns, rising food costs, transport fares, and unemployment reduce interest in political participation. There is also the influence of identity politics, where voting elections are shaped by ethnicity, religion, and political loyalty rather than policy performance. In past elections, including 2015, 2019, and 2023, analysts have pointed to voting patterns that closely followed regional and identity lines. In some cases, campaign rhetoric has further reinforced these divisions, making issue-based politics more difficult to sustain. Observers say this limits the ability of the electorate to make fully informed choices based on governance records, economic plans, or service delivery outcomes. A global comparison shows Nigeria is not alone in facing declining voter engagement. Many democracies have experienced similar trends. However, countries such as Sweden and Germany continue to record turnout levels above 70%, largely due to strong institutional trust, consistent civic education, and reliable electoral systems. Closer to Africa, Ghana is often cited as a comparative example, where voter turnout has remained relatively strong due to sustained public confidence in the Electoral Commission and a more consistent acceptance of electoral outcomes. But analysts also stress that responsibility does not rest with institutions alone. Citizens themselves play a role in shaping democratic outcomes. In Nigeria, practices such as vote buying have been reported in several elections, including during party primaries and general elections, particularly in some local government areas where voters are allegedly induced with cash or food items. There is also the issue of post-election disengagement, where citizens withdraw from civic monitoring after voting, reducing pressure on elected officials to deliver campaign promises. The path forward, experts argue, requires reforms on several fronts. Strengthening electoral credibility, improving security during elections, and expanding civic education are seen as key steps toward rebuilding trust. There are also calls for sustained voter sensitization at community level, particularly targeting young voters, who make up a significant proportion of Nigeria's population and are increasingly active on digital platforms but less engaged at polling units. Ultimately, democracy depends not only on the right to vote, but on the confidence and willingness to use that right consistently and responsibly. In Nigeria, the challenge remains how to rebuild that confidence so that elections reflect not just political competition, but the genuine will and participation of the people.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice
can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic, cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Enugu. Thank you so much for joining this morning. It's another brand new day, bright, quite cool. I mean, the season, the weather, the rainy season is becoming more intense and more welcoming. I hope you're adjusting. I hope you're prepared. I hope you're, for those of us that easily catch cold, I hope you are covered up and you're ready to step out into the day. I welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, your breakfast show here in the station. And I'm Princess Ken Ochomma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning, and to you, our global audience as well. And wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your breakfast space this morning. We urge you to grab that cup of coffee, relax, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
All right, Mr. Uche, I mean, it looks like it's a packed morning already. Before we get right into the conversation, I know the conversations we have this morning, but it's looking is getting a little bit intense in the political space.
Yeah, it's getting intense, but the stories making headlines for me, leaves much to be desired. When you think that we're beginning to get our ass together, that we are beginning to have patriotic individual, and then questions begins to arise, it dampens the spirit. But nevertheless, there is hope for this nation. We are heading towards democracy,
yes, of course,
and all that. So there is a lot of good things about this nation, but by and large, it's really, really dampening that you continue to see these things rear their ugly heads again. It was 1999, return to democracy. There were a whole lot of these sort of issues, that will be unraveling later. That's where they happen the more. And it's quite pathetic. They're rearing their ugly heads again. And I'm speaking particularly to issues around supposed corruption. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going straight into our quote for this morning. And today's quote is from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And he's saying, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Oof. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent, the day you become silent, the day I become silent about things that matter. A man begins to die off gradually when you see things that matter and they don't matter to you anymore. The things that you need to talk about and you don't say them. That's when your life begins to lose essence. So what gives life meaning? What gives life purpose is the actions, are the things you say, are the efforts you put in making things better. So if you don't speak up, if you don't talk about things that matter, that's the day your life begins to end.
Exactly. That's exactly when your life begins to end. Martin Luther King Jr., his life inspires us in the sense that he abandoned comfort, leading the crusade against segregation and asking for equality amongst all. And looking at Dr. Martin Luther King, telling us that our life begins to end the day we become silent about the things that matter, spurs us on to continue to speak, despite the fact that a number of times it seems as if they don't hear us, but we won't keep quiet. Remember, he said that the man dies in him who keeps quiet in the face of injustice. And in this instance, the nation, the world looks up to us to continue to talk about these issues. And a number of times we do not need to care about, whose ours is God and if we can make it home after we say this truth. The point remains that the truth, is an open conscience, you understand? So it's like pregnancy. No matter how you want to hide it, it definitely protrudes. So we'll continue to say them, irrespective of people who doesn't want to hear them. But when they go back, the conscience, they said, is an open wound. Only the truth will heal it. So we'll continue to speak, openly, without fear of equivocation, without fear of intimidation. So far as we are on the path of truth, we will continue to speak our truth. And that's what Martin Luther King this morning, is telling us, to continue to speak out, especially not to be silent when it matters most. And this nation is at that point where we need to consistently speak up. We're talking about voter registration. People should and will continue to, give awareness to why people need to go get registered if you do not have your PVC. Because it is at that time, that deciding moment, where the fate and the future of the nation will be decided. And we need to be, participate in it. We need to continue to call attention for people to go out, know that it is their civic responsibility, that they had to participate. Remember that the other day we were talking about the power of the citizens, and with the office of the citizen is the highest office in the land. Remember that the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 has amended. When you go to the first chapter, it tells you that we, the people of Nigeria, telling you that that office is bigger than any other office in the land. And until the people realizes that power and begin to exercise it, right? Until then, we will be on our pathway to a better development, a better future for the next generation. In other ways, for us to realize that you and I, people like us, must continue to speak, irrespective of the bombs on the way. And that's what Martin Luther King is telling us this morning, that we should not be deterred, that life ends the moment we begin to be silent. So it doesn't matter the media intimidation, it doesn't matter whatever the challenge is. The emphasis is that we will continue to speak. And Princess, if people put their life on the line to speak at a time when people who dared speak up, were either shot at, killed. And, it gladdens me when I look at this president. He was one of the architects, one of the front members of NADECO, men who stood to be counted when it mattered most against the military junta. Therefore, now that we're in civilian rule, we must consistently speak up and speak out when things are not seemingly right.
All right, we must learn to speak up and speak out, because a man who does not speak will be boxed into silence. And people who make difference are people who don't just, make suggestions or just sit in the back. The people who have made great changes in their history are people who have come out to speak up, to exercise, to show that, look, we are part of what is going on, and we cannot just sit down and let things go wrong. And Martin Luther this morning is reminding us that our lives begin to end the moment we become silent about things that matter. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out our weather report for this morning. Do stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. Morning temperatures in Oka will start around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius before rising to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And residents are expected to have a humid, hot, and uncomfortable day with intense sunshine, increasing cloud cover later in the day, followed by thunderstorms, heavy evening rainfall, and possible localized flooding in low-lying areas.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu wakes up to a calm and humid temperature ranging between 23 to 25 degrees Celsius before climbing to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And residents should expect relatively cool and pleasant day with moderate warmth. Cloudy skies from late afternoon and light to moderate evening showers accompanied by occasional thunderstorms.
All right, the city of Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, begins their morning with temperatures around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and will soar to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon, making Ebonyi the hottest state in the southeast today. Residents are to expect intense afternoon heat, high humidity, possible heat stress, and strong thunderstorms with gusty winds and heavy rainfall later in the evening.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up to the temperature ranging between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and later rising to 32 to 30 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Expect humid and muggy conditions throughout the day, increasing cloudiness later in the afternoon, and thunderstorms with moderate rainfall during the evening.
The city of Umuahia start their morning with temperatures between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius before reaching 31 to 32 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And residents should expect rain, warm and humid weather, cloud buildup later in the day, and thunderstorms with evening rainfall that could affect visibility and movement on major roads.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. This is To Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving into our newspaper analysis and headlines for this morning. We'll be treating 3 topics this morning, 3 from the headline, from the major newspaper headlines, and of course 3 trending topics in Nigeria. And the newspaper headlines we shall be reviewing this morning are The Punch, Daily Trust, and The Guardian.
And joining us this morning with in-depth insight and deeper analysis is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you again this morning.
Thank you for having me.
What's your view about the political trajectory of the nation at the moment? Just a little bit synopsis.
Especially now that the elections of 2027 is approaching, the system is heated up somehow. There are apprehensions, and especially when the result of the primaries are not released. INEC has also given a stipulated a deadline for it. So the nation political scenario is very, very hot and busy presently. That is the situation in Nigeria. And of course, the government in power at the various levels have all abandoned the numerous projects they have on hand to politics.
All right. I know that analysts like you live for this moment.
Well, it is a situation where we talk and talk and talk, and of course, our views on the issues that are making news headlines every day.
Mr. Ress, it's a pleasure to have you one more
Thank
time.
you.
Okay, starting off strong, we're starting from the Daily Trust. It says, 6-year single-term push raises elongation fears. All right. The plan by Senate leader Okpeyemi Bamidele to sponsor a bill seeking to introduce a single 6-year tenure for presidents and governors after the 2027 elections has heightened fears about plans to introduce a constitutional amendment to allow incumbents stay longer in power. This is a statement he made during his interview with journalists in his office, that this is among the proposed legislative bill he intends to introduce in when the next Senate, that's probably after the next election, when the next Senate is introduced, for governors and presidents to stay 6 years in tenure so that they can accomplish all they have set out to do and not be bothered about elections in just 3 years of being in office.
A beautiful arrangement. It is a 6-year single tenure, because we have this problem every tenure that politicians, elected officers, do the job within 2 years and then they'll start politicking. So in the course of the politics, they abandon everything, every mission, everything they have on hand to give to Nigerians. So a 6-year single tenure will just make you focus from day one till the end of the day. But there are other issues accompanying the 6-year single tenure if it is introduced. The fact that it will now nullify whatever we had, the 4-year term would have been gone. And then you're asking those in power to also seek for another 6-year single tenure, which is not done. So if they are going to do any sorting for it to be acceptable to Nigerians, it means that those who have been in power for more than 2 terms, especially the executive officers should go and rest and allow newer persons to come through the 6-year single tenure. That is a proviso that will make such law acceptable to Nigerians. Otherwise, there will be a lot of criticisms. There will be a lot of pressure against that law coming into being. There will be a lot of issues. In fact, there will be protests. It will be like the tenure elongation during the Obasanjo administration. The Obasanjo administration, when Ken Namani was the Senate president, that was botched because it was rather another tenure elongation plan. So let it not be a tenure elongation plan for those in power. For legislative officers, you can be in the legislative house for as long as you live. There are no tenure. You don't stay, I mean, there are no, limited time you stay in the legislative house and you'll be done. So you can seek for re-election, can be there, you can be re-elected as many times as possible. Yes, that's not a problem, because if you in the legislative house, the more you stay, the more you get experience, and the more, of course, you are conversant with the laws of the land and know areas within which you want to sponsor a bill for amendment and all that, or introduction of new laws, that will help make the country go forward. But in that of an executive, of course, an executive can put, the leadership, the country, especially the leader of Nigeria, can put the country in his pockets if he continues to stay unending. So, and after staying about 8 years, you tell us about Bola Tinubu coming in for a single-year system. Of course, I don't think Nigerians are enchanted. Nigerians are disenchanted about some of the things that are happening within this administration, especially when it has to do with economic downturn, when it has to do with insecurity and all that. So they would want a change. And they would not want such a situation where things will continue to be the way it is for another 4 years and another 6 years, which will culminate in about 14 years of somebody being in office. So it is not done. So Nigerians they will also Nigerians will face them, and they will hit a concrete wall in the course of any such legislation. If you do not eschew anything that has to do with former leaders, those who have had 2 terms, the executives that have had 2 terms in office, that they should be out of it. That is the situation. So it will be a welcome development system from the beginning. You are good to go. You focus and then finish your tenure and go away.
Yeah, Mr. Risa, I quite agree with you, because I am part of the school of thought that we should have either a 5-year single tenure or a 6-year single tenure for the elective offices. Because over time, my argument has been hinged on the fact that we have less period to deliver the dividends of democracy when you understand that after elections, whoever emerges, he stays, in court for almost virtually a year, litigation, processes and all that. By the time they are settling into office and begin to, churn out development policies and to work for people, is very close to another election cycle, as we are witnessing. And when this period comes up, like you rightly submitted, you see that governance is abandoned for the sake of politicking. And a number of times, you see that the state resources, cannot be separated from individual finance. Every resources is geared and channeled towards financing elections. So for me, I quite agree and anchor on your point. It is a very beautiful development, only if the incumbents will be excluded from, being part of that process. If this administration can orchestrate this legislative brickmanship, let me use the word, to see to it that it is passed, then for me, this administration would be celebrated for having, done something for this nation upon which they will be remembered over time. I remember very well, like you rightfully cited, the crisis that bedeviled this nation, when the 1999 to 2003, during the Obasanjo administration, barred the saving grace of the then senior president who made everything, invited the praise. It would have said true, but he made every senator to take ownership of their votes, stand before the camera and tell the nation and the electorate where they stand on those issues, and somehow that was curtailed. So in this instance, if we are meant to go this trajectory one more time, I would, plead that it has to be done with sincerity. But in this instance, given that this very policy, or this legislation, this piece of legislation is mooted from the Senate leader, Obayemi Bamidele, for me, I will begin to look at it with one eye closed, with suspicion in this very instance. And I plead that even if they want to go this route, let it be fraught with sincerity and not throw this nation into a crisis that is avoidable.
Okay, moving on is The Guardian. It says, from stove to smoke, household ration swapped to charcoal as cooking gas records 67% spike. Nigeria's most trumpeted clean cooking and domestic gas campaign is currently being threatened by the ongoing Middle East crisis and market supply issues, as vulnerable families are turning to charcoal following a 67% rise in the price of the cooking gas and a 362 billion naira monthly bill. So over the last month, cooking gas was sold at 1,500, and as at yesterday, cooking gas was sold at 2,500, representing a 67% additional cost, while compounding the existing high cost. Some are accusing refiners of distorting the market, and it's the Nigerian Association of LPG Marketers are accusing these refiners of distorting the market, while the Nigerian National Petroleum Company are accused of hoarding these products.
Well, you see, Nigeria has a way of responding to economic issues. It is not just the same way that economic issues come into being in various other countries of the world. It has its own peculiarities, and such peculiarities are shown in situations like this. LNG, liquefied natural gas, is very much abundant in Nigeria. We are sourcing our gas products from here. We don't import. In fact, we are supposed to have abundance. And Nigerian government on their own should be able to make these things available. Before now, it was kerosene. And kerosene is no longer affordable to the poor masses. It's not affordable. The poor masses most of them can't use kerosene again. In fact, kerosene, I don't know what exactly kerosene, what use kerosene now goes in for, because I do not see people using it to cook any longer. The normal stove that use kerosene stove, nobody uses it. And then the gas, which everybody has diverted to, is now becoming, the price is becoming astronomical. So what do we do in such situation? You see, that is why people continue to tongue lash the government of the day. That is why people continue to be disenchanted about the goings on in Nigeria. That the poor is getting poorer and the rich getting richer. And now you don't want the poor to begin to use the available resources in their own country. How? Why are the people accused of hoarding it? Why are they skyrocketing the prices? they should come out and explain to us why it should be so. You don't have to tell us about Middle East crisis. Do you know that Dangote is almost refining all the petroleum products that we need in Nigeria? And of course, you have seen that the price, the importation of refined petroleum, that it has dropped drastically. That has dropped so much that we have our local supplies coming in. And that is even where about our refineries are not working. Kaduna, Port Harcourt, Warri, they are not working. You should understand that just one refinery is giving us almost everything we need. The level of importation that we do in Nigeria now is very small, very minute, because it has dropped very drastically up to 60-something% or more than that. So you find out that we do not need to have scarcity of liquefied gas for use in our homes. We don't even need it in Nigeria. Now you talk about environmental degradation. We are now turning to charcoal, and people go to the bush to fell trees and burn them. They burn them. They put them underground, they burn them, and begin to sell. It is not even the smokeless ones. If it is smokeless ones, that is why we have our underground coal and top ground coal in Nigeria abundant everywhere. And then the industry should be able to, get out these coals, excavate or mine them, and then turn into smokeless briquettes, so that you will now have the issue of environmental degradation, fumes, and fossil fuels fumes coming out, that it will not become a health hazard to the people of Nigeria. So we have so many issues on our hand, and they are now pushing this guy. Okay, are they going to drain the gas? What are they going to use it for? If the pharmacists are no longer using it, who will use it? Who? They use it to do their turbines for electricity. That is not coming. When you tell us that gas supply sometime stopped the supply of electricity into the grid, people are being owed and all that. How come all these things? What is this confusion everywhere about the Nigerian economy and the management of the economy when we have a government in place and people have ceded their franchise, and you say you have the capability to do all that, to manage the affairs of the people, and you come out telling them you have a master plan, you have this and that, and when you get into office, those things are not, practically seen to be effectively managed for the people to feel that at least they have leadership, to feel that they have a country, to feel that, to be happy that they belong to this country. Majority of the population of Nigeria are not happy. That's the indices that goes to tell you that the government is not doing well. People have talked about failure in this, failure in that. By the time you collect all these failures, Nigeria may turn into a failed state. We have not collected them. That's why we cannot completely say we are a failed state. But by the time you collect them, by the time you begin to look at the sectors and the level of decadence, the level of failure that has come through mismanagement of the people's wealth, the people's resources, then you find out that, in fact, we are going down every day. We are doomed already, almost doomed. Let me not use doomed already. We are almost doomed. Because where the common man can, even if you see, a few things to buy and make a little soup, you might not, or even to make the soup, you might not see something to boil it. So people will resort to going to the forest. But look at urban encroachment everywhere. Where do you have the forest where people will go to fetch firewood? When we were young, we were in the villages. We go to fetch firewood. We don't look for gas. We don't look for kerosene. We don't look for all this electricity. We have many ways we sustain ourselves and give ourselves light and all that. So, but now it is no longer the same. The situation has really changed. How would people now begin to go to faraway bushes and even where you have insecurity? Where do you go to? Go to the bush to fetch firewood, and you are done for, because you are not sure your life is safe going to the bush. So Nigeria is almost doomed. And I think the government of the day should be able to think about, every day they'll tell you about subsidizing. Fuel subsidy has been removed. Then they brought about another subsidy on electricity. That is where now the 3 tiers of government have to come together to begin to pay some billions or trillions for electricity that's not coming. And now they're going to also, maybe the government will now come with a policy that they are now subsidizing gas. They'll soon tell you they are subsidizing gas. So now they stopped people from using kerosene. If they are selling this kerosene out, they must be making money. If they are this refined product, of course their refineries are not working. So it's only when they concession these refineries or probably sell them out to individuals that will come in and begin to manage those refineries. Then you can now talk about the availability of these products. Nigeria is almost doomed. I must tell you.
No, Mr. Rez, I beg to differ. There's still hope for this nation. I believe that we can salvage this nation if we've had a period where we believed and hoped for, may likely, and 2027 is here. I trust in the ability of the Nigerian populace to make the right decision when the hour comes. However, speaking on this very issue, you quite covered all the trajectory. But my answer is that people who are worried about the climatic change and people going to the forest and then having to get charcoal or use charcoal, people wouldn't starve. You won't tell a man who doesn't have money to buy gas, not look for the nearby bush, to look for firewood or charcoal to make their meal. It's so worrisome how these prices skyrocket. And more worrisome is the fact that the Nigerian state is enjoying a windfall as a result of the crisis in the Gulf. And, I now begin to imagine how this situation will have panned out if we are not, making the surplus dollars from this crisis. Remember that our budgets were hinged on $64 benchmark, right, per crude. And in this instance, we have more than that. And given the sorry situation of Nigerians who are now, more hungrier than they were, as at the time we were budgeting on $64. And then the government is not coming out to subsidize any of this situation. Cooking gas is now, above from 1,600 naira to 2,000 something per kilogram, depending on location. And in this instance, I was, interacting with someone the other day, and he was telling me that it seems that this thing is, finishing quicker than it used to be, that when you go get a 12.5 kg, before you know it, it's all gone. You have to go back and get another one. So, but like you rightly submitted, why is it difficult for the government that has removed subsidy from petroleum? They cannot at least subsidize cooking gas for Nigerians. So at least we will not go to the forest, like our forefathers, our ancestors were using charcoal and firewood in this instance. Making me remember that very popular statement, church rats with communion. And I was expecting, when Mr. President was campaigning, talking about the issue with energy and power supply, he was making one, very, very important statement. Why we have coal, and the West is telling us not to use coal and depend, on other sources of energy when we have it in abundance. Then what are you doing to help us? I was expecting that this is the right government that would right some of this seemingly, intractable situation that we found ourselves in. Growing up, I know that Nigeria was flaring gas. What has happened, Mr. Rez? We were told to be the second largest nation with the highest deposit of gas in the world. And here we pay a premium on it. How do you explain these factors? You know, I don't know where we'll have to have a handle on this situation. We'll continue to speak up. But the point remains that it could get worse when people can no longer be able to buy gas. And I remember quite well the campaign, you know, encouraging Nigerians to move away from kerosene to gas. And today, they can't afford it any longer. And I begin to wonder what a lot of these leaders are going to campaign with. You do not have stable, consistent power supply, especially for people like Mr. Rez, to ensure that the clothes are ironed when they want it, for example. And then you can talk about that. Here we're talking about the cost of staple food prices in the market. The Nigerian workers a number of times complain that their take-home pay cannot take them to the bus stop, you know, from their workplaces. So what are we really subsidizing or doing for the common man in the country? Go to the Western world. You see that a lot of things are subsidized. Yet here we're talking about a consolidating economy. And the same economy that is consolidating is not being consolidated at the stomach infrastructure. We need to rethink these things and look at them. And here are people mooting, in as much as I love it, about how to tenure elongation indirectly, when we are not talking about how to elongate the happiness of the people. Making me remember Rochas Okrocha. You know, things have not gotten this bad. When Rochas Okrocha, in his wisdom, realized that Nigerian is Ministry of Happiness. Yes, you know, you can imagine that this is a time when if Mr. President can set up Ministry of Happiness, at least to encourage Nigerians who are undergoing this severe, painful challenge at this instance. And those of us, unfortunately, Mr. Rez, those of you who are in the city, you know, I wonder how you would, because you have to pay a premium on the charcoal instead. Because charcoal is not free. And a number of times, you have to bear the transportation cost, the high cost of haulage, you know, given the price of petroleum and diesel in Nigeria. So it's becoming a very, very sorry situation for Nigerians. And I urge the government to begin to look at these indices. When you talk about a macro economies and all the brief data, and they do not translate to the stomach infrastructure, then there is a very big crisis. And I pray it doesn't get to a point where the talakawas, you know, who are in the majority, who have been, when you look at the Nigerian situation, there's no longer a middle class. What we have is the haves and the haves not. And I pray that we do not have the situation that we had in France and in Russia rising up in Nigeria, where the talakawas will rise up and begin to go after those at the higher echelon of the society. It will be very terrible for this nation. We should not be allowed to go that route.
For me, I would first say, I wonder what the Ministry of Happiness will do. I mean, if you've provided the amenities that are needed, if you've set up structures to make life easy for people and citizens, what do you need a ministry that you still have to spend more money on? Secondly, on the issue of this charcoal and gas, over the week, I think sometime last week, we read that Nigeria exports 65% of its gas and then leaves 35% for the citizens to use. And the usage in the past years have moved from 1.5 million metric tons to 1.8. So this shows that over time, if by calculation and proper indices checked, you realize that the number of people using gas in their country has increased. It's just fair and, you know, share human conscience that you reduce the amount that you export, right, to enable those in your country use and not have to pay, like Mr. Uchu said, have to pay premium for something that is like one of the books I read back then in secondary school, Oil in My Backyard. And imagine for someone who has oil at his backyard having to pay more than someone who is, or maybe pay almost the same amount as someone who is visiting. So it just doesn't speak. And I just hope that things are done about this oil and gas situations.
When you're talking about why they are moving the quantity higher than the local consumption, who is producing it? These are produced by, you know, private enterprises.
Regardless.
So, it's a regulated market. They are there to make profit in this instance. So your answer is still staring in the face. That's why we're talking about total better policy formulation, lack of government attention to the things that matter. A number of times, that's why you see Mr. Arroyo this summit, when you have refineries that are not functional, you know, which is why he's talking about if the government is able to sell off or concession these things to private individuals. These are fundamental issues. And until you settle those fundamental issues, you will continue to see that the price of gas at 2,500 naira per kilogram would go higher than that in this very instant. Therefore, we call on the government of the nation to please look into this situation as it affects the greater majority of Nigerians who happen to be at the lower rung of the ladder. It's high time we consider the plight of the common man in Nigeria.
Okay, next is on the Punch. This says post-primary chaos worsens as INEC fixes candidate submission deadline. Political parties are racing to resolve post-primary disputes, finalize candidate lists, and conclude consultations on running mates after the Independent National Electoral Commission fixed June 26th for the release of access codes to its nomination portal and July 11th as the deadline for the submission of all candidates' particulars for the 2027 elections. So we have parties, the ADC, the Young Progressive Party and the All Progressives Congress have expressed readiness to submit the names of their candidates to the INEC pending the timeline given.
See, like I earlier said on this program, there's been problems here and there, especially within the political parties on their activities. You see, a lot of primary has been marred by problems associated with corruption and all that. You know, the issue of consensus and the option A4 during the primaries have not helped matters because people who actually intended or intended aspirants who bought interest forms, spent millions to buy them, feels cheated by their respective political parties who have not actually involved the internal democracy in ensuring that the right things were done. So there's been issues. There are issues of litigations that are pending, especially where INEC now has said you should be getting ready to submit the names of your candidates into their portal. And I bet you that some political parties are not ready and some political parties are ready. There are political parties that do not have very standard ICT centers from where to upload to INEC portal. And during the meeting between INEC and the political parties, Amupitan was asking them to get ready because they have already given a time within which they'll be able to submit these things. And if they do not, it will be deemed not to have been ready to participate during the 2027 elections. No, but the problem lies if the political parties will actually be ready. More so, there's going to be a snag. Some political parties are in court with their different factions. And being in court, you know, with different factions, although there are specific ones that the court has said you must recognize. Like the ADC, the Supreme Court has said recognize Mark-led leadership. The Dumebi and Rabiu Gombe's factions are still in court on ADC. And they have done their own presidential and various primaries at the other levels. They have done their primaries, and they're waiting for court to decide their matter, whether their presidential candidate will be the presidential candidate of the party, or whether they have been silenced not to be part of that. So these are some of the snags that Amupitan looked at that might not help this process to be in the right direction. But the political parties are all working hard. Some have been able to release their candidates list, and some have not even released. And these are as a result of the parties laying siege amongst themselves, because some of the political parties, when they hear those that have been made candidates, some of them want to substitute. Some of them want to get candidates they feel are stronger to face the candidates of the other political parties in the various constituencies and the various levels of the election. Therefore, most of them are still holding their results firm and not making it in the open. But now that INEC has given a timeline within which to do the needful, they are certainly going to come out to publish the names of their candidates and, of course, begin the preparation towards affecting them, getting them into the INEC portal, which has a time frame at about 11th July. That will be the last time you'll be able to do that. So let the portal serve, because the portal is automated. We close on 11th. And then the parties will assess on 27th. Of course, they'll open, do everything 26th. Parties will assess the portal on 27th. And they will continue to now upload till 11th. So let the ICT centers of the parties be ready for that upload. And let INEC not have a glitch. Because there might be a situation where they say there's a glitch and people are not uploaded. It will become a form of controversy that is aimed at being a cog in the wheel of progress. That is to say, it might be alluded to as another form of rigging. That is disenfranchising some political parties, candidates from vying for the election. It's possible. So let there be no glitch. INEC must ensure that there's no glitch within the period of between 27th and 11th, so that when political parties fail to do that, of course, it is based on the regulation, the INEC regulation, and nobody will be blamed, so that we do not have another series of litigations as to transparency of INEC and the ability to make the process be credible. Because the moment a process is not credible, the outcome of such may as well not be credible. So for them to make the process credible, INEC must fulfill their own part of the bargain, while the political parties will fulfill their own part of the bargain, ensuring that they do all the things that we're supposed to do. And INEC will do all that they're supposed to do. And everything will flow, and then the campaigns will start, and we will expect whoever that is best suited and who has wooed the hearts of Nigerian populace more to win the elections. But I believe that there's still another responsibility on the part of the populace. That responsibility is the responsibility of ensuring that you have your PVC. If you have your PVC, you'll be set to actually participate and make a choice of who leads you. Otherwise, if you are leaving the people to just others to, get such leadership, of course you have sold whatever right, or you have abandoned whatever right you have, because the franchise is your right, and it is your right to actually ensure that you get the best of leadership. Because leadership, I may say, or I will pointedly say that it is the major problem of Nigeria and development, leadership. If we get the leadership right, most other things will fall in place.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more updates. Do stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
All right, you're welcome back. This is still Sunrise. We're getting into the second conversation where we have three trending topics going around in Nigeria. We have, hot topics. One is from an interrogation on the Southeast Development Commission. The next one is a comment by the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti. And of course, the most trendy, the issue between Peterobi, revolving around Peterobi and Kenneth Okonkwo.
All right, looking at the issue before us, speaking to the letter to cease and desist in this instance, Mr. Reyes, let's have a conversation around this issue, being able to have a dialogue, sell our candidate without defaming the other person in this very instance.
Well, you see, the law against defamation is there. Anything that you put or publish that is bringing disrepute to an individual or trying to make that person not acceptable before the people, criminalizing such person, making that person, people will no longer want to deal with such. It is defamation. And you see, the only way or the complete defense for such thing is when it is true. If it is true, if you say it and it is true, of course, it's complete defense in law. So, but while we are doing our politicking in Nigeria, there's been issue of defamation, slander. You see, when you speak it, when you talk, like if you are in audiovisual, like we're here, it is slander. When you begin to tell people what is not good and what they have not done, begin to heave up certain things, allegations that are not true, it becomes slander. When it is published, it becomes defamation. So these are the... But Nigerian politicians, in the course of politicking, will continue to actually go into such things. Some people do not even know the law about defamation. They are not given the proper orientation. Even those who have sons as lawyers should be able to know. So in this present circumstance, there are issues of defamation everywhere, and people have been going to court. But before you do that, you must have to do a pre-action notice. You do a pre-action notice telling the person to retract whatever thing you think may have been damaging to your personality, which such person have published. When you say publishing, written anywhere, in any document, monograph or multigraph. Do you understand? When I say monograph, it could be just a sheet of paper, something like that is written. And when you have a newspaper or more, these are public documents. That's multigraphs. So when you do that, you ask the person to retract with the conditions attached. And if it's so retracted, then it means the person is free. But if you do not meet up such conditions during the pre-action notice, then you go to court and then begin to make other claims. There are other claims associated in law. These are all under the law of tort. So there's other claims that you begin to make. So if people are politicking, if politicians are for the purpose of maligning, defaming people, just for you to maybe curry favor for your principal or yourself. You know, some people are campaigning for others. Some people are campaigning for themselves. So for you to just curry favor of the public for your principal or yourself, and you go about defaming another politician, it is unfair. It is not done. Most often, you know, there'll be court litigations associated with that. And if it so happens, then people will no longer believe in you. Because when you begin to say lies, tell lies about persons, it is very unfair. And I do not know if you are going to come further with questions that has to do with this. Because I had to now talk about defamation generally.
All right.
So in practical terms, it may have happened in various places with certain instances.
All right. In this case, we are talking about the issue between Kenneth Okonkwo and peterobi, exactly. And the point is this. Let's put it in the right perspective. The issue here has to do with NDC, though peterobi's name was very well mentioned in this situation, where Kenneth Okonkwo, while granting a television interview, did on national television allude to the fact that peterobi, he said,
was there an allusion?
Okay, he said that peterobi is demanding 10 million naira from aspirants to be fielded as consensus candidates in this very instance. Mr. S, we're talking about the NDC, a party that is said to be coming to the rescue, to rescue this nation away from a supposed manhandling and mishandling of the nation from the hands of the ruling APC, now being shrouded in corruption of the highest magnitude.
Alleged. Not being shrouded in corruption, but alleged corruption. You see, Kenneth Okonkwo, with all due respect to him, is a lawyer. And he's a chieftain of the former Labour Party. I mean, he was a former chieftain of the Labour Party, was a former and present-day chieftain of African Democratic Congress.
And a former spokesperson of peterobi as well.
Thank you. And you see, for things like that to come from such persons, it is not, it is a very, well, if it is true, it is grievous for a lawyer to begin to say things like that, if it is not true. But I still wonder, because over time, I saw a comic picture of Kenneth Okonkwo with two heads, speaking from this angle and speaking from this angle, saying Obi is the best thing that has ever happened to Nigeria, and saying the Obi is the worst thing that has ever happened to Nigeria. So one begins to think about what he is doing, what he intends to achieve by all that. Presently, he's not aligned with Obi. He was aligned with Obi earlier. Now he's not aligned with Obi. And when things like this comes, one begins to think, if there's no hand pushing for Kenneth Okonkwo now to become an anti-Obi, if such hand sees Obi as a threat in the presidential elections. If he's paid, nobody knows. But whatever he's doing is best known to him and why he's doing that. But if he wants to convince us that what he's doing is legitimate, he should be able to come out to tell us why he is doing what he's doing. The person he said that told him, he said somebody told him.
Wike.
Good, an aspirant.
Yes.
The aspirant told him. But the aspirant has come out to say
that it was not Obi
that he did not tell him that Obi asked for 10 million. So, you see, how do you now juxtapose the both statements? There are now allegations and counter allegations, which now puts in doubt, because whenever you are talking about things like that, if it has a criminal connotation, especially when you're talking about bribe, every bribery case before a court of competent jurisdiction is seen to be proved beyond reasonable doubt before the court accepts that such thing is done. But let me explain. But here now, there are allegations, and there are counter allegations. And when there is a word of Mr. A against Mr. B, then when there are elements of doubt, because they say criminal justice leans on the side of the accused person, the moment there are doubts, the said matter is, for the benefit of that, dismissed before by the court. So now it is subject of controversy, and of course, Peterobi has come to do a pre-action notice. That pre-action notice he has done is either for Mr. Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo to retract if he finds out, if he is convinced that he may not have been the truth, maybe that the person that told him may have deceived him, or if he's sure of what he say, he'll be ready to face whatever litigation it is and go to court and prove. Because I said earlier that the complete defense for defamation is when it is based on truth. So if he's able to convince the court that Peterobi did what he alleged he did, then automatically there'll be no problem. But if it is not so, he will, within 7 days as given by Peterobi, the council, Peterobi's council, will retract such a pronouncement.
Mr. Reyes.
Yes.
Good enough. Mr. Peterobi has written and is ready to prove his non-involvement or innocence in this matter. But can something be said of NDC, where the Mr. Obunike Ohebu, who is an aspirant for the House of Representatives under the political party NDC, he was an aspirant, and he has come up publicly to say he never told Kenneth Okonkwo that Peterobi demanded. Rather, the National Secretary of the NDC was the one said to be demanding 10 million naira from aspirants. The question here is, how would NDC, as a political party, gone in to rescue this nation from the seeming anomaly and the interruptible corruption of these seemingly 4 years? Are they going to toe the path of Peterobi to prove his innocence of not being involved and empowering his national secretary to make such demands from aspirants?
Okay, you see, when you talk about NDC, and they believe that Peterobi wants to take Nigeria to a higher level and make Nigeria better, that is Peterobi. And that is exactly why these allegations are targeted at him. If he had been targeted at just the National Secretary, then, of course, the National Secretary will take his own responsibility. We are Nigerians. The National Secretary is not from the moon. He's a Nigerian. we have all said, we have all agreed, Nigerians have agreed, most Nigerians have agreed that corruption is systemic in Nigeria. It is not endemic, it is beyond being endemic, it is systemic. It has become the system. It's not in doubt that there are tendencies of corruption anywhere you go. But in the present circumstance, it is not corruption under peterobi. That's why peterobi is saying that he is not party to anything like that. But if the secretary of the party asks people to give him 10 million and monies, different aspirants nationwide, it's a grievous error. It is not good. More so when he stands at the top echelon of the party management as the secretary of the party. It will cast aspersion on the image of the party if it so happens. It is now upon him to prove that the allegation is false. But if the allegation is not false, NDC as a party should be, of course, within the quickest time, put out such corrupt person that may have brought their image to disrepute. Because the image of the party is now, open to be ridiculed. We are talking of the national secretary. After the national chairman, you have the national secretary. Of course, you have the national executive working committee and the executive council. The national secretary, is actually holding a place that is very, very, very outstanding in the party structure. Therefore, if the secretariat begins to ask people for money, begins to get so corrupt, it is grievous. And NDC must ensure that they do the needful. But if it is not, if there are mere allegations that cannot be proved, then there's a problem. He will now pursue it. He's also a lawyer. Aneke is a lawyer. So he will now pursue it in court for the claimant who claimed to have given him 10 million.
All right. At the end of the day, we hope that this is just politics. NDC, in this instance, should equally do the part that peterobi has taken to ensure that he protects his name and image. And if the national secretary of the party is seen to be corrupt or must have made such demand, he equally should be allowed to face the consequences of such action. But NDC as a political party needs to have done due diligence to know the people it allows at the helm of affairs in his fold.
All right, we're moving on to the next story. This is from Abia State. Governor Oti plans on taking Abia State off from the national grid. Governor Oti has announced expansions at the geometric power plant in Aba, adding a 125 megawatt turbine to reach 266 megawatts, enough for the whole state and surplus for export. Now, he says the state plans to build the whole state on a reliable supply, which has shielded the area from nationwide blackouts and withdrawn them from investors like steel plant owner. So this, it says, will enable or capable of taking the state out from the national grid.
All right. Before any conversation, let's call for the video to listen to the governor of Abia State.
Electricity Regulatory Agency, and what we want to do is to have control of power in our own hands. We believe that geometric at maximum capacity of 188 megawatts would have excess capacity, and we can just wheel it to Umuahia and other parts of the state. And by God's grace, in a few years, we should also guarantee 24-hour power supply in Umuahia and other local governments. Now, why does this matter? It matters because a lot of manufacturers, industries, about 60 to 70% of their cost is in power, is in energy. So when you see, I got a call from somebody yesterday that wanted to relocate a steel plant that had been built in another state. In fact, he told me that he spoke to my brother, Governor Judes Olu. I'm sure he knows who I'm talking about. And he's built it, but he has no power. And he's looking for where you can guarantee 24-hour supply of power. And I say, please come. I've already allocated 5 hectares of land to him, close to geometric. So the plant is going to move. Now, what other areas are important? Roads. In the last 3 years, we have built over 400 kilometers, 400 roads, different roads. We've just put them together. Actually, it's 414, measuring about 864 kilometers. We have another 82. Thank you. We have another 82, measuring about 211 kilometers that are ongoing. We just want to provide the enabling environment for our people to do business. And of course, in the area of transportation, we launched 20 electric buses that started on 23rd of December 2025, and they are running in the whole state now. We have another 20 electric buses coming from China. In fact, they have just been loaded a few days ago, and they'll be here by next month. What are we trying to do? We are trying to make it easy for people to move throughout the nooks and crannies of the state on good roads with reliable electricity. So where do we need investment? Healthcare. Today we have been rated as the most health prepared state in the country, and that's SBM 2025 report. That's looking at how much money we have allocated per capita on healthcare. In the last 3 years, we have allocated 15% of our budget to healthcare. Now, we have about 277 primary healthcare centers that we have refurbished, and about 135 of them have been functionalized. We keep functionalizing them as we get all the materials and then the human beings. We've hired about 800 healthcare professionals. Some of them came from outside Nigeria to work in Abia State. So we have about 7 general hospitals that we are rebuilding. And of course, we have the tertiary hospitals, the Abia State University Teaching Hospital in Aba, the specialist hospital in Amachara, Umuahia, and then the one at Umunato. Where do we need help? We need help with our vision to build a medical city in Abia State. We have acquired 200 hectares of land for it. We've prepared it. We've built the road. But we need about $1.3 billion to put that in place. If it is true that every year we spend about $2 to $2.5 billion on medical tourism, it could be more than that, then we are not greedy. We are just saying, if it is $2 billion, maybe $200 million should come to Abia State. So if you need to go to, instead of flying to Dubai, flying to India, Turkey, and all that, you just come to Abia State. So that's what we are working on. And it will be helpful if we get people who are interested in investing in, and it will make money. Sometimes people think healthcare is free lunch. It's not. It makes money over time. So it has to be patient capital. Of course, another area we need investment is in the Abia Industrial and Innovation Park. It was interesting to listen to Afrexim talk about industrial parks. So I would like to engage with my sister, who, by the way, worked with me when I was in Citibank. I think that's what the lady that the gentleman represented. Yes. Yes. So I'd like to engage with her so that we can work on the industrial park. Industrial park is in Owaza, where we have oil and gas. Of course, there are a lot of other things that we can talk about, but I think my 4 minutes is gone now. Yes. Thank you very much.
Quite encouraging to hear rolling out his plans, and most especially the plan to make sure that Abia State, enjoys consistent, uninterrupted, non-grid collapsing power supply in Abia State. Mr. Rice.
Well, it is one of the greatest things that has happened in Nigeria in recent time, to have a governor like Alex Oti in Abia State. Of course, the Abia people are happy, and that is exactly why most of the political parties have not been able to actually get governorship candidates that will run against him, because he has done so much for the Abia people. The people believe that his contributions as the leader of the government of Abia State is overwhelming, that he needs to actually have a second term. And that is exactly why, and that's been shown in his policies and programs, which are manifest in most of the things he has even said and built. Now he's talking about enhancing the geometric power supply. It's an independent power agency or power organization, and the Abia State government is now putting in, adding more, so as to make Abia State an investment heaven. Because you cannot talk about industrialization or investment in a state where there is no power supply. And that is why Nigerians are crying. People like Rex Arum, I only need that to iron my clothes. But you see, but there are people who need power every day to do one thing or the other that will help the economy. People into industrialization are building so many things. If you go to Abia, especially Aba, you have these small scale and medium scale industries around the entire Aba particularly, and they need power. And the governor is working hard. Geometric siting that in Aba has helped that state. And now they want to be independent, almost independent, and 24 hours running. And when will such thing be in Nigeria? If it so happens in Abia State, then of course we'll begin to reckon with Nigeria as a place where you have, because we talk about that only in the international communities where you don't have power failure.
Okay, moving on to the next story, which is probably our last for this morning. It says Senate Committee probes Southeast Development Commission over the handling of 16.6 billion naira 2026 budget allocation. This committee, led by Senator Ojuzo Kalu, probed the SEDC during a Tuesday hearing over its handling of the 16.6 billion budget allocation. Central Bank records show that 13 billion was unspent, but the managing director of SEDC, Mark Okoye, reported 11 billion naira remaining, prompting a question of where 2.5 billion naira implied expenditure went, and the pricey Abuja liaison office that they paid 153 million naira for, despite having their headquarters in Enugu. Lawmakers have dismissed Okoye's references and defenses, insisting that he, brings out all records on or before June 23rd.
All right. While we have this conversation, let's take a look at what transpired at the Senate probing of the...
Question I want to ask you. You received 16.6 billion. How much is left in your account? Which is what we are going to do. No. Very what you told them. No, sir. Which is what Abari just told you, left 29 million. That's what you wrote. You're under oath. Yes, sir. You're under oath. I'm under oath, and I explained what I mean by... No, wait. How much, just answer my question, don't divert it. How much is left in the bank today? That's what I said. No, please, I didn't ask you any question. This is the ending. Can I answer? I can answer, Mr. Chairman. I ask you a direct question. Yes. At the last I checked, and the last information that was given to me, the SCDC should have at least between 11.5 to 12 billion in its account. You have 13.something billion as of today. I said last I was... No, as of today, I'm going to Central Bank. Okay. You're in our committee. We are in the committee. We have access to anywhere you can spend money and keep money. These people you see here, they are not the people you know. We are government officials. I've spoken to Central Bank. I can go to my office and give you the documents now. And we have sent the accountant general, auditor general will come to audit everything you have done. Because I'm not impressed. You are giving us this route. Look at that paper. Completed and imperative and not imperative. What does that mean? It means nothing in English. We are not satisfied with your job. This is not a job somebody that claims to be an expert like you should be doing. I'm very disappointed, and this committee is very, very, very disappointed. I will give you 1 week to go back and tell us the whole truth on this thing and come back to the committee, because you are wasting our time.
Mr. Chairman, I informed you about that on Friday.
No.
And you said I must come.
No.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but I have evidence. Why?
No.
I said that documents are being put together.
No,
and we'll come back.
I don't even want to argue with you.
And you said that we must come and speak to them.
Now,
and then after that, we'll go and bring the document and document them and present
to me.
That's what you
go
said
back.
To me, sir.
We want to see you back next Tuesday.
Who is in charge of accounts? I am happy that.
No, wait. Because you have one little office here in Abuja, and you pay 153 billion by one room. This committee knows.
In Abuja?
Then, yes, of course, it's true.
The committee can come for an oversight visit to our office.
No, we are not going to come there. We'll send our clerk and people to go. We don't want to have anything to oversight. Your headquarters is in Enugu.
Okay, sir.
And we don't want to hear anything that you are spending money. You spend 153 million. We have evidence. Listen to you are dealing with people who are gone far than you think we can go. This is why I'm warning you people, let us not continue this joke here, because if these gentlemen here release what they want to ask, you will not be able to leave this place. That's the truth. And I want to save you the problem. Go back. We'll keep these documents. Go back in the next 1 week. You come back at 2 p.m. Give us the read documents. I would like to stand. Okay, 3 p.m. I would like to stand this committee adjourned.
I'll be having a PhD.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I had informed you the amount of time we require.
No, we can't give you that time.
I informed you the amount of time that we require.
No, we can't give you that time.
We can bring the details. I don't know what prepared, but you're talking about contracts awarded, and you did not even give us the figure.
No. I'm not going to the argument. I want you here on Tuesday this week by 3 p.m.
But those are simple facts.
I will show you, because we need you, and when you are coming, bring all the people in accounting of the contract. The first thing is contract and not next week. Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We'll bring all those.
Looking at this situation, Mr. Rez, the SEDC commission is a commission that the Southeast has a lot of hope on, and then seeing this very ugly situation, the exchange between the senators and the young man, in charge of the affairs of the SEDC, and you could hear, the allegation that they paid for one room office in Abuja for 153 million naira. It is a lot to be desired. I have issues, and I am, holding myself back from, unleashing emotionally on this issue, because I know the hope of the Southeasterners when this commission, was occasioned or inaugurated by Mr. President in this very instance. But Mr. Rez, let me yield the floor to you.
Just most recently, they convened a get-together of the Southeasterners, investors, and those where they now did a plan on how to develop the Southeast. And it has not been long, this issue about the expenditures and money is being looked for came into being. And fortunately, or unfortunately, the man in charge of the Senate committee is from the Southeast, Senator Ojo Zakalo. And you see the exchange of words between the committee and the members of the commission. Zabak has not been able to actually satisfy them or furnish them with details of how they were going about the administration of that development commission. And of course, there's been monies being given by the federal government. not even, what message do they intend to give out to the would-be investors who they, got together all around the other time at the International Conference Center, believing that they have a roadmap towards the development of Southeast. So it is a sorry tale that before now, a commission that is just new and people were celebrating it, that at least that the Southeasterners have a development commission from where they can come together, form a synergy amongst the 5 eastern states to develop the southeastern part of Nigeria. And now the commission that is in charge is already engulfed in this problem of misappropriation or not spending or not doing the managerial work very well. It's unfortunate. Well, I do not know exactly what to say. What I will say is that those submissions made earlier this year were mere rhetorics, because the present situation are beginning to now expose the fact that those who claim to be experts are also involved with factors inherent in Nigeria.
All right, it's a very unfortunate situation. Mr. S, thank you for the expert manner in which you've handled this situation, because if I unleash on this situation, I do not know if I'll be able to get home today, because for me, there are a whole lot of factors here beyond the young man, unable to account how he has handled this very important commission for the Southeasterners. I am not equally as excited that I am seeing eminent Southeastern senators, at the saddle at the Senate committee, speaking to Senator Ojiso Kalu and Enyine Abaribe in this very instance. It just takes me to a traumatic past in this nation where Southeasterners kept removing one another from office as a Senate president, taking back to what transpired during the Chubo Kadibo as Senate president. So it leaves a lot of bad memories, and I do not want to go that trajectory. But it's quite unfortunate that a commission that all of us, hoped would herald, integration and development amongst the southeastern states are embroiled in this kind of corrupt allegations. There are other commissions that have been, inaugurated, and we're not seeing or hearing these sort of issues. But let's leave it at that. At some other day, we would interact and then question a lot of things about this.
All right, thank you so much for sitting with us all through this time to this very moment. This is where we'll draw the curtain on today's episode of Sunrise. Before I leave you again with this. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And Mr. S, thank you for the in-depth and expert analysis on these issues. It's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, and for you, viewer, continue to watch Aneke TV.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, thank you for being with us. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. I am Uche Osai saying bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we'll bring to you a heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. Today, we'll look at democracy under review, the state of the nation. Every generation is tasked with a defining question, and right now, ours is being asked at the highest pitch. Is our democracy delivering on its promise, or is it merely wearing a mask of governance while the foundations fracture? Today, we take a hard, unblinking look at the state of our nation, from economic anxieties that test the resilience of the common citizen to systemic pressure that challenge our institutional integrity. We find ourselves at a critical crossroads. It is no longer enough to simply celebrate democracy on paper. We must review how it functions in practice. Are we moving forward, or are we simply treading water in a turbulent sea? To help us untangle these complexities, dissect the current realities, and chart a way forward, we are joined today by a seasoned observer of our political landscape, a man who never shies away from the cold, hard facts. Please welcome to The Insight, renewed and renowned public affairs analyst, Sir Abuchi Anu-Eyiagu. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you one more time here on The Insight.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, our viewers.
You know, see you this morning. I'm excited, and there are a whole lot of things I would want to talk about. But I'm excited that we are starting with taking a look at our democracy.
Thank you.
Yes. So let me start with asking, how would you describe the state of Nigeria's democracy, you know, today in just a sentence?
In just a sentence, okay. Maybe we expatiate on that later. Okay. But to restrict myself to your question in just a sentence, I will say that it's just a charade. Democracy as it is today in Nigeria is just simply a charade. A charade. Right. It's not what we thought it would be.
It's not what we thought it would be.
Oh, fine, yes.
All right. That leads me to asking the next question. What is then the biggest threat to democracy in Nigeria right now? Poverty, insecurity, elite politics, or weak institutions?
Yes, we take it one after the other. I personally, I would say that you just made the right introduction. I don't mince words. I say my own the way it is, point blank, according to Tony Radia. Point blank, I do my own. I regret personally the role I played during the struggle for June 12 actualization during the struggle for democracy. I never knew that it would be like this. If I had known that it would be like this, I would have been one of those, at least with what is happening today, I will be rejoicing that I said so. I would have joined the ranks of those who opposed democracy then. I would have done that, because democracy as it is today is a sham, is a charade, and a very massive disappointment. Because what we were told about democracy, it was like an Eldorado was created. You know, when people, politicians, when they want to do something, they will go to any length, even to engage the critics of the society, to engage those that they know that their words carry weight. That's the opinion molders in the society. Once they have them, then their intention is accomplished. And they were able to galvanize these people, the media, the columnists, the public opinion, opinionists and all that. So everybody was shouting democracy, democracy. And they created this impression, including the man that is there today, Tinubu, not knowing that they had a very bad motive, that they were just plotting to be, that they looked as if they were caged, they were in cage. So, and they were looking for opportunity, for avenue to become liberated. And then they will capture the state. They will capture the state as they have captured the state since 1999. And appropriating its resources the way they like, at their whims and caprices. And instead of development, instead of Nigeria getting out of the poverty trap, we keep nosediving into the poverty pit or poverty trench. That is what we have found ourselves, where we have found ourselves today. They created the impression that with democracy, government, and you know, they say democracy is all about government of the people, for the people, and by the people. They meant it was going to be a participatory government, government of rule of law, government of rule of law, where everybody, there will be no issue of corruption. You know, there will be checks and balances. You have the legislature. That time they were saying, because it was a military rule, there was no legislature. The other arm of government was not there. So the military, they were doing things according to their whims, that they were dictating. They only had the judiciary, which was under the control. But during the military, we saw judges that gave decisions that even were against the military. They gave decisions were against. Was it not during the military that we saw people like late Justice Chukwudi Puta, Andrew Obaseki, and then them, all those juries, all those Supreme Court judges? They were good. They were doing this. The Court of Appeal was strong then, and other forms of other aspects of the judiciary. But what do we have today? What do we have today? Everywhere is bastardized. Everywhere is corrupt to the core. And who are the people? Who are the victims? The poor people, the poor masses. They kept impoverishing them. So democracy as it is in Nigeria is a massive, huge disappointment, because it was not what people expected. It was not what people bargained for. What we have today is these people, they have cornered the state to themselves and they are appropriating it. They don't want to go. Every day you see them, they keep recycling themselves from one political party to the other, from one political party to the other. They keep recycling themselves, one appointment or so. Where have we made any improvement? Have we made any development since 1999 till now? in comparative terms. It's frustrating. Uche, the thing is frustrating. It's not what people thought that it was going to be. Because we thought that with democracy, every life will become meaningful. Life would become better. Things would become better. Yes, life is not static, but when you use these indices of measurement of development and growth, then you will find out that Nigeria has not gone anywhere. Are we not still talking about failures in electricity supply? Are we? How about other public amenities? In all the states, even in state capitals, how many state capitals would you go to today in Nigeria and you see safe water, the one they call potable water, running in every nook and cranny of that city? Even in Abuja. Even in Abuja, you go to some places in Abuja, people dug well. People dug borehole to get water. Is it supposed to be like that? A whole federal capital. Go to other cities. I'm not even talking about the suburban, I mean the state capitals. The state capitals. How many of them, you go there, do you see safe water? Do you see? And so many other things. And now we are talking about insecurity. Was it like this during the military? The state of insecurity as we have today, was it like this? Was it in this way during the military? During the military, did we hear anything about kidnapping? Kidnapping people. Kidnapping became a flourishing business. During the military, did we hear it? They will tell you, yes, the military dictatorship that you couldn't talk and all that. But during the military, people were going about their normal businesses freely, without fear, without being afraid that as you are going from here to Oka, or even from here to Udi, you'll be calculating, thinking which route will you go, will you follow, so that you will avoid any possibility of being kidnapped on the way. You are going to Imo State today, or to Abia, or to Port Harcourt. You will be very, very much apprehensive. Members of your family will be apprehensive, and everybody will be praying until you get to your destination and announce to them, call them on phone that you have arrived. From here to Abuja now is a big risk. Going from Enugu to Abuja by road is a very big risk, and you can't travel by air because you cannot afford it. So all these things during the military was airfare as expensive as it is today. Even by road, to go by road to Abuja now, if you are going by one of these company vehicles, they call Sienna, you are talking about paying 60,000 naira just to go to Abuja. A minimum of 60,000 naira. There are so many things. People are frustrated. How many people can afford feeding now? How many people food? How many people can afford even sending their children to school? During the military, was it like this? The high rate of people wanting to leave Nigeria, Nigerian youths wanting to leave Nigeria for abroad, was it like this? It wasn't. The youths are frustrated, and I don't blame them. They are frustrated because they don't have any hope. They don't have any future in Nigeria. You cannot get a job again in Nigeria, no matter, unless your father is highly connected. That is, being highly connected is that your father knows governor or knows the Senate president, not even senator. Your father knows that he submits your name, and then that one we call one office or the other, and they will give you job. Right. So it's frustrating, it's annoying. So democracy in Nigeria, to me, is a massive, huge disappointment. It's not what we thought that it was. We were just roundly deceived. We were deceived that, it was like a case of all that glitters can never, ever be gold. That's the experience that we are having in the hands of. You look at the rate of corruption, Uche. look at the rate of corruption that we are witnessing in Nigeria. During the military, did we hear anything about a snake swallowing millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions? Did we hear anything like that? During the military, did we hear about any civil servant or public servant, diverting embezzling huge amount of money, running into millions, not even hundreds of thousands, but into millions, into tens of or hundreds of millions? Did we hear anything like that? We didn't. So they told us about that democracy will be better, that under democracy you will be safe, everything will be moving fine, even that they created the impression that corruption will reduce. But in comparative terms, we have seen that corruption is worse during the civilian regime than during the military regime. Corruption is terrible now. It's terrible.
Sabuchi, your pains are so palpable for someone who was in the trenches, fighting for return to democracy. However, I would have naturally want to ask you on comparative analysis if the military rule that we experienced pre-1999 is better than the democracy we're enjoying today. But let me just take a different route in this instance. My question would be, what exactly is failing in our governance system? Is it the leadership or institution or our political culture?
All of the above, like the children will say. We have weak institutions. We don't have strong institutions. Because if we have strong institutions, the strong institutions will be able to checkmate itself or themselves. Take, for instance, the civil service. That is where you have the hub of corruption in Nigeria, the civil service. Go to the civil service today, you see many people who ought to have retired, both at the federal level or at the state level. Go to so many states. You go to the offices, you see, even look around, you see people who are still in service, who are more than 60 years, more than 65 years. You know them. They have their relatives whose ages are very well known. They have their relatives. For instance, you have somebody, his younger brother or his younger sister celebrated 60th birthday 2 years ago. The person is still in service, either at the federal level or at the state level. So if we really have strong institutions, those strong institutions would have been able to sieve out all these rubbish, all these things, all these discrepancies, all these corruption matters, falsification of figures, inflation of prices. You want to do a job, you want to do a work, you want to buy something, they will inflate the figures. Was it not within the civil service that a legislator was able to observe something during budget defense? The legislator remarked, was able to observe that that particular establishment, that the previous year they made a budget for computer, and then the subsequent year they made a budget again for the same computer, and the man started asking, even for motor vehicles, the man now started asking, do you buy vehicle every year? Do you buy computer? Is computer a perishable item that the computer you bought last year you are buying again this year? So it's just corruption in the system. But if we really have strong institutions, those strong institutions will be able to check all these things. Then, if we have honest people, people who are patriotic as politicians, as public servants, either elected or appointed, you will find out that the level of corruption will not be as it is today. You will find out that somebody will not be thinking of primitive acquisition of wealth, primitive embezzlement of wealth, of public resources, where somebody will just go and be doing things anyhow as the person wishes, without minding, because they know that when they grab all these things, when they embezzle all these things, they have the lawyers to defend them. They will make out some provisions for litigation, for prosecution. They will make provision for it. Just use a little fraction of what they embezzled to defend themselves if there is any prosecution. That's the kind of thing we see. And you see people going to defend something that they know very well that was a wrong action, was an act of fraudulent activity during somebody's regime as or stay in office as a public servant or as a civil servant. You see the way some of our past governors, some of them that we have heard about their cases, how many of them have been jailed? How many of them have been punished? How much has been recovered from them? Those of them that were charged to court, either by EFCC or by ICPC. So you find out that the institutions, we don't have the strong institutions, and those who are manning, those of them who are manning these institutions, they are not better. They are highly infested with corruption. Their first name is corruption, their second name is corruption, their last name is corruption. They are corrupt. Serious. Is it not in this country that we have seen people who were charged for fraudulent practices, for corruption offenses when they were in government, being elected to hold public offices after they had left as governors? They became senators and they became principal officers of the highest echelon of the legislature in Nigeria. Is it not in Nigeria that we are witnessing? And those of them, you now see those people making laws. So who are they deceiving? A situation where criminal is making law for the governance of the society. Do you think it will work? So the law is just being made for the poor. While the rich, the bourgeoisie, they use that instrument of law to continue oppressing and impoverishing the poor people, the poor masses. That is the system we have found ourselves. And they use their instrument, the instrument of the judiciary or the instrument of the judicial process to achieve all these things. And even use the instrument of coercion, on the other hand, the security agencies to intimidate and bully those they feel that are recalcitrant, those that they feel that wouldn't bend according to their whims and caprices. It's quite unfortunate. So the institution is not working well. The people manning the institutions, they are weak too in their soul and spirit and body. They are. So the system is decadent. The system is bad. It's bad. So, and you see a situation where people, you are talking about democracy. Are we running a democracy? Is it government? Is it participatory government? A government where somebody became the president or became the governor of a state and he now decides the fate of every other person. He runs that government like his private enterprise. The government, either the state government or the federal government, becomes his private enterprise, his personal estate, where that he's like, running it like fiefdom, like his own personal household. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah. Sauchi, you've made a strong case for Nigeria having weak institutions. However, but this time around, I'm looking at, against these weak institutions, can we still say that the Nigerians are getting dividends of democracy, or are we just, going the rituals of elections year after year?
We go through the rituals of election year after year now, because at the end of every election, you will see people lamenting, groaning, and wailing that things, the election results were manipulated, were heavily, massively rigged, manipulated to favor one or one candidate or the other. And people will be crying, wailing. At the end of the day, those people are in power and they begin to dictate to others. By the next 4 years, they come again and they use the public institutions, they use instruments of the media and some other awareness creating agencies or platforms to woo people to come again to participate. You go and register, you go and validate or revalidate your voter's card, and then they lure you to come out that day and vote and participate in the election. And at the end of the day, when the result is declared, everybody will become frustrated again and start groaning, start lamenting, start wailing. So these are the things that we keep seeing, and they keep frustrating the people. The people keep feeling bad about what is happening, the fate that they have found themselves, and which they find it difficult to comprehend. So, and the circle keeps on going round and round. Every 4 years, you know, it's just like you mentioned, it becomes a ritual. They will find one way or the other to talk to the people, to diffuse tension, to calm down the people, and convince them to come out again and perform their civic responsibility by voting. But at the end of the day, would their votes count? If votes actually count, if they don't manipulate election results, if they don't falsify election results, if they don't make false declaration of winners in election, probably Nigeria would have been better. Yes, probably Nigeria would have been better. Probably. Because when you know, yes, because when you know that if you fail to serve well, if you fail to serve the people well, that there will be judgment time. At the end, that is assessment time, evaluation time. And the election, every election will be assessment time, will be evaluation time, where the people, you will present yourself again for the people's assessment, for the people's evaluation. And they will now tell you whether you served them well in the past 3 or in the past 4 years, or whether you didn't serve them well. They will make that expression through their votes. And when they vote wisely. And if there are strong institutions, their votes will surely count. And when their votes count, and you see that they didn't vote for you, then it will serve as a deterrent even to others, that if you do well, you will be allowed to continue. If you don't do well, that the people, they are your employers, they will look for another people to come and serve them.
All right, Sabuchi, on that note, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to look at these issues around democracy. Please stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
And he's there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we've been looking at democracy under review, the state of the nation, and helping us with deeper insight on this issue is Sir Abuchi Anu Eyiago. Sir Abuchi, it's been a pleasure talking with you so far.
Thank you.
Let me backtrack a bit. You know, I understand that you were at the trenches. You fought for democracy. You know, over time, one doesn't want to toe the line where we would have to, you know, begin to compare experiences. You know, those of you who witnessed the military rule in Nigeria for a prolonged period of time and what we have this day. But against that background, we must have a comparative analysis. And I mean to ask, from your experience in Nigeria under the military rule, when compared to the present democracy in Nigeria, and remember, they say that the worst of democracy is better than the best of military rule. Let's have a comparative analysis from this very perspective.
Yes, the worst of, that is what some of them will rhetorically say. But it is always said that he who wears the shoe and it is pinching the person, it is only that person that knows where the shoe that the person is wearing is pinching that person. So it's not a matter of saying, you know, rhetorically and generally, you dismiss some certain feelings that the worst aspect of democracy is better than military rule. Yes, people can say that because of the issue of freedom of expression. That's all. The issue of freedom of expression, where you can say, like, if for instance, if it is during the military that I am saying this, at that time I might not have the privilege or the opportunity or the free atmosphere to say so and to describe the situation that we have at hand. But that is not enough reason for people to be doing things impudently, for people to be doing things in such a way and manner that those people who worked for democracy, for return of democracy, to begin to regret why did they do so. That is like the case when the Israelites felt frustrated in the wilderness and they started shouting, was it not better we had remained in Egypt? So because out of frustration, because it was not what you expected, because it was not what you were told. You remember they were suffering then. So because Moses was able to convince them that a place they called the land of milk and honey. So, and they were looking towards getting to that land of milk and honey. And they were happy because they were convinced. They became happy and they became willing to join in the journey towards going to the land of milk and honey. But at a certain stage, they started feeling frustrated that it was not what they had thought was happening. So the same thing is like the same scenario that we are witnessing today. Nobody thought that the kind of massive corruption that we are witnessing today, that it will happen under civilian regime. What we have today is just simply civilian regime. We are not even practicing democracy. Because if we are practicing democracy, before you do anything, you should think well, because you know that the people matter and that their decision will affect you in the next election. If we are practicing real democracy, even in appointment of people into government, you should be very careful, because they say, tell me your friend, I will tell you the kind of. So when you make appointments and you appoint corrupt people, bad people to be your ministers, to be your commissioners, to be your special advisor, or even to head some public agencies, then people will begin to see, oh, it's like this man is corruption-minded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so appointment. He wouldn't have appointed so a person. It's just like what the comical podcast that is being trending, that has been trending for the past 2 days now. I came across it, I think yesterday. It was in Nsukka dialect that man said that thing. He said that he was asking his people that who attended the naming ceremony of a child, the son of a particular man. So, and this man was asking his people that you people attended that naming ceremony, where that man named the child. He named the child Omekania. He said you people were there. He named his child Omekania. When the man that named his son Omekania is a thief. So you understand, Omekania. So which means the boy is going to be a thief too. That's the impression that the man is, the message that the man sent across. So when you go about and you begin to make all these appointments, and you see, so which means these people that you are appointing, they are like you. So all of you are the same 10 and 10 pence, the same, they say birds of the same feather or the same plume. They flock together. It's quite non-sitting. It's quite non-sitting that we thought that democracy will bring us salvation. Democracy has not yet. Yes, we are saying democracy on paper, but it is civilian regime. Because if it is not civilian regime, there will be rule of law. There will actually be rule of law. The judiciary will be judiciary. The institutions will be very strong, and they will be working. So, but in a situation where the judiciary has become so highly, manifestly corrupted, biased, and compromised, so what hope do you have? And they said democracy, or the judiciary, is the last hope of the common man. So is judiciary as it is today in Nigeria, is it still that last hope of the common man?
All right, Sabuchi, I'm receiving signal. Our time is almost getting up. But before we go, if you were in a position to advise the government today, what are the 3 critical areas you ask the government to measure up on to stabilize the nation?
The government should measure up in the area of being truthful to the people, serving the people judiciously, without compromise. Remove corruption in our system. Remove corruption in our system. Nigeria will begin to get better. Then, strengthen the judiciary. Make the judiciary corruption free so that the judiciary will no longer be compromised. And it will become that last hope of the common man. And 2, you talk about the issue of insecurity. All those things that we never heard of during the military era, whether insurgency, whether banditry, kidnapping, all manner of acts of insecurity in Nigeria, they should ensure that they exterminate all these situations or cases of insecurity in Nigeria. And then they should not use taxation, over-taxation, to stifle the people, to stifle the economy, to disencourage or discourage people, from going into business. And then the issue of employment, they should make sure that every qualified youth in Nigeria that is seeking for jobs is given employment, and no longer a matter of discrimination or a matter of the big men in the society, the strong men in the society, hijacking all these job opportunities for their children and maybe the children of their relatives alone. So the government to know what to do. And then, like Jerry Ghana said, If you are serving, you serve well. If you are governor, you govern well. If you are president, you president well. You preside well over the affairs of the people. Provide us with the social amenities that we need. Provide us with conducive environment. Provide us with the enabling environment for life to become meaningful. That's what the people are looking for.
All right. Thank you very much, Sir Abuchi Anoyago. And that's where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this edition of The Insight. And to you, our wonderful guests, let us know what, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on our social handles. Sir Abuchi Anoyago, thank you very much for this in-depth analysis on democracy.
Thank you so much.
All right. Till we'll come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal government admits inflation and insecurity remain major challenges for Nigerians. Works Minister issues 72-hour ultimatum to contractors over Abuja-Lokoja Road. Residents of Umuahia decry sharp rise in cooking gas prices in Abia State. Details of the news. The federal government has acknowledged that rising inflation and persistent insecurity remain major challenges affecting Nigerians, even as it continues to defend ongoing economic reforms under President Bola Tinubu's administration. The admission was made in Abuja by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, during a Democracy Day press briefing and midterm review of government performance. Senator Akume said the economic hardship being experienced by citizens is real, but insisted that key indicators should gradual recovery. He noted that the economy recorded close to 4% growth in early 2026, describing it as evidence of improving performance in critical sectors. The federal government highlighted ongoing social intervention programs, including over 184 billion naira disbursed through the Nigerian Education Loan Fund to support more than 1 million students, as well as continued cash transfers to vulnerable households under the Renewed Hope agenda. On security, the government admitted that banditry and insurgency remain unresolved, but said efforts are ongoing to strengthen the armed forces and improve intelligence sharing, while reaffirming its commitment to sustain reforms ahead of the 2027 elections. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, has ordered a major nationwide restructuring of police operations, including the deployment of Deputy Inspector General to all geopolitical zones to strengthen field command and improve rapid response and security threats. As part of the reforms, the police chief directed state commissioners in neighboring states to carry out coordinated handshake patrols along border communities and major routes, aimed at preventing criminals from exploiting jurisdictional gaps. The Nigerian police force also announced a nationwide crackdown on vehicles without valid number plates or with altered registration details. The force warned that such vehicles will be impounded immediately, as they are commonly used in kidnapping and armed robbery operations. According to the police, recent operations have led to the arrest of several suspects involved in violent crimes, recovery of arms and ammunition, and the rescue of at least 88 kidnapped victims across the country. No fewer than 10 students of the College of Health Science, Mbo, in Ohuku local government area of Ebonyi State, are receiving treatment after armed attacked their hostel in the early hours of yesterday. The attackers reportedly injured students with gunshots and machetes before dispossessing them of phones, laptops, and other valuables. Victims are currently receiving medical attention in government and private hospitals within the area. The Ebonyi State Police Command confirmed the incident through its public relations officer, Mr. Joshua Okando, who said operatives have launched an investigation to track down the assailants and determine the motive behind the attack. Some students have begun relocating from the hostel due to fear of further attacks, citing poor security and lack of perimeter fencing at the facility. Police say efforts are ongoing to restore calm and strengthen security around the school. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced plans to conduct a live mock accreditation exercise in Ekiti State ahead of the June 20th governorship election to test the efficiency of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. The exercise will be carried out across selected local government areas representing all senatorial districts in the state. INEC says the test is aimed at identifying and correcting technical challenges before election day. The resident electoral commissioner in Ekiti State, Dr. Bumi Omosi Yendinemi, said the exercise is part of preparations to ensure a smooth and credible voting process during the poll. INEC has also urged eligible voters yet to collect their permanent voters card to do so immediately, warning that the ongoing collection exercise will close ahead of the election. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it is recording a significant increase in voter registration turnout in Ebonyi State as thousands of residents trooped to registration centers for biometric capture ahead of the 2027 general elections. Many of the applicants are young people, including first-time voters who say they are determined to participate actively in future elections. Some residents also reported delays caused by limited machines and network challenges at registration centers. INEC officials in the state say additional machines are being deployed to improve the speed of the exercise and reduce waiting time for applicants. The Commission has also appealed to stakeholders for logistics support to enable registration teams reach more communities and ensure wider voter inclusion across the state. In the meantime, the National Assembly is considering a major constitutional amendment bill proposing a single 6-year tenure for president and state governors in Nigeria. Senate leader Senator Opeyemi Bamidele says the proposal will be introduced in the next legislative session. Supporters of the bill argue that a single term will reduce political tension associated with re-election campaigns and allow leaders to focus on governance from the start of the tenure. Senator Bamidele also defended the National Assembly against accusations of being a rubber stamp, saying sensitive disagreements with the executive are handled through closed-door engagements to maintain national stability. Meanwhile, calls for the creation of state police continue to gain momentum with traditional leaders and civil society groups divided over the proposal, particularly on issues of oversight and human rights protection. Tension has risen in Cross River State following a suspected communal attack that left 2 farmers dead along Epenti Farm Road in Yoko local government area. The victims, aged 56 and 58, were reportedly ambushed while walking on their farmland. One died on the spot, while the second later died from injuries sustained during the attack at a hospital in Ugep. Security operatives have been deployed to the area to prevent escalation between the affected communities, while investigations have commenced to identify the perpetrators. The Yoko Local Government Council has issued a 72-hour ultimatum to community leaders, warning against any action capable of reigniting violence in the area. The Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, has issued a 72-hour ultimatum to contractors handling the Abuja-Lokoja Highway project to immediately return to site and utilize funds already released by the federal government. During an inspection visit, the minister warned that failure to comply would attract sanctions, including possible involvement of anti-corruption agencies. He expressed concern over poor condition of the road, with over 90% reportedly damaged. Senator Mahi also criticized some supervising engineers for poor monitoring of projects, warning that officials who fail to perform their duties will be removed from oversight responsibilities. He reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to infrastructure delivery, while urging all stakeholders to ensure accountability and timely completion of projects across the country. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government acknowledges inflation and insecurity pressures on Nigerians. Works Minister gives 72-hour ultimatum to contractors on Abuja-Lokoja Road. Coming up shortly, Umuahia residents lament rising cost of cooking gas in Abia State. We'll be right back shortly. Stay. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Residents of Anambra State are calling for urgent government intervention over a deepening housing crisis that has pushed rents to record levels across the state. Reports indicate that a standard two-bedroom apartment, which previously cost about 250,000 naira, annually now averages around 1.5 million naira. The situation is affecting both urban and rural communities, with some low-income workers reportedly relocating their families to villages while renting single rooms closer to their workplaces in urban centers. Even previously low-cost areas such as Oboko have experienced sharp rent increases following basic infrastructure improvement. Property experts attribute the surge to rising land values, high cost of building materials, and a widening gap between housing demand and supply. Many developers are said to be transferring increased construction costs directly to tenants amid limited regulatory control on rent adjustments. The Anambra State government has approved over 1 billion naira for key infrastructure projects aimed at addressing flooding and improving healthcare delivery. The funds will be shared between flood control works and the upgrade of a general hospital. According to state officials, the intervention is part of ongoing efforts to strengthen environmental protection and improve access to quality healthcare services across the state. The projects are expected to reduce flood risk in vulnerable communities. In a related development, the government says it will introduce a new bill to regulate the activities of scrap metal dealers. The proposed law will require operators to obtain licenses and comply with strict monitoring guidelines. Officials say the measures are aimed at reducing vandalism and protecting public infrastructure across Anambra State. The Anambra State government says it is moving to address rising housing costs through a new mass housing policy developed in partnership with the private sector. The plan follows growing public concern over the increasing cost of accommodation in the state. Commissioner for Information and Value Reformation, Dr. Law Mefo, says the policy will increase the supply of affordable housing and help stabilize the rental market. He noted that the government is prioritizing long-term solutions to the housing deficit. In addition, the state government is introducing stricter regulations for scrap metal operations to curb vandalism and theft of public assets. Operators will be required to register and operate under a monitored licensing system. The government also says future contractors will be required to show tax compliance before being awarded public projects, while universities will be more directly involved in project design and implementation to improve efficiency and standards. Some residents of Umuahia and the Abia State capital are expressing concern over the sharp increase in the price of cooking gas. Prices have reportedly risen to 1,550 naira and 1,800 naira per kilogram in parts of the city. A resident of Abama Housing Estate, Dr. Kelechi Umar, described the development as worrying, noting that it has significantly increased household expenses. He said the cost of refilling a 12.5 kg cylinder has risen from about 4,000 naira to nearly 20,000 naira. Another resident, Mrs. Joy Chinonso, said the price increase is worsening economic hardship, forcing some families to return to firewood and charcoal for cooking. A gas dealer who spoke anonymously attributed the rise to inflation and disruptions in global energy supply, including geopolitical tensions affecting imports. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has unveiled plans to construct a 35,000 capacity FIFA standard stadium in Aba as part of efforts to boost sports development and economic growth. The facility will feature modern pitch technology, advanced lighting systems, media centers, and enhanced security infrastructure. It is expected to host international competitions and serve as the home ground of Enyimba Football Club. Governor Otis says the project is designed to reposition Aba as a major sports and tourism destination in West Africa. He added that the development will stimulate economic activities in hospitality, transport, and small businesses. State officials say the stadium project will follow international standards and serve as a long-term investment in youth development, talent discovery, and sports-driven economic growth. Now in entertainment, Nigerian media personality Tolu Oniru Demurin, popularly known as Tools, has celebrated her 10th wedding anniversary in a unique way by wearing her original wedding gown from her 2016 ceremony. The former radio host shared a video on social media showing her stepping back into the designer dress, which drew emotional reactions from her husband, Tunde Demurin, and their 2 children. Fans and celebrities have since reacted online, praising the family moment and celebrating the couple's decade-long marriage journey. Tools described the past 10 years as a mix of challenges and blessings, expressing gratitude to her family and shared growth with her husband. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The federal government has acknowledged that rising inflation and persistent insecurity, including banditry in parts of the country, continue to pose significant challenges to citizens. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, however, maintained that ongoing economic reforms are beginning to yield results, citing improvements in key economic indicators and expanded social intervention programs aimed at supporting vulnerable households and students. The Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, has issued a 72-hour ultimatum to contractors handling the Abuja-Lokoja Highway, directing them to immediately mobilize to site and fully utilize funds already released for the project. In Abia State, residents of Umahi have expressed concern over the sharp increase in the price of liquefied petroleum gas, commonly known as cooking gas. Many households say the rising cost is worsening economic hardship and forcing some families to resort to cheaper and less efficient alternatives for cooking, as they call for regulatory interventions to stabilize prices. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chinim Masogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Honored that you are giving a speech to us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, MEPs. Well, I don't know. First, let me most sincerely show my gratitude and thank you for opportunity of being part of your section. It was a very good listening how discussions go on. The first question people wonder is, why am I here? I'm just here to be able to start a conversation because I found out that the European Union or most countries of Europe and the Western world actually have little knowledge about Nigeria and Africa in general. And because of it, in their decision and their thinking, they rarely bring Africa into perspective. I said to them, it is time to rethink. Africa today is the last frontier of global development. It's the second biggest continent in terms of size in the world, the second biggest continent in terms of population. It's a continent that has the highest amount of natural resources. It's a continent that has vast uncultivated land, a continent with young population. 60% of African population today is young. But then it's a continent of mass poverty. Today, Europe, if I take Nigeria for example, Nigeria in terms of population is 50% of European Union population. You are about 450 million. We are over 240 million. So we over have 50% of your population. In terms of the land size, Nigeria, Europe is about 4-point-something million square kilometers. Nigeria is about a quarter of that. Just Nigeria. But when you come to in terms of wealth, while Europe have a per capita of over $40,000, Nigeria, which is over 50% of your population, our per capita is below about 2.5% of that of Europe. So you could see the potential, with all the resources, the potential for growth. The nearest continent to Africa, to Nigeria, is Europe. So if Africa today turns around, the biggest beneficiary will be Europe. If it collapses, the consequence will affect you more. And I believe that we have so many commonalities that we can work together and everything. And what is the problem of Africa? The problem of Africa remains leadership. To have a political leadership that is competent, that have the capacity, compassion, commitment, and character to be able to deal with issues of corruption, law and order, focus on investing in critical areas of development, which is health, education, and pulling people out of poverty. It was discussed here that we have issue of killings, which again, people can say is genocide, people can say is Muslims versus Christians and everything. Are they killings? Are they criminality? Are they kidnapping? Yes. But we have to look at the issues that are driving this. When you have a huge population, for example, Nigeria have over 100 million people living in multidimensional poverty. You have millions of out-of-school children, or those who didn't even go to school at all. With mass poverty and mass uneducated people, you have room for easy recruitment for all forms of criminality, which is what is now driving us of killings that we need to deal with. And now we're moving around, I'm moving around and saying, we need support. We need you to help us to overcome this and be able to create a clear developing environment that will also benefit you, because it's a huge market for you. It's a huge advantage in terms of resources and everything if Africa, especially Nigeria, is doing well. It's the most populous country in Africa. It's about 1/6 of African population is Nigeria. And it has all it takes to be a huge market that Europe, just like Africa, can have. And to turn around Africa, you must turn around Nigeria. Because it's the country that will drive the rest of Africa. To develop Africa, which will benefit you, you must start from Nigeria. So that's where I came to continue to start the conversation with you. Is not something, of course, I can take on tonight. It's something that I know that it requires several visits to be able to intimate you more on this commitment, on this trajectory that I want you to go down with us and be able to help us to turn around Africa, Nigeria in particular. So thank you for the opportunity of having a few minutes conversation with you. Maybe there'll be questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question, because after that we will also have a discussion about...
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment, a nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade, to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent herder-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels. local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance access, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How are you guys doing? It's a beautiful Wednesday. I call this Women's Crush Wednesday, where I celebrate my beautiful ladies out there. I wish them well. And to every Wednesday, I always give a shout out to all the beautiful women out there. I still remain your #1 on this entertainment show on Vibe Central, where we give you hot gist and gossip. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of pepper, spicy, hot, chili, every kind of pepper, colored. I just have today, I turned to be black pepper. But today, I'm not alone. I have someone special for you guys. And she goes by the name Mrs. Zaria. How are you, ma?
I'm very well, thank you. And good afternoon, viewers.
So today on Vibe Central, we have hot gist. A lot of things have been buzzing on in the internet space. I have a lot. Today, I'm going to start with this buzz with this married couple who we all know. We call him the film lord.
Not Frederick.
Yeah, a lot of things have been going on with him and his ex. I won't call ex-wife because they are not yet.
Yeah, they're not yet divorced.
Yeah, but a lot of things have been done. But there has been a couple of issues going on. Like for instance, some people have raised an alarm of their previous video where she on their traditional marriage, where she claims that I can beat my chest that he doesn't womanize. Please don't change.
That was the first mistake. I saw the video. I saw it. Like she deposited everything about her on the man. It was all about the man, without thinking about herself, without thinking about her emotions. Come to think of it, if it were to be me, I will believe a man, but I won't trust a man, because belief has to do with its surface kind of a thing. Like if it happens, you're good. If it doesn't happen, you're still good. But to trust a man, come to think of it, he's a human being. So nobody is kind of a Jesus Christ here. So you have to give room for, if something happens, if something should breach the trust you believe you have for the person, or the trust you have, then you have a safe ground to land on. He trusted the man in the sense that it has to do with our emotions. If it were to be like, I believe he will not cheat. But a typical example here is, I believe, okay, I trust your driving skills, but I can't trust you with my with my car, because what? I've not been in the same car where you will be the person manning the steering. Do you understand? If I were to have been in that kind of a situation with you, I will be able to say yes, that this person is a perfect, not that this person is a good driver. But in that aspect, this is the first time you're getting married to the guy. Fine and good, you guys dated, they courted, and you were not with him all through that period. At times, you will be in his house and you go. You cannot tell what will happen or what happened in your absence. That's why, and if something like that happens, trusting somebody has a bigger deposit of emotions. And if it happens, you will have yourself to blame, emotionally, psychologically, and socially. You know, this thing didn't start today. It has been there. So she gave her time to get up, dust her clothes. That's why we are hearing about the divorce.
There has been a lot of speculation that these two people dated for like 17 years. And for 17 years, don't you think you would know someone enough to tell him that he will not do this kind of thing?
That's why he used the word believe. And the way you listen to where she was praying, she was kneeling down praying for the man. You saw that?
Yeah.
Like he said at the time, he was like, Frederick is the only man I can vouch that never humanizes. Like what? Like what? He's an Enoch. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And there's something that you give people room to like, give them room to do whatever they want to do because of your emotions. That's my
2 cents on that.
And actually, we see on the recent one where she reposts the video of Frederick Leonard and his alleged lover in a recent post.
A married woman.
Yes, with 4 kids.
4 kids. That's another thing, getting married to somebody that's still in love with his ex. Is a deadly bomb that might detonate at any time. So you can't. Love is something that you can't take away from someone. It takes the
grace of God
for that person to, even if when you are still with the person, there are certain things you will do. You will see him comparing with his ex. Do you understand? Because he still has traces of. And remember, if you stop going out with someone you love, the tendency that you will keep comparing the present person you're with is there. Do you understand? So you will see your heart. You might not, your brain might not be with the person, but your heart will always go out seeking for the person. And it's all about love. It's not something you can like use your water and sponge to wash away. It's there, it's there. It takes the grace of God to expunge that from your heart.
You know, when this I'm just actually giving a Nigeria typical scenario here, because when it was Frank Edo and his wife, allegedly, and Chike, it was a woman's store. Everywhere was busy.
The lady,
and Chike,
they roasted her, they grilled her, and they couldn't eat her.
So
but now is the man.
Nobody is talking about
Nobody.
it.
They just kept quiet. The male folks, they just kept quiet.
Madam, I want to ask a question now. Is it a normal thing for a man to cheat? Because the society has just normalized it.
I don't know. Do you want me to tell you my mind when it comes to that kind of thing? Maybe because I grew up in the midst of boys. Like, I have boys before me, and after me, I still had boys before the last girl. So, being that I've been in their midst, and my brothers will always tell me, don't believe any man when he tells you that he loves you. Because he might be with you at that particular moment. As he steps out to get a soft drink for you or whatever for you, if he sees another girl, he will still tell the girl that he loves her. So you just have to balance whatever you see. Me, I'm always of the mind that anything we want to happen, make it happen.
I'm telling you.
Do you understand? It's all about my happiness. That's just me. It's all about my happiness. And I always tell people, don't deposit everything about you. So when it happens,
you will not be shattered.
Yes, you will not.
So this thing actually makes me, because we are talking about these issues. Now we see MC Fish, who is the ex-lover of Anita Joseph, and coming out to say, my new lover shades a certain person for allegedly stalking her Snapchat, and despite claiming that her mind is settled and she's minding her business. And you know who she's talking about? He's actually talking about Anita Joseph. And we see that, I don't know, is it not a normal thing, or can't we balance society? An elderly woman, you know, loving a younger guy, is it not something that we can balance? Because we see MC Fish, you know, sticking himself to elderly women. Is it just a fanciful thing for him, or is just what he likes doing?
Maybe. I don't want to go.
But do you think it's something that we should relate to in the society now, that
it's not
everybody's...
We are in an African setting. Do you understand? And there are certain things we can't import from the Western world. Society will always give a frown face on that. And besides, the age gap is so much. According to MC Fish, he said that he was 27 when Anita
came into his
life. So I think there was a big disparity of age difference there.
So a lot of things have been just trending, between, you know, divorcees trying to divorce. Now we're having Churchill, you know, wishing Tonto a happy birthday with a lot of narrative, how you're a good woman, how you... Now imagine, you know, ourselves seeing these two people being at each other's neck for like past few years, and now coming together to share some lovely moments and praises all of themselves. What do you think? Don't you think it's an odd thing, or do you think it's
very odd? Very odd.
Or do you think the whole thing is genuine, or...
It's not. It's not, because there was something I saw online yesterday. Was it yesterday that has to do with Churchill and one other lady,
Rosie. Yeah.
The one that he picked after. No, the lady in question was with him during the gap he had with Rosie.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw it, but I didn't read meaning into it because it was still a one-sided story. Do you understand? But if I were to be Churchill, there's no how I'll go back to. I'll go back to Churchill. Tonto. You know why? Because if you still remember, she insulted him, and when she brandishes him as a 2-minute man. Do you understand? So to me, he reduced his masculinity to nothing. Do you understand? So she going back or he accepting Tonto will be, to me, I don't know. But if we are to be the person in question here, I will not.
You not accept Tonto?
I will not.
But what, don't you see it from the woman's perspective that the woman is hurt?
How?
That the woman is hurt in the sense that she had experienced a lot of bitterness from the same man.
She knew there was a first woman there before she came in.
They were no longer together again.
They were no longer together. So why would you go into something like that when you knew? Because they've been, when they started, the man didn't tell her about he didn't tell her about the other lady, the first lady. Do you understand?
No, she knew.
But she went to the woman, and the woman was like, the woman told her everything. That was later why they had to become friends. You know that the two of them are friends now.
No, I didn't know.
No, they are friends. She told her, but maybe because of love or whatever, or infatuation, or I wouldn't know.
And she coming out to claim that she actually sponsored the whole marriage, everything, and now, you know, belating the man. But I think she said it from a place of hurt. You know, when you marry someone, even with all the circumstances and the baggage surrounding him, you still give him love, and still he goes to the back and he cheats. Every woman will feel hurt. It depends on where you react to anger. For me, I can actually easily walk away, but for the next person, the person might react. And you know, Tonto is someone that can react when being provoked. Yeah, when being provoked, she can do and undo. Because if you watch her series of involvement around anger, you see, the next man that she met, that's Popogiri. She really dealt with him. She went as far as demolishing his house.
His house. Yeah, it's
arresting
with the man.
Oh, God.
But they later reconciled. But I can't place my hand on if they later became an item again.
No, they can't, because she went so far. She locked him up, she demolished his house, a lot of gains, collected the car, gift.
That's total for you. Because because of the type of person she is, she's too emotional. So when someone tries to break her heart or breaks her heart, she will go to the very last pole to deal with that person.
So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to Vibe Central on our entertainment show. You can always follow us live on Aneke TV on all our socials. Send in your comments. We'll be part of this conversation. Owing to the last conversation, I have a topic that has always rung my head like down, and it's about a couple who had been trying to have a child for years. When the wife Aneke got pregnant, complication arose, and during the childbirth, the doctor said it was a 50-50 situation and they could save either the child or the mother, and or both. The question is, if you're a man, who would you save at that point?
That's a loud one. A difficult one to, if I were to be the man, a difficult one to give an answer to.
So you will not save your wife?
Oh boy.
Or will you save your child?
8 years. 8 years is quite a long time, you know. Quite a long time. But there are 3 dimensions to my making a decision on that. I will check the agency of the pregnancy. That's the agent that carried the pregnancy, which happens to be my wife. I think if she were to be sane, like if she were to be 100%, is not in a situation where somebody will have to make the decision for her. I will give her the right to make the decision. If she says, okay, let me go. And
now, see, this woman is someone that you have actually spent your whole life with. And she have done a lot. And you know that even if she loses the pregnancy, a situation where she can actually still conceive is still there. There's a probability. It's not a 50-50 thing, but there is a probability. And then there is also a probability that she will not be able to conceive. So now, will you give up her life for that child at that point? For a woman who has said, yes, I do, for better, for worse.
If I were to be the man, it's so difficult to give an answer to.
Your wife or your child?
It's so difficult to give an answer to.
A child that you barely know. You don't know the child.
He's there to carry on with,
Don't you think you are selfish at that part?
I'm not. It depends on the angle and the perspective I'm looking at it, the lens I'm using to judge it. The wife, what if
after saving her and she didn't make it?
Yes.
And what after you give up the wife and the child is not able to make it?
Not the child.
No, it's a 50-50. Is that why you save the child?
If I save the wife, if I save the wife and the child goes, will that woman be able to have another child?
It's a 50-50 thing.
Or why not allow the woman to go? Then I take my child.
And what if after allowing the woman to go and your child dies?
That's why it's so easy to answer.
It's not that easy. It's something
easy.
For me. It's something that it's a commonsensical thing. Because I will actually go for my wife. Because actually, there's something we call faith.
You know what they have passed through for that 8 years.
It doesn't mean there are people who look for children for 23.
The fasting, the hope that keeps falling, keeps failing. Oh boy, I wouldn't like to be in that situation again.
There have been health improvement methods where we can actually facilitate childbirth, such as surrogacy.
Unless I will have to think towards that side. Then I will be
getting a surrogate mother who could carry.
I will be like, okay, let the child go, because you never can tell what the child will be later in life.
Yeah,
the child might be having joy of heartbreak. So do you understand?
So, but for a woman that you have known for years, I think giving up on her is something that would just be.
Yeah. So definitely. Yeah. From this, from what you've addressed it more, then I will save my wife and let the child go, believing that God will still give us others. I didn't say another. Others. He will compensate us for the lost and the lost years.
So
believe. Not trust.
Because I've seen so many men think about it. For me, I think it's not something that I need to think about. It's something that I just need to give you an accurate. My wife. Because if anything comes, if I get older, before that child comes to the age which that the child needs to take care of me at old age, I must have suffered enough. Do you understand? Because I still need to groom that child to that point where she will have her own, or he or she will have her own freedom. So what if at that point when I need someone, a life partner, someone will say if she dies, he will take another one, and then the second one will nurture the child.
Then what about if the second one would not be like the first child?
That is it. Because I've seen some lives the lady was trying to give birth, a lot of things. They told the man to pay for CS. The man said he doesn't have the money, a lot of things. Before he could, you know,
raise the money.
Yeah, before they convinced him, they had to convince
about the money.
They had to convince him before he could accept and do the stage. The woman bled to death, and then the baby was brought out. But at that point, the baby was already weak, so he was put on, you know,
incubator.
Yeah, not incubator, life support. Okay. At that point, the baby is trying to survive, and then the doctor is asking him, so you actually have, you know, the money to put your child on life support, but you could not save your wife from, you know, this complication and this death. He was telling him that yeah, but in their family there's nothing, nobody gave birth to. That's the crazy mentality, that nobody gave birth to a child through CS. So her wife will not be the first person. That's against their traditional way. A woman should give it.
It happens in some families.
Yeah,
it happens.
Yeah,
see people like, she gave birth through this. Don't tell anybody. I've witnessed some. I've witnessed many, I've witnessed many. As a matter of fact, I had a cousin that was delivered through CS of a baby. And they were like hushing everything. They were hushing it. I was like, at the time I was like, why? She was like, they will say that I'm not one of the Hebrew women.
That's a crazy mentality. And now the lady has, you know, has died, and now he took in a second wife. The second wife could not even survive the whole drama, and she left. Ooh. Leaving him with the baby. The man took a third wife. Hello. So this thing keeps happening. But anyway, as a man, whatever your options will be, you have to think wisely. And just know that any decision you make now will affect you in the future. So that's what I'll have for you today on our Vibe Central Best of the Entertainment show in the industry. You don't need to miss it. You just don't need to miss an episode. Thank you, Mr. Ezia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I enjoyed it.
What do you have to say to the people of
viewers? And please don't move a muscle. You'll be here every 12:30.
Yeah. So we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same station. It's me, your baby girl, Gift Obodo. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume, and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal, and in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome to another edition of our program Arena on Aneke TV. Today in Enugu, southeast of Nigeria. The topic of today's edition of our program is NDC, the struggle for the soul of the party. The National Democratic Congress, a fledgling political party in the Nigerian political system, has started February this year, registered through a court order. Today, that party has grown from strength to strength, given the influx of members and so many that ran into the party with the Obi Kwankwaso marriage. Consequently, a lot of other political gladiators decided to join Obi in the party NDC. And today, the party NDC is seen as a vehicle, a veritable vehicle to carry the opposition through the 2027 elections, where they are gunning to unseat the incumbent administration by the APC. But the problem that is facing the achievement of their mission and vision to unseat the incumbent is being marred by some factors that has permitted into the structure of the party. And consequently, some of the members of the party, especially those who came in from other political parties, is such that they are now gunning to take over the NDC, not minding that some people started the NDC ab initio. The situation has resulted in crisis everywhere. It is in Kano, it is in Enugu, it is in various states of the Federation. But no doubt, the NDC has since remained very strong and committed to its idea of coming to take over power from the incumbent administration. The question now is, will they eventually achieve their aim of taking over from APC? The answer remains in the mouth of the populace, the people who are going to see their franchise. It is upon them to actually determine who is going to be the president of Nigeria and, of course, governors of the federative units come 2027 election, as well as those who will represent them in the various houses of assemblies. And here today we have a very regular face on this program. He is a psychologist, a public affairs commentator, and analyst, Dr. Emma Agu. You are welcome to the studio.
It's my pleasure to be here once again. Thank you so much.
Dr. Agu, NDC is a young political party. We could say at this stage it's still fledgling. Yet, it has had a tremendous explosion since its being. I want to get your take on how it has been able to evolve into a very strong political party that is seen by many Nigerians as a vehicle that could carry the opposition through in 2027. Today, it is believed that they have over 45 million members.
Thank you so much. You know, naturally, whenever you see a child that is growing, and that child comes to a certain age, there's always what we, in psychology, we refer to that as transition crisis. Whenever you want to step into another stage, there are things that are bound to happen. You see, NDC as a young political party witnessed an upsurge of activities in terms of membership, in terms of interest, in terms of every other thing, because Nigerians are increasingly becoming tired of this present leadership. And there is this perception of intentional effort by the ruling party to destabilize opposition parties and to make it impossible for the electorates to have an alternative. So as it's where NDC was not known. So for me, I see this issue in MDC as something that is bound to happen. But the other question is, how do they manage it? So incidentally, something happened and peterobi and Kwankwozo left and entered this party. Just like I told you, Nigerians, especially the teeming youths that would want a new Nigeria, and they see it in peterobi particularly, and also in Kwankwaso. And these two figures have what I may describe as organic or charismatic followership. And their movement into this party brought in a lot of interest. And naturally, in a platform where you have people from different backgrounds, strange bedfellows, differences exist. I know that primarily the objective of every political party is interest aggregation. But in aggregating this interest, there are also a lot of issues that one need to appropriately, address in order for you to agree. Because it is a matter of giving and losing. So that at the end of the day, you have a win-win situation. You can imagine Kwankwazia group and obedience. And I know that this issue will be resolved for a better Nigeria, because I would want a veritable opposition so that we wouldn't be left with only one party. And if we have alternative forces, then whoever that comes out at the end of the day would know that actually the real mandate comes from the people.
Okay, we know that the real mandate comes from the people. The struggle, there's been this struggle for the soul of the party at the various levels. And you see that, come up in a place like Kano, where Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who was the presidential candidate of the NNPP in 2023 election, migrated to the ADC and from ADC to the NDC with peterobi. But while coming into NDC, there had been NDC faithfuls in Kano who actually embraced him and welcomed him into the party. But when he came, there was this idea about who takes control of the NDC, given the structure which he had to come in with. He came in with a whole lot of structure. The Kano, the Kwankwasia movement is a great structure in Kano. And it makes any election, it makes or mars any election in Kano. And when he came in with that structure, it was as if they were going to take over completely from the original of whoever that was there initially before he came in. But an agreement, it was said to have been reached by a 40-60%. But in the course of that, power is not given. Power is taken. And the people who were there initially, because they say equity does not help the indolent, the people seem to be sleeping when the Kwankwaso movement took over almost everything, including the consensus of primary elections for their House of Assembly, House of Reps, and of course the Senate. It was not until when all this thing came out that they woke up from slumber and started asking for the so-called 40%. As it is, Kwankwaso and his group almost filled up everything. So, and that struggle for the soul of the party, do you think it will make or mar the NDC in Kano, where it is expected to rake in a lot of votes for the party during the 2027 elections?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the core tension revolves around whether the party will become a genuine institutional party. That is what I mean by genuine institutional party, is a party that is structured, rule-based, and people-centered. Or, on the other side of it, you know, a party that is personality driven. That is where you see this party, where they see this party as a party where you have big personalities that will come and determine what happens. I think for me, there's always a balance in everything. And I would call for a dynamic management and approach to these issues. Remember that we are talking about Kano State. And Kano State is, we all know what happened. How NNDP, is it NNDP, swept across. And there was an attempt by the ruling party then to take it over, take it away from them, and they resisted. So any political analyst in Nigeria would know that Kano is the home of Kwankwasia. In as much as that agreement of 60-40 has been met, we are looking at strategies that will allow you to get all that you want to get. If there had been primary elections that allowed for more than 60%, 60-40%, you know, equity arrangement between people from different parties, people that are coming in and people that have been there, and the Kwankwasia group, if there had been this arrangement, it means that the outcome of the primary election did not align with it. And it also shows that that arrangement is not going to, you know, last or even become fruitful. Because what I'm saying is that if at all one group got more than 60%, you should allow them to go, because that is, for me, a true reflection of what is going to happen during the general election. One thing is to be in a political party. Another thing is to command that influence and followership. For me, I would want to warn the leaders of NDC at the national to tread with caution and not allow this thing to, you know, destroy the beautiful arrangement that I see that is ongoing. Kano State, we all know, is the home of Kwankwasia. One should expect them to take more than, you know, that arrangement. Because we all know that they have almost comprehensive followership when it comes to Kano State. We have been looking at other neighboring states like, you know, Katsina, Jigawa, and even Kaduna State. And I don't even blame Kwankwaso for insisting, because he knows that if he tries not to do it, they might end up fielding candidates that will put the NDC in a very, very precarious situation in the general election. If it is Kano State and if it is members of Kwankwasia group that wins the primary election, let all of them come. Because this election is not going to be business as usual. We will not allow, you know, sentiment. Even if they say, are we going to leave it for you? If it is a primary election that went through the normal process and the election that produced all these individuals, for me, I would want it to stand. Because we are not just looking at the primary election, we are looking at the general election. Because at that general election, we are not just going to fight against the ruling party, we are going to fight against seemingly forces that one cannot see with eyes. So I just want to use these words. So it is always good for you to bring out the best. It appears as if, you know, Obedient movement is not a regional movement. It is a national platform. So it will be very difficult for you to confine it to any region.
More so when it has now been merged with the Kwankwasia movement.
Exactly. Because I'm just looking, yes, I'm looking beyond Kano. And if one is trying to say we should confine them to this 60-40 party agreement, it may not really work for me. Let us allow them there. That is their zone.
Okay, let me go in. I want there's something that I actually want you to, talk on. Something like the situation in Kaduna. You know that the leader of the opposition parties in Kaduna should be the former governor, who is now being well, I might not use the word incarcerated, but it's incarcerated because he's not well, and they're not giving him adequate medical attention, and not giving him...
Are you talking about El-Rufai?
Yes. El-Rufai is in detention presently, but I believe he should have been part of this process. Don't you think the situation for the leadership of NDC within the Kano, which is of course, the regional capital of the north. I'm talking about regional capital of the entire north, is Kaduna, sorry. And don't you think the detention of El-Rufai must have actually affected the arrangement of NDC in Kano?
Well, thank you very much. Remember that the movement of peterobi and Kwankwaso was something that, for me, I think when you look at that movement, you see it as maybe a hand of God. It was not predetermined. They didn't even see it coming. That they must have kept that party as an alternative arrangement, because they had this their AP, is it ADC, coalition, which, for me, when you look at the type of political gladiators, you would know that definitely that you're not going to get anything. It's always good when you say having two good heads is better than one. But in a situation where you have so many good heads and there is no rallying point, it's always good that you have just one good head that will be carrying everybody along. That is the problem for me in ADs. You have so many of them are good. And they all have their own ideological viewpoint. Somebody like Atiku Abubakar doesn't believe in zoning. But he has turned around and started looking for a southern vice to deputize him. Then Rotimi Amechi also sees himself as somebody that is more qualified than every other person in the southern hemisphere. Having served as a governor and as a minister and every other, they have their own, and the speaker, they have their own ideological viewpoint. But all these things, we are looking at this translation of all these ideas. And somebody has been there saying, always tell us what we want to know, what we want to hear. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And all the visitations he has made, from one position to another, from one country to another, has always been strategic. How do we learn from this? How are we going to translate this experience to make things right in Nigeria? How do we even extrapolate some of these gains that we have seen here to make it work out for us here? And Nigerians are watching it. And Nigerian youth, let me tell you, Nigerian youth, when you want to look at the percentage of Nigerians that now use internet, you will know that this particular election is not going to be business as usual, because a lot of people will come out massively to vote. It is either through the ballot or through gun. But I would want us to have this regime change so that we begin to do it ourselves.
Yeah, but when you said it's either through the ballot or through gun, I cannot actually comprehend what you mean. Are you alluding to any gun issue coming in during the elections?
When you make peaceful resolution impossible, you are making violent resolution inevitable. It is a natural thing. So if there is a, let me just break it down. If there is an election in Nigeria, just like I am looking at it, and it's not even, I don't want to, at this level, I wouldn't want to now start using alleged. You now
don't want to make allegations.
I don't want to make allegations. What I want to say is, it is obvious that INEC is playing the role of a political party and not as an umpire. You can imagine a situation where a referee is officiating a match and one team scores a goal. That referee begins to jubilate and celebrate that goal. That is the role INEC, that is the role which I see INEC play when you look at their movement, because you watch their body language. And Nigerians know also, because Nigeria is a country that has a youthful population. And this youthful population translates to use of internet. Most of the things we know about today in Nigeria don't come through conventional media outfit, where you have a lot of censorship. If anything happens today in Nigeria, you open your phone, you see it. They don't control it. And that is how we want to use it to engineer a positive change in Nigeria. How? Now, I have a suggestion. I think I had somebody like Professor Pat to tell me say something like that. Now that we know that INEC and even members of National Assembly who are now regretting that they helped Tinubu to bring this present electoral act into system, they don't even know that Nigerians and other political parties are equally planning against them. How do you how do you check them with their games? If other political parties can dip hand into their pocket to buy a gadget, give to your party agents after this election, do you know why there was no revolution in the last election? There is no objective, verifiable result collation platform that people can now say, this is the result. This is what the result is supposed to be. And it should even act as a check on excesses of INEC. Assuming NDC, for instance, now decides to give all their party agents something that looks like all this money point, that gadget that has camera on it. Say use, please. After the election duly signed, I want you to use it to snap the result sheet and send to us. And maybe the collation center is not even is not supposed to be in Nigeria. It may be in US and or other third-party countries, and they will do the collation there and send it to the net. We don't want it to be used, but it will act as a check. And every Nigerian that has phone will be seeing the result as it is ticking. As it is ticking. And even the pictures of the things that one has snapped. It is going to become cumbersome. But sometimes when you have this kind of thing, you follow it that way. And if you snap all the results and send there, and a collation, you have a firm that has the credibility and capability of collating this, maybe an American firm. Because we are practicing an American system of democracy. So they can collect the result and send it across. And it will act as a check. Look at what we had in the last election, where we had a lot of cancellation, use of TPS, and even mutilation of original results. Had it been, if we had results that were not mutilated, and suddenly the ones that were mutilated started appearing, would you not know that something has happened somewhere at their so-called collation center? I think we are tired of all these things, and it's going to come to an end. If they don't want us to do it peacefully, then Nigerians might resort to, very violent means. People are tired with this regime. And what baffles me is that they are very, very arrogant in their stupidity. Yes, nothing. Look at this. Look at the regime that removes subsidy. In a very short space of time, you have borrowed money more than that regime that have let subsidy.
Yeah, but
when you look at Okay, let's leave it. Yes, we know we are trying to be politically correct. If you go out there, Nigerians will even use more abusive language on them because everybody is tired. And my advice to Nigerians is everybody should go and get your PVC. We can't continue like this.
Okay. You have thrown in, it was just that one statement you made. I wanted an explanation to that, and you have just written a book. Because each time you open your trap, there's a book that is coming to be. Doc, I want you to actually, explain further, because while I was trying to explain what I meant, because of the soul of the party. I am trying to say that the incarceration of the former governor of Kaduna State may have put the NDC in a precarious position in Kaduna and its environs, knowing that he's such an influential politician in that place. Just like Kwankwa saw is very influential in Kanu area. Then Kaduna area, Rufai, we know is very, very influential. And of course, he was instrumental to the coming on board of the incumbent president. It was not until they became a face-off that resulted in, they rejected him, and they resulted in his beginning to criticize the administration. And consequently, because of the catalog of criticisms that he's been doing against the incumbent APC, of course, they had to dig deep to find where maybe he may have made mistakes, or he may not have made, but it became an opportunity to actually silence him. Where he is now, nobody hears about El-Rufai. If he has been out, of course, so much would be heard from El-Rufai about the present Nigerian government. So, does it not impede on the process of expansion of NDC, the process of acceptance of NDC, of the opposition party?
Before now, I think there was a time I told you about two seemingly opposing or contradicting views. When you look at a party as a grassroots party and also a party as a personality-driven party. NDC was not even in the picture during the time of El-Rufai's issue with the president. And I wouldn't want to go into that in a detailed manner because there is an adage that says that he who rides with tiger will one day end in his stomach. So El-Rufai for me is not even a cent. So I wouldn't want to accord that kind of, I wouldn't want to, in as much as he may have influence in Kaduna area, yes. But I am looking at change that will come from experiences of Nigerians. That desire from Nigeria to have a new Nigeria. Not from somebody, not from a personality that they look up to, but that desire, intentionality of Nigerians to have a change, to see things work again, to at least have, if not 50% of what we had in the 60s, to have at least something substantial. We have never had it so bad. And we are now talking about who are these personalities? If you want to ask me, a personality that hasn't got conscience. It's a personality that will look. Do you know how angry I am whenever I come up to speak about Nigeria? Nigeria, where you see terrorists, brag with monies they collected from Nigerians, killing people and doing all manner of things doing things that are morally reprehensible to Nigerians, and we have leaders.
And we have leaders, terrorists are all about doing things that are reprehensible to Nigerians. So submitted Dr. Imago, our public affairs analyst and commentator, who is our guest on Arena today. And we have to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our topic, NDC, the struggle for the soul of the party. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is NDC, the struggle for the soul of the party. The vehicle that many Nigerians believe will take them to the desired new Nigeria. That is to say, if they win election. Of course, politics, as the struggle for power, has opened up for the political parties, about 21 of them in Nigeria, to struggle for who will lead Nigeria in the next dispensation, which will start from 29th May 2027. And here, my guest, Dr. Imago, is here to lend voice. And of course, the much we have stayed with him, we have had expository discourse on this topic. And we are going to get more from him as we continue. Dr. Ago, we are talking about the loyalty and the implication of disloyalty to the party. This is because some members of the party who are, bought intent forms and ran the primary elections, many of them were not given tickets. And they are disenchanted. And there are protests to that effect. Some people intend to leave the party. Some people intend to join the other political parties to oppose the NDC's possible emergence as the leadership.
As a third force or whatever.
So, what is the implication of the disenchanted members taking such position?
I think one thing is clear. And that thing that is clear is you look at party supremacy. I think this party supremacy has been in a kind of struggle. It's struggling with movement influence. There is this political party, and suddenly you have two most powerful movements joining a political party. A party will always want to have control, which I believe is good. But these days, how it is now, primary election is an election that you organize to select those that are going to, face other candidates in other political parties. And the question should have been, the primary election, was it conducted in a free, fair, and transparent manner? Because there may be some individuals, because there are certain things, there are people that I As a psychologist, there are things I call helicopter mentality. You think you are there every day, every time anybody looks up, they will see you. But you are not on the ground. So many of our senators have this kind of helicopter mentality. So, when you look at this helicopter mentality and what you may describe as greenhorn, somebody who is known in his neighborhood, who has good character, who has wonderful educational background, who has no forged certificate issue, who is known by everybody around. There is no way the person will come out and he will not cause an upset. And that may have been what happened. And if you have a primary election that produced candidates that are unknown to face those people that we already know, I will personally go and look at the profile of these people that defeated so-called big heavyweights to know what is it in these guys that made people in their party to rally. I will even make more research about them, about their personality, about their temperament, about their educational background. In fact, I'll be asking, is this guy or this lady good enough to be my leader? Because in leadership, everybody must not be where decisions are made. So if I must look for somebody to represent me, I will definitely look for somebody that is as good as me, or if not better than me, so that I will just go and sleep with my eyes closed and not an OES member. So if we have new candidates in all these political parties, then and the election that produced them is good enough, I think we have to stick to that principle. Do you understand? Because these are all these names that you are hearing. I've not even seen anything that they've done. Honestly, I've not seen. So okay, we want change.
So, but in a situation where maybe the primaries elections that were held that brought up the persons were, possibly flawed in one way or the other. And of course, when you said you're going to look at profile, have you forgotten the issue of consensus and godfatherism that is inherent in the Nigerian politics? Godfatherism as such that could make even somebody who is not good enough to be pushed and imposed on the people against the collective will of the party faithfuls during primary elections. And if it so happens, there are tendencies for protest, there are tendencies for criticism, there are tendencies for even approaching the court in a way that they will begin to claim violation of the party constitution, upon which you can go to court, of course. So,
thank you so much. When I was trying to respond to the first question that you asked me, I was telling you that I mentioned free, fair, transparent, or even credible. The election has to pass all these tests. But if you now say that their people are protesting, it means that there are some elements of the rules that have been violated. So I would not support any selection process that violates these criteria that I have mentioned. Do you understand? I wouldn't support it. So consensus means that, because for me, I am a product of consensus. Consensus means that you are a better person. And if you already have two, and you are the third person, and the other two guys are now saying, I think you are going to represent our people more, better than us. We want to allow you go. That is consensus. Everybody has agreed. It's just that in Nigeria, whenever any word is mentioned, it is sometimes abused. Consensus means that there is no other, in fact, even the opposing side supports you. Because sometimes somebody that don't like you may want you to go. They will say, if you want to get results, go and look for that idiot. He's still an idiot, but he's still the guy that will give you that result. Go and get him. Is it not consensus, support from somebody that doesn't like your face? So consensus, if there were consensus arrangements that brought some individuals, and you look at, I think party leadership should investigate. If you claim that there is consensus, and at the same time there are some individuals that registered that said that they are not in support of that consensus, I think that primary election has to be cancelled. Then the election will be arranged for those ones that say they are not part of that consensus, because they have their own rights.
There is a difficulty in the cancellation of election, especially when the inec timetable says it must be done within a specific time. The primaries ended on 30th of May, and I don't think any other political party will have any primary election. What the party does with its supremacy power is to substitute. Even when some people emerge through consensus, through free, fair, and credible primaries, or through any other thing, the party, in their wisdom, might still decide to substitute them. That is where the supremacy of the party comes to be. Is this justified from a psychological perspective, from the point of a reasonable man? Is it justified?
You see, that substitution, you know, when you use the word substitution, are you substituting the person that won an election that is seemingly not free and fair with somebody brought from heaven?
No, the substitute, based on their supremacy, they may have considered a few things that will make them do that.
I think
they may have considered the fact on whether Mr. A, Mr. B, who are also good, but by one reason or the other may have lost in the party primaries. They may think that the one who lost in the party primaries will be the person best to win the election. One thing is winning elections in the general elections. One thing is having the muzzle, because I know one of the American presidents was asked, what do you need for elections? What is primary? And then he said, the president said, money. They asked him, what's number 2? He said, money. What is number 3? He said, money. Which means sometimes people who are credible may not have the resources to prosecute elections. So they may have another good reason, they say, must give it a better one. So I am trying to say, if that, from your perspective, is right for the party to do.
Well, you know, one thing is, party has always been a platform for nomination of candidates in any election. Nigeria is not among those countries where you have zero-party system. You know, in zero-party system, you don't have, you know, you have individual candidates coming up. But here you have to follow the political party. I think what the political party need to do here is to have a kind of meeting with all the stakeholders. Let them come together and try to look at things the way it appears, and also what the law says. If the wrong man has been selected, or the person who may not be not carry the flag of the party well. Then another question is, are you in the mind of the electorate to determine who actually is better? Or are we trying to trail that line of Ijebego mentality? In fact, it is the masses that will determine who actually is better. For me, if you have a greenhorn is that person who has no antecedent. And that was what followed petermbah in the last election. He has no antecedent.
Petermbah or peterobi?
I mean petermbah of Enugu State.
Oh, okay.
He has no antecedent. Even both of them, for me, I was looking at them as individuals. And I say, who is this man? And who is this man? Who is petermbah? Who is Edoga? Yes, both of them were in these political parties. And after that, where did you go to? And this guy has been around doing this. This guy went to this place and established this and employed. So how many people did he employ? I was looking, this were the questions I asked. I said, I think I prefer this young man. He's not into any crayfish business. He's doing a very big business, and that ability to manage this big business, if he tries to employ that mindset into what we have, what we'll be needing as a governor, I think it will be a good idea. That was the kind of question, and I did. And I started convincing people around me that this is what I have seen between these two. So those guys should come together and look at it. There are still positions that is there for grabs if a political party wins, and they can be settled if their cases are genuine. Do you understand? So it depends on how you talk to them. So the party leadership should exercise a lot of sagacity in terms of managing crisis. Yes. Then you have to tell them to rally behind whoever that the party has, chosen. And mind you, there are some non-elective positions that are even more juicy than the so-called elective positions. So these are some of the things you have to go and bring out and place on the table for some of these disgruntled elements in the party, or some of these guys who no longer feel that they are part of the politics because of the way things have played out. And they may have spent money in preparation for this election in which they lost. There's always a way to bring somebody in, to tell him, we know all these things. But anyhow, we are not going to lose. There are so many things. You can become a board member. You can become a commissioner. There are things. And we know all these things. You can place it on the table. And this is not even the end. Okay.
And so, Dr. Imagu is saying dialogue. There's no end to dialogue. If there are agreed members of the NDC, the chances of having true reconciliation and wooing them to believe that the party has a bright future. Because when they win election, there's so many things to be. There are so many appointments to make. There are so many juicy positions to assume. And such will help to accommodate more people as may have actually spent their money going through the party process of nomination and others. Margo, finally, because of want of time, where do we go from here? Are you expecting that the political party NDC will be strong enough to win elections in Nigeria come 2027? And what are your reasons for believing that they will win elections?
Well, thank you very much. I think I am by nature an optimist. I am always looking at things from the positive and bright side, in as much as I am not oblivious of the other dark side of things, because that will always keep me cautious. I think NDC has a better chance. And what are their chances? Zero performance of this present administration on the basic things that we look at them to do for us, which is welfare and security. We're not even asking for more. protect us. Any party that comes up now can win them. And I think presidential election is going to come up first. You know, and it has its own effect. It has its own effect. Bandwagon effect. Nigerians want to see this particular problem. They want to take this last chance. They want to use this as the last chance to redeem Nigeria. Because they've seen that it is not tribe. It is not religion. It has to do with competence. So that is what my take is on this.
It has to be on competence. It is not on a tribal leaning or on a religious leaning, but based on competence. And so our guest, Dr. Imago, has really done well in giving us an incisive picture of what our topic, taking the soul of the NDC, is. This is the best we can take from this program today. And to you, Dr. Imago, you're welcome. We are welcome to have actually helped us in dissecting this topic. Thank you.
It has always been my pleasure.
And for you, viewer, keep watching us on Aneke TV. We're going to be with you next time on this program, Arena.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, Only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, these distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as the default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It is our utmost pleasure to welcome you on this edition of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is a program that has identified the enormous ability in the young people, and that is the reason why all of the things they do it with all the ability in them. And then this program follows them up to a logical conclusion. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and of course we say a big thank you so much for being there. You can join us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi, and our focus for today is on Facebook friendship. Permit me to introduce to you another set of reputable youths who made the list of our guests for this show. From my right, I have Obodo Lovett. Ngozi is a lawyer and then a media personal. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, and I have Kenneth Eze, who is the executive chairman, Enugu State Young Farmers Association. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you, sir.
All right, they say in everything good, women first. Yes, Gift, that's why I have to start with you. Do you make friends on Facebook?
Yes, I do. I actually do make friends on Facebook.
Okay. Then, Ken, what about you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please quickly define friendship in your own terms.
I think for me, friendship is a relationship, a mutual relationship between two or more persons, which can be based on identified or unidentified mission for me.
Okay, mutual relationship between two persons for any identified mission. Okay, in that case, two of them are involved.
Yeah.
Okay. Ken, I don't know how comfortable you are with our definition.
Okay, I will just add more. I think friendship is a mutual relationship between two persons based on trust, love, care, and support. Yes, and it should be mutual. It should be reciprocated. If it's not mutual, then it's not friendship.
If it's not mutual, it's not friendship. Okay, okay, that's cool. Yeah. Then, what could be the necessity of Facebook friendship?
Most times, the main aim for me is to connection. Connection. It can be business-wise, relationship. It identifies based on your intentions. It's basically based on your intention of making that friendship or accepting that request in the first place. For me, somebody like me, basically, most especially, it's for my business networking. if I don't get something that could meet up my standard as, I'll ultimately decline the friendship.
Okay, are you saying that all of the friends you have are for this purpose?
This is a setup. No, actually, no. There are ones when you see them, you just say, basically, this person's profile is catchy. And you just say, I want to know more about this person, so you just quickly accept the request.
Okay, that's noted. Again, I want you to recount your benefits so far on Facebook.
The benefits I've gotten so far on Facebook, I think shared information, Facebook nowadays is where we go to get information, important messages, and we connect. Sometimes we meet whole-time friends from 1960s, way back. So when you see them, like, oh wow, yeah. So it brings people together, And there's also this necessity to be there, so that the world won't leave you behind, to catch up with what is trendy and all that. And also social proof of maybe you're a social person. If you are not on these social media platforms, they'll see you as antisocial. So that need to be social, all those kind of things, and access to information, like I've said, messages. So these are the benefits. These are the benefits that we have gotten. So then access to community and resources. There are a lot of things we can gain from joining a community. So I think Facebook is a community that has so many benefits. That is where you see so many things at the same time in a very short period of time. I think these are the benefits for me.
Okay. Gift, let me come back to you. What's the difference between the friends you make on Facebook and the other friends you have on the street?
Basically, the difference is that these people I meet on the street, their identity is very known to me. Their identity is pretty much known to me. Why the people I meet online are just, random connects. I call them random connect because I might not know who they are actually. But I feel like I have a physical and deeper connection with the people I like on the street because I know them. I can easily tell who this person is. But on Facebook, anybody can just, be who. You just need to, maybe with time, you just get to find out who this person is. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any difference?
I think, yeah, she mentioned depth, depth of relationship. Like how far have we gone? Facebook friends is just shadow. It ends online. But, friends that we see around, we hang around, we have known way back. There's this deep connection. And there's reliability, there's trust also. I can trust you. I can't trust my friend who is online, who I've not seen for ages.
But you do business with them. And some of them are business partners from what you said.
There's a level of trust. There's level of trust. Trust is level by level, grade by grade. I can trust you on some, different kind of level. I can't trust you with my life. I can't trust you. People cannot even trust you with their money. But there are some things we can let go. We can say, let's risk it. When we have checked the opportunity cost and know what we can forgo, we can say, okay, I can trust, but to a certain level. But the friends that I know, I talk with every day, there's a deeper trust. And also there's mutuality also. If I do you, you do me. But on online friends, we can see. I can give you a good comment or good like or a good referral. You might not even reciprocate that to me, and it doesn't matter because we are just online. So I think these are the differences for now.
Okay, Gift, are there friends you have on Facebook that you obviously don't know and you've never seen them?
They are the ones that we call unknown friends. They are your friends, but they are unknown friends. I tag them unknown friends because most times, like I said, I always go there to connect based on business. Fetch for, look for or scout for business, patronizers, people that will patronize my business, obviously, because that's always, when you come, you see my profile, you'll be like, okay, you do this, because I let you know that I am into this. So most times they will be like, okay, actually, let's just be sure that you are the one having this profile, because there are so many, fake identity on Facebook. So I think most times they try to put on a video call to be sure, and then we'll be like, okay, just 1 minute. I'll just say 1 minute. You just be sure when it comes to business. So, but if it comes to the other aspects, I might just say no.
Are they just your friends for business?
No. The truth is that their profile, when you get into, you just be enticed on what you see. So you just try to know more. Because one thing I always say is your appearance that.
And knowing more is sending friend requests.
Yeah, the person will just send the friend request.
Are there no ways you know more without sending friend request to such person that is strange to you?
You can browse online for some things. You know, everybody now is not online. Once you browse, you can get some other things. But having a friend on Facebook is kind of deeper connection more than the one you just browse and get the knowledge online. I think that's what she's trying to say there.
But I would suggest this, what she called unknown friends on Facebook. Yeah, they are friends. You know, we define friendship. We talked about mutual benefit, mutual understanding, you got to know yourselves and all of that. All of those things are totally absent from the level of friendship we have on some people on Facebook.
You know, I said something earlier. I said friendship is based on, benefit, relationship benefits. It mustn't be like you have a deeper connection with this person. Like someone, I base my friendship based on benefit. If I can't get something from you, sorry, you can't be my friend.
But
I take my time to select my friend.
But you mentioned that you see some brands, you maybe get attracted and you send friend requests.
Yes, I do, because I've seen that thing that could create a existing relationship between me. Like I always say, is the way you present yourself, that's the way you be addressed. If you present yourself like a scandalous person or someone without a good profile, if I come to the first of all, the first thing I will look out for, I'll just flip. I'll just this thing we call scan reading. I'll just scan your profile
before you send a request.
No,
or you accept.
I hardly send requests before I send a request to someone on Facebook. You must have this profile that if I view, I'll be like, okay, this profile is matching mine, or it's bigger than mine. So I want to know what this person knows.
Then have you ever got disappointed at the end of the day after you have sent the friend request?
No, actually, I don't think I've ever sent out a friend request. I hardly do that because I don't think I've ever sent out a friend request and not get accepted. Well, because I think I present my profile to be such a way that you just need to click in. There are things you just be, this girl is this girl is that, this girl, okay, wow, I just need to know her. You just have to tap in. It's grace. I call it grace.
Grace, and maybe at the end of the day, they become unknown friends.
I don't think they will not be friends.
You can.
Okay, let's hear that from your own part. Have you maybe, for one reason or the other, sent a friend request to people you've not really known very well?
Like I said, she mentioned something about what I would benefit by sending that friend request. You might say it's friends with benefits actually online, which is not far from the truth and which is okay, because it's just superficial. It's at the surface level. So we just look out for what we can benefit, what we can gain, what we can get. Then friendship, we should make this thing very distinct. We are not like selling out friendship so cheap, like to say friends must have benefits attached to friends. There are some friends that are just there in your life. You might ask yourself, what am I gaining from this friend? But when chips are down, you now know who is left to take care of you. That one is different. That one is deep. But when you talk about, the social environment, Facebook, you must always look out for what you are going to benefit from that person. Because like your circle, you are building a brand, actually. Now, if one of the criteria of me allowing you to be my friend on Facebook, if we have mutual friends, if I still don't have mutual friends, I will be skeptical, I will be taken aback. I won't accept until I see, okay, we have 5 mutual friends. I will now go and check those mutual friends and say, okay, I know this person, I will not accept you. But these are one of the ways also you can curtail scams, scammers online. You just see somebody from nowhere. Now, if this person accepts you, you'll be expecting this person to come to your DM and maybe chat to you or ask you, okay, hello, see the reason why I want to connect more. Some people just accept friends without knowing what they want to do with them. And that is why you see some people will say your network is your net worth. But they don't know the value of that statement alone because we don't explore our network.
Okay, which is wrong.
Which is wrong. I can't have you, Mr. Obasi. I'm looking for a media guru.
Okay. Thank you for the compliment. Gift, itemizing the possible reasons why people send friend requests to people they don't know and maybe maintain friendship they don't know on Facebook. But we say is for social and validation, and then social validation and popularity. Could that be a reason people do that?
Yeah, that's the reason why most people do it, because I always say your social network is something that defines you, and then popularity. Somebody like me, I want audience. So if you have motive or scam, you have motive of I'll just accept you because I am watching that there is something I'm aiming at. Do you understand? Now the only difference is that do this girl actually she accepted you? No, I have no problem. But
Or do you mean you accept indiscriminately?
yeah, I don't. I do that most times. Recently because I've changed the purpose in which before when I opened the app newly, there was a motive. I wanted to connect with certain group of people. But now I know that that app is money. So now I'm not putting my narrative and my aim and ambition, changing it to that point that I want to earn from this app. So what will I do? Accept them. Accept your followers, get them in, try to, push what you want to push to earn from it. My business is not like you're a scammer, you are whoever you are, I don't care.
That means you don't have a way of placing a check on them.
It was before, but now I've changed the narrative. One of the only difference is that yes, I have accepted you. Now, do I have your time? That's another question. Because I might have up to 1,000 something messages to answer, and I can't answer all. So it's only when maybe say you send a friend request and I see your profile at first before I accept it. I'll be like, okay, so this. I'll go and place you under a particular group. But if it's the random one, I accept it because I have something I'll post. So I need people that will tap in and increase my,
Okay, you see her own reason why she accepts people, anybody maybe that places a friend request, she accepts for her own reason. Is it not possible that some people accept just to connect?
Yes, some people accept to connect, some accept because of social pressure, the norms, some is by, I think, curiosity. Let me just know this person. Let me just know what is happening. There's something I said FOMO, fear of missing out on events.
Okay.
People are scared of missing out on what is happening. Like, what is the latest news online right now? What is really happening? Like, people are always reading the news to know what is happening. And it's taking most of their time. And it's not about what you know, it's about what you do with what you know. You can just be knowledge, you have this knowledge base, be intelligent, but you're not making it beneficial. You're not getting results out of it. So these are the kind of people we find. Some people accept by mistake, misclick. Maybe they want to reject, they will accept.
That's funny.
So many there's scams, fake offers, social validation, like you said before. I just want to belong. Let them know that I have this social amount of followers. Okay. And also she made mention of the money. It's not monetary, it's monetized right now. You can make money depending on your amount of followers that you have.
So that's meant for bloggers?
Yes. No, not really. Once you have this certain level of followership, your profile can be monetized. Then you can now say, okay, I want to now sell out some of these things like information, products, services, and all that. Can make more money. Facebook will pay you. Then you can also get people to buy into what you are selling. We know of a popular social video that is now selling things since it was in China. to get products he will sell. Because he has already seen he has followers. And what am I going to do with all these large followers? Let me sell things to them. And it's now making money. So him is now being, creative with what he has.
Lovett, are you a blogger?
I was into that before.
Okay.
Well, at the point I just had to, excuse myself from that angle.
Is it possible that bloggers, I'm asking you this question, is it possible that bloggers accept friend requests on Facebook indiscriminately, maybe to increase their digital reach?
Yeah, you have to. You have to. It's just that the only problem is that they hardly follow you back.
Okay.
Because they know that it's just like when you have the material which people need, you don't need to beg for followers. They just keep following you. And it gets to a point that you don't even need to accept. Once your Facebook setting has put you in such a professional mode, you just don't need to be accepting them. What you need, they just need to be tapping, following you. They just need to be following you. You don't need to now be selected. Just when they want to now become your friend, that's when they can now easily send a friend request for you to accept them. But so people can now actually view you, see what you are doing on Facebook without even sending a request. They can actually be actively following you. Once your dashboard is on professional, they can actually be following you without sending a friend request. So you can actually have so many followers and still not accept so many people. So I think bloggers most bloggers, you see them, they will have like 100k followers and they are following just one person.
Okay.
Just get on, you see it. They just have one person following, they are following, and then they have 100k followers.
Okay, again, is it possible they do it for romantic reasons?
Yes, there's something called agomari.
Okay.
Agomari is this kind of scam techniques that these boys and girls use nowadays. When they see somebody who is not suspicious of them, they will try to, have this emotional connection with them. Maybe taking advantage of their age and love and affection. To tell them I will marry you, this and that, and you see them most times we do this from a very far distance relationship, where before the person can come down and see you for who you are, you have already wreaked havoc. So they will say, okay, we'll have this company like that, babe, can you see, I want to do this factory and all that, can you send them money? The person will send some dollars, all those things. So these are the emotional aspect of it that can be used to scam people, and it has what has been going on through. But I believe people are now wiser. They can now see through all these things to know, okay, this is a scam we're not going to fall into. So
okay, is it not possible that other people do that for just a romantic relationship, not marriage this time?
Yeah, because I've seen myself in that scenario where people approach me for like, yeah, I like this girl, I just want to be her friend. So you see, I've gotten to a point that I had a friend on Facebook. So that day, I don't know what I was doing, but I actually just had to, go to Facebook for the first time to open my chat. So I happened that the person has sent more than 50-something message and I've not read it. He kept saying every day of his life, he would just keep saying, good morning, gift. I hope you answer me. Good morning, gift. I hope you answer. At the time, when I opened the message, I burst into laughter. I just told my sister, somebody had just been sending me a message every day of his life. Gift, good morning. I hope you answer. Gift, good morning. I have so many people like that. They are hopeful that one time you just visit their DM and see. And when you just reply the person, the person it's just like you did Christmas for the person. The person is so happy, the joy, the happiness. The next thing the person will start calling you. All I just do is once the person starts, I just meet the chats. But there are people like that. They are just having genuine. Because I also have someone that is like this. He kept saying hi, 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 hi. At the point I was like hi, hi. This day, I think hi, hi, hi. I was like, I checked the person's profile, and it happens to be someone I know, but I've seen him somewhere. But I've seen him somewhere. I think due to the fact that there was a tag. Gift is this kind of person. She might not listen. I think he was so scared to approach me. So the easiest way was him looking for me on Facebook. He kept sending hi, 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 hi for me to reply.
Okay, but what if you should have replied?
I'll try.
You go back and do that. Okay, thank you so much. Let us observe just a short break. We shall be right back. Thank you so much, viewer. Don't go away. Yeah. Just a short break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, back from the short break, you still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is Facebook friendship. Yes, we were done with the first part of it before we had the short break. And I think I'm enjoying myself. Hope you are doing that also, yes. Because a lot of things are unfolding about this Facebook friendship. Let's do more, let's do more. Let's do more. I'll be here with Obodo Ngozi Lovett, who is a lawyer and the media personnel. And then Kenneth Eze, who is the executive chairman in Enugu State Farmers Association. Thank you so much for coming. Let's continue. I have special interest on this issue of or the quest to identify with celebrities. And for that, people do what? When they view the celebrity, maybe the DM or the DP or anything, they do what? They send friend requests. They do.
Yes, they do.
Okay, and with that, people get to make a lot of unknown friends.
Yes.
On Facebook. Or are they known?
No, they are known. They have a lot of unknown friends on Facebook. People you don't know. They are just your friends on Facebook.
What I mean is this: you have a celebrity, you know, maybe you enjoy his music or her music and all of that. You see her face every day or his face every day. It's more like a familiar person to you, but obviously he does not know you. Yes, you send friend request. Is he an unknown person then or a known person to you?
It depends on the level of knowledge here. You just know this person as a musician, but you don't know some of the aspect of his life. Like personal, you don't know him personally.
People develop love for people because they are musicians, or the type of music they play, or the type
but that doesn't mean you know them.
But to them, they know them.
You might feel you know this person, but the person doesn't even know you. I think the most important aspect of this is that let the person know you. You can say you know this governor, you know this president, you know Barack Obama, you know Donald Trump, you know all these people, but they don't know you. That's the most important.
And it happens with footballers also.
Yes.
Yes.
You can't call them. You can't call them your friends. If I don't know you, and you know me, you can't call me your friend.
Is it an error to call those footballers? You like how they play, the score goals, and all of that? You know their names, you know their club and everything. And you send them friend request on Facebook. Is it?
I actually did something very, 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 I'll use the word, like a child's knowledge when I was more. I said I will marry Ronaldo.
Hi! Oh my God.
If I don't marry Ronaldo, that means that will be, what did I do? I had to, there was this thing we call room poster stickers. I had to post Ronaldo's picture, you know, and then one day, one teacher, one of my teacher in secondary school flogged me for that. I used Ronaldo's picture in front of my book cover. Hi, that had to flog me here. And after I just, I went home and I was just looking at the picture. I was like, Ronaldo, why can't you come and defend me? That was so terrible. That was just, having genuine, love for this person. And I don't know, maybe by God's grace, which I don't know how much, I don't see the possibility of meeting Ronaldo. But that was just, you can actually, have attraction, affection for an unknown friend. So it's just there. As far as you have something you like about the person, some people can just develop,
But there are people who don't even like anything about the people. They just want to connect. But will you blame them?
They don't like anything about it.
Like, there's nothing that is attracting them.
So why do they want to connect? Okay, I think there's something called personality cult.
Okay.
Personality cult followership. Just like this person. And it's like, he's very biased. To another person, the person will be like, looking at, okay, why do you like this person? But to you just have this unexplained emotions or feelings or desires about this person. Like me, when I grew up, I love Two-Face a lot. I sing all of his songs.
Okay.
But now, knowing that he's doing one of these two things.
And he doesn't know you too.
Yes. But one day I'm still hoping that.
Just like Gift and Ronaldo.
But I can follow someone that I hate. I can just, one thing about it is that you see those people that hate you, they're the ones that keep check of you very well. They have your data at the back of their palms. They always want to know what is going on in this person's life. You see those people that like you, then they don't have your time. You see that one that hates you.
I want us to look at it this way. Do we really blame these people who go about connecting to new friends, to people they don't know? just for the reason to connect. Do you really blame them?
No, I wouldn't actually, because they want to even make friends.
You know why I asked this question? For instance, now in your family, all your family members can be your friends on Facebook, but you have them in the house. What are you doing with them on Facebook?
It's to increase your followership. It's to increase your followers. Even as a matter of fact, if your family member is not following you, if you know that you are very intentional with what you do online, maybe you sell things, you want to grow your followership, and your family members or your friends that you know at home, if they don't follow you, they're actually against you.
Okay.
Right? Yes. Because if I know you and I know what you do, and you're online and you want to grow your followership, you want to grow your reach, you want people to see, they want to grow your brand, I should follow you and be commenting and be liking on your page. Most of these celebrities do that a lot. You will see a musician's wife liking her husband, praising the person online. Yeah. You can see yourself. If we go on, what do we do then? We see this person every day. But you see the person coming online to praise the person openly. I love what you are doing. Go ahead, liking the person's.
Okay, that is for somebody you know, for instance. But now for somebody you don't know. I'm looking for a way we applaud these people who go about looking for more friends that they don't know. For instance, I happen to be in a youth workshop now, a youth conference with you. When we get to this time that, at some point you say, okay, get up, go meet people, make new friends and all of that. If you see me, will you come to me? Having known me to this level, will you come to me for new friendship?
Yeah, I think I will do it because I'm someone that I fear no one.
Not about fear, okay?
Yeah,
okay. You have known me for long. Will you come to me to make a new friend?
No, because I already know you.
Because you already know me. Okay.
But if I don't know you, and I have and I get to know that this person can actually influence my business, maybe somebody just tapped me and say, see this person.
This is not about influencing business. You are in a conference together.
No, one thing I told you that everybody has his own motive behind every friendship. Me, I center it basically on what I can tap in from you or get from you. If I cannot get anything from you, there's this laxity of energy to know you better. Do you understand? But if someone tap me and be like, Gift, you see this person, if you become friends with this person, we start operating with this class of people. If I don't know you, someone courage, whatever, I can even buy courage and meet you and walk up to you and tell you, sir, my name is this. I will package myself. I also, try to be your friend, tell something very fantastic to you. And I know you must buy it.
I'm not afraid and I'm not surprised. Women have their way.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yes. Okay, let's quickly look at the adverse effect of making the unknown friendship, especially on Facebook. Yes. What could be the disadvantage, really?
Okay, I wrote down here exposure, undue exposure. When you expose yourself, there's this prayer somebody prayed one time and said, God, please, let me not arrive before my time. There's a season for everything.
Okay.
If you come, if David has not prepared, I like making Bible allusions. If David has not prepared himself and met Goliath, Goliath would have killed him. So there's always, don't feel the rush to go out there to be seen. There's always, there's a process. There's a time for everything. Don't just expose yourself. That is why we have people saying, okay, it is below the age of this thing, don't do this, because there is a reason. If you expose yourself too much like that, you can become a prey. You can fall into something that was not even meant to be your battle or your concern, but because you are not adequately prepared for that, so there is an undue exposure. That is why some people will say, my child shouldn't have a social media platform right now at this age. Don't even have a phone. So all those things are to make sure there are restrictions to that. And also, scams also. Then social engineering. Nigerians, we have this headers mentality. Anywhere below face, anywhere one person is moving, every other person is moving in that direction. So you see social engineering, this is where we find it on Facebook. But you see one person now saying something, then like Buchina and Chief Priest, what they are not saying, like Chief Priest and that former, what is his name, the Igbo billionaire. So money na water, all this, so to start passing some kind of slogans, selling this kind of ideas to the youth. And these things are done through social engineering and all that. So there's reputation risk. you have a good reputation you want to protect.
Cool.
And then go on social media, somebody will not come and slander you. Maybe post something that you didn't do. Tag you to it. Many people come and be commenting. Before you know, you now have a wound.
It has happened to my friend.
You understand? So there are some things that it exposes you to. You've not been asking yourself, say if I had stayed on my own, not peddle with some of these social things online. And this bullying, this cyberbullying is very real. This way we have them a lot. Everybody, 70% of people go through cyberbullying every day. People just come and be harassing you there and there. Even people that you don't know. So if you're asking yourself, it's not better for me to shut this thing down, cancel with the difference. When I've got to myself, I cannot. So there's emotional harm to this thing. Then there's data scraping. The data is out there.
Okay.
Why are you putting it? Are you a politician? Are you a musician? Do you sell anything? What business do you have there? If you don't have any business there, why are you always there? I see people that are always online, but you don't sell anything. You don't pass any message. You're not selling yourself. You're online looking out for burning your data. Looking out for people that are busy with their lives and making meaning out of it and making money. You're always there scrolling. And you're doing nothing. Those people should be taught on how to do these things.
Okay, thank you so much. Gift, let's hear from you.
You talked about the bad adverse effect of this Facebook friendship to the unknown people. Now I'll talk about the good part of it, because there's always a positive and negative part of it. Because for me, when he was saying something about cyberbullying, for me, if somebody like me, if I'm a blogger, I like it. Because that is the way in which I can actually tap in money coming from.
But you're not the victim.
I might not be victim.
Not the victim.
Let me tell you, I might be the victim.
When she becomes the victim.
Most of these
until you become the victim.
No, calm down. One thing you don't understand is that if you check, most of the owners of these bloggers are being dragged online. Do you understand? There's this thing that online is for the people that have heart. You don't say you want to be popular, you want to be out there, and you don't have the heart and courage to be there. Because if you don't have the mind, you're under attack. So when it comes to security purpose, when it comes to this adversity, I like the fact that if you don't learn, you can't be able to do the next. So if I don't have this experience of scam online, now I will be under constant attack. Now there was a time my account was hacked, so now I know the tactics. If I eventually open my profile now, or open your status, and I see some pornographic content, I know that page has been hacked. Once ever I click on it, tap that link, it takes me somewhere I don't know. It's carrying me go where I don't know. So once ever I know that it's just a strategy because I've seen it. These are exposure. People don't know that if you experience makes you better. It gives you the wider knowledge that this thing can happen. But just imagine when you have arrived at your peak of success and you're under attack. So you start from somewhere. If they attack you as a little child or when you are still little, when you go out there, you wisen up. You tie to your belt. You be good. You don't let people take you off balance. So at this point, I think exposure, like for me, it's exposure. When you say that so many people are online, they don't know what they are using their data. Let me tell you, so data is happiness. If you don't know it now today. Because for me, even if I don't know what to use my data to do, in this situation we have on ground in Nigeria, if I don't make myself happy with my data, with my own money, as I just said, you don't know how I got the money, but I know that I must survive. So the survival means for many people in Nigeria is to just on their data and just be looking out there. They just want to be happy. They just want to be happy because you don't know what they are passing through. So for you that you're not passing through anything, other people want to,
Okay, thank you so much. All of these efforts is for you to convince us that there are no adverse effects of the Facebook friendship.
No, they are,
but there's something I want to add there. Most times why people accept this friend's request that they want to be seen. They just want to be seen. And she made mention of happiness. When you find your happiness, So when your happiness is external, when it's in the hands of someone else, what if it's not there? So I think happiness should actually be internal. There should be this internal peace actually within you. Somebody said the difference between joy and happiness is the internal factor inside of you. So let your happiness not be in the hands of another person.
No, I like the...
No, it's you know, I understand where you're coming from, actually, because some people feel like maybe you want to say they are bored, actually. So they just want something to make them happy. Like me now, I enjoy comedy a lot. If you see me laughing, you know there is somebody making me laugh. But that doesn't mean my happiness is dependent on that thing. Because I can do without it. But I'm just saying it out there. So anybody who is actually still, putting his happiness on other person's hands, Otilo.
Okay. That's good. Gibbs, let me come back to you. What do you have to say about identity theft and profile cloning?
For me, identity theft is something we find online every day. That's why I told you that most of the people, when they want to do real business with me, they try to do 1 minute video call with me to be sure if actually their profiles, when you come, you will just be enticed. Be like, who is this person? I want to know.
And everybody doesn't do it that way.
Not everybody do it that way. But if you have something that you actually want to grab or benefit from this person, you just have to take the safety measures.
That's what you're saying to a viewer.
Yeah, you have to take the safety measures to to verify this page. Because one thing is that we have this mentality that most times there's an ego preference in celebrities, that they don't have your time to come and chat you personally. For them to be able to chat you personally on a personal note, you know that you have a content, you have something they are selling. I told you that for you to make profound friends or anybody profound, you must have something that you have that is sellable. If it mustn't be content, it must be something that you have. Like I always say, if I don't have anything that I'm benefiting from you, I don't think I accept you as a friend. I might accept you as a friend, like in my ideology, you think I'm a friend. Yes, we're all friends, but for you to be my friend, you have to have something. So if it comes to that thing, and I really have that common sense that a celebrity will not just come and be chatting you, asking you how you are, how is your night. It's just only a daft man or woman that will understand. Hey, I'm celebrity. He's not chatting you. It's a 1419 in his house that is chatting you, because there is no celebrity. Because if you go to their main page, you see that they are just following 1 or 2 people, 3. They don't follow much, because they feel like you are the one that need their services. They don't need you. Okay. So they don't have that time and patience to come and chat you. Even if they want to reach out to you, they'll go through their manager, the right procedure to reach out to you, not coming to your DM. And you see, like now, somebody will use the face of Ronaldo to come to chat me and tell me, how are you? Have you drank water this morning? Did you sleep well? Ronaldo, ask you that time. Who has that time? No. When you read well, you know that Ronaldo he doesn't speak English well, so he doesn't even have that time. It's like somebody coming to my DM one day and was telling me, he used the face of what's the name of this foreign celebrity? He was not telling me gift. I think I actually purposely annoyed him. She started saying Igbo words. I said, hey, wait, you even speak Igbo? He blocked me. So actually, we see this in a lot.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's take it from this other dimension. This issue of targeting one's real-life friends and their contacts. Is another a problem to connecting to unknown people on Facebook?
Connecting to unknown people is a problem, actually, because that would really expose you to some risk. If you don't know this person and you want to connect with this person, you're exposed because you don't know what this person is capable of doing. You don't know if this person can put you in harm's way. You don't know if this person can be a danger to you. You don't know if this person has actually committed an offense and they're looking for this person. And you chatted or communicated, you become implicated in what you don't even know. That is why these are the dangers of all these things.
You know,
to be careful. To be careful with these things. Yeah.
To a reasonable extent, I am very sure that all of the things we are talking here, people don't know it before now.
Yeah.
And they have erroneously accepted whole lot of Facebook friends to themselves.
Yeah.
And they will need to do something about it. Yes, something needs to be done. Okay, moving forward, fake charities and romantic scam. I think it's another problem people face as a result of connecting to a lot of Facebook friendship.
Yeah. So coming to charity, you see
fake charities.
Fake charity. Yeah, I think they go and adopt pictures of people who are known for this particular venture or business, philanthropists. Their picture, they just do it, adopt it, create a page, start posting their picture. You see, they will post more than the real person themselves, because this is the way that they feel like Yes, they can attract people. They can attract Facebook jam traffic on their page, and it's sellable to them. So this is just where you can actually fall victim of this. So I think the best way to do it, there are certain things you actually have to look after. When you look at those, the way they post, the way they chat you, because I always say one thing you have to identify that most celebrities don't have time to come to your DM to chat you privately. That is number one step of identifying them, because even if they want to reach out to you, they will reach out to you with their manager, and they will come and chat you differently. But you will not expect them to, unless you're on the same level or you have something that they desire. That is when they will reach out to you, and most times they have a verified page for themselves.
Okay.
This is the only way. All these the apps the system themselves can actually differentiate it, because most of them they have a verified badge to their names. So this is just a way of separating the do's and don'ts. Yes.
Okay, Ken, have you had this experience of fake emergency request for money?
Yes. Mutually, it's a scam. Anything that seems urgent or very, very impromptu right now, check it, it's a scam. They have actually did it to my friend, and once I see it, that you are asking me, can I send money to this account, I'll just even leave it. Before you know, after some minutes, the person will call you, say, please, my WhatsApp has been hacked, or this, please don't listen to anybody that asks you. But some of these people, I think the guy even got away with 400,000. Somebody just sends the person the money, and maybe because he had a whole lot of money to spend, and but there's some person that they will check. They will call you now. In fact, open your eye, do your ear like this, open your mouth.
So they will mention a name of a relation. They will say he has an accident, he's in the hospital, exactly. this and that.
Exactly. So all these things are found on social media and all this. This is where they get this information from. WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, TikTok. All of these are just avenues where they can get your data.
Love it. Have you had that experience? Somebody chatting you, just a person you know, and tell you, please, I'm trying to send money, the network is bad, it is urgent, could you help me send this money to so and so account, that tomorrow morning I will refund you, and all of that.
Love that I know will tell you, nah, you didn't give me spare money to give for you. But I actually have, made numerous occasions where I've seen those things. But the funny question is that I don't have none. As you ask me like this, I don't have any spare money you gave me. But no, that time is just engaging you to verify. Do you understand? Engaging you to verify. So because if you ask me for a separate amount, I will first of all ask you. No, but personally, I told you, I select my friends. So okay. I hardly see friends that come and tell me gift, I need money. They actually ask me gift, you have an avenue for this. Not gift, you have money. I have those kind of friends that ask for money, but the ones that are my friends, they hardly ask for money. So when you ask for money, I have to withdraw myself.
Okay, thank you so much. As you are, we understand that a lot of you are into this problem of having accepted a whole lot of friends to yourself on Facebook, and then it is a problem because you don't know how to come out of it. Youth Focus today has a solution for you in these following ways. Please listen. Ken, then how do you audit your current friend list to remove unfamiliar accounts?
Okay, first I said do a quick scan. Do a quick scan of your friends, everything. Then take action, actually. Then there's a privacy settings. Limit who can send you a friend request.
How do you do the quick scan?
By going to your privacy, there's on that your dashboard, you check the setting, go to privacy. Even then there's 2 authentication pattern or pin you can put. Even on WhatsApp too. Then control who can look up to you. Tighten your profile visibility for strangers. Okay, there's even this recent one that is not everybody that can comment on your post. But that is how you can be mentally sound and safe right now. Mental health is an issue. You see somebody who post, people start commenting any kind of thing, attacking you from left and right. You see some high-profile people who just, only the thing you can do is to like or share. You don't comment. The people that comment are people that are his friends, that they actually know. I see a lot of politicians doing this and top politicians. So I think we can just start from it and know so that you save your sanity. It's a thing right now. So I believe everybody should know how to control this thing. tighten your profile visibility, know who can send you friend requests, and actually scan. If you see a friend request of someone who has just a picture and never posted ever, there's nothing on his timeline, no, it's a scam, it's a red flag.
Okay.
Don't accept.
Okay.
So these are the way. Then if you see random post, the person is black, started posting fair person, somebody that is fair in complexion, know that this person is a scammer. So some of these things we should just look out for. The signs will be there, and somebody says if you ignore the sign, you will see wonders.
Okay, thank you so much. Gift, is there any way one can make use of these Facebook privacy settings to restrict who can send friend requests to them?
Yes, you can actually. Once you get to your privacy, you just hide. Most times people hide well, first of all, hiding their mutual friends, hiding all their friends. You cannot, see their friends, because I have some friends that on Facebook you don't know their friends. They hide it. You can actually hide them. You can actually hide some comments. There are some comments that you don't hate comments. Facebook gives you the allowances to hide those comments, hide your friends, save them from prayers, because most people, what they do, I have some people that what they do is wake up, go and scout for new friends. That's what they do with their data. Just go and scout and look for people to take money or launder something from them. So just try to protect someone close to you or your friend by locking your profile.
Okay, thank you so much. Ken, once again, I want you to be emphatic on how to identify the fake profiles or potential scammers, the red flag.
Red flags, just like I've mentioned, if you see someone with just a picture, profile picture, and sometimes you see that the name is even different from the profile picture, you know that this person is an Igbo man and he's answering one kind foreign name, Santiago, and you know that this person is a scammer. Because for kind of like, why would you try to be someone who you are not, or to become something you are not? So once you start sensing that there is, a disproportionate, something that is not similar, what you are saying is not portraying who you are, just please know that it's a red flag. And there's also some people that don't even post. They don't have friends, just one friend, one post, and they are like that, for a very long period of time. Also check when did this person join Facebook? Yeah. Or when did once it's very new, check it again. I think Facebook now has also improved these things, and they will even ask you if somebody who is not your friend is trying to send you a message. Facebook will ask you if you want to even block the person, because at first they even know if you are not in friends, but why are you sending this person a message? So some of these things we just need to be careful, and I think the signs will be there also, but it's just that we choose to ignore these signs. So we should look out more for these signs and know when they're red flags.
Okay, thank you so much. Gift, quickly talk to our viewers who have fallen victims of financial scam as a result of this.
The only thing I can say is that I always say, if you fall victim of any circumstance and you don't learn from it, that means you're a daft person. Why you learn from this, your mistake, is to grow better and be better, so that at the peak of your success, you will not see yourself falling back to the previous square. So nobody is an island. We actually learn every day. So learn and be better, and don't feel like, yes, because a lot of people have fallen victim. You're not the first person. You rather not be the last. What you do is always learn, try to improve, and try to know where you made your mistake, and try to educate others when you learn. Because one thing about people hoard their knowledge. So, but don't be that one person that always hoard knowledge. Try to educate others, sensitize others, and tell them what they do, what they should not do. And that's the only way we can improve the society and be a better place for us.
Thank you so much. We've been with Obodo Lovett Ngozi, a lawyer and a media personnel. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Eze, the Executive Chairman, Enugu State Young Farmers Association. Thank you also for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Our viewer, thank you also for being there. You must not wait to be the victim. You can learn from the mistakes of others. My name is Chukwemeka Opasi. Do have a wonderful day.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Here are the headlines. Edo government shuts 3 schools in Akoko Edo over kidnapping threats. Minister of Power Joseph Tebwe identifies governance challenges as key obstacle to stable electricity supply. Now the news in details. The Edo State government has ordered the immediate closure of 3 public secondary schools in Akoko Edo local government area, following a security alert from the Department of State Services, warning of a possible threat to schools in the area. The affected institutions are Ososo Grammar School, Ososo Comprehensive High School, and Makeke Secondary School. The directive was conveyed in an official circular issued by the Ministry of Education and signed by Mrs. Enodola or Tamere. School authorities have been directed to suspend academic activities, release students to their parents, and ensure the safety of school facilities pending further security assessment. Residents have also been urged to remain calm as security agencies intensify surveillance in the area. The government, however, clarified that candidates participating in the ongoing West Africa Senior School Certificate examination will continue to write the examinations under enhanced security arrangements involving law enforcement agencies and community stakeholders. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Enugu State Command, says it has rescued a suspected kidnapping victim and arrested 3 suspects in connection with the crime. The state's commandant, Dr. Elijah Etim Willie, announced this while parading the suspects before newsmen in Enugu. He explained that the victim, Mr. Chukwu Daniel, a butcher, was allegedly lured to Onuogba Nike Forest on May 31, 2026, by a cattle seller identified by Mr. Isuhu, also known as Shwashwa, under the pretext of purchasing cattle. According to the commandant, after negotiations were concluded, the victim was allegedly ambushed by 3 armed men carrying AK-47 rifles, 2 pistols and machetes. The attackers reportedly abducted him and demanded ransom from his family. Commandant Willie said operatives of the Corps responded swiftly after receiving a report from the victim's wife, leading to the rescue of Mr. Daniel and the arrest of 3 suspects. He added that investigations are ongoing and the suspects are providing useful information that may lead to the arrest of other accomplices still at large. The commandant further disclosed that the victim sustained machete cuts and other injuries during the incident and was hospitalized at Colliery Hospital, Enugu, for over 1 week. He is currently recovering. He advised members of the public to purchase cattle and other livestock only from designated markets and urged residents to provide timely information on criminal activities within their communities. Commandant Willie warned kidnappers, vandals, and other criminal elements to stay away from Enugu State, stressing that anyone involved in criminal activities would face the full weight of the law. A 26-year-old resident of Sabon Tasha, Kaduna State, Kevin Moses, has been arraigned before a Kaduna Magistrates Court over the alleged theft of an iPhone valued at 650,000 naira. According to the prosecution, led by Inspector Ndlea, the defendant allegedly stole the mobile phone belonging to his girlfriend, Ms. Sharon James, during a family dedication ceremony held in Barnawa on May 31st. The prosecution told the court that investigations traced the phone to a buyer who reportedly informed police that the device had been sold to him by the defendant. The offense is punishable under Section 217 of the Kaduna State Penal Code 2017. The defendant pleaded not guilty to the charge. Magistrate Ibrahim Emmanuel granted him bail in the sum of 200,000 naira with 2 sureties and adjourned the matter until July 22nd for hearing. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency says more than 360,000 young people in Enugu State are involved in substance abuse, representing about 14% of the state's youth population. Deputy Commander of the NDLEA in Enugu State, Mr. Owuwa Ibezimako, announced this at the MTN Anti-Substance Abuse Program Stakeholders Conference in Enugu. He cited findings from a joint survey conducted by the NDLEA and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Mr. Ibezimako expressed concern that drug abuse is increasingly affecting educational institutions, including tertiary, secondary, and primary schools. He noted that the agency is advocating drug integrity tests for new tertiary institution entrants and public sector employees, alongside stronger drug education programs. Speaking at the conference, Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Petermbah, represented by the Secretary of the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, called for greater support for rehabilitation efforts. The MTN Foundation also reaffirmed its commitment to youth development and substance abuse prevention through nationwide awareness campaigns. Governors of the Northeast Geopolitical Zone have begun discussions on a coordinated regional strategy aimed at reducing poverty and strengthening social protection programs across the region. The initiative was the focus of a policy dialogue held in Kano, where government officials, development partners, and stakeholders examined ways of addressing poverty, malnutrition, insecurity, and the growing number of out-of-school children. Governor of Kano State, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf, represented by Deputy Governor Comrade Aminu Abdusalam Gwazo, says social protection should be viewed as an investment in human capital development rather than welfare measure. He highlighted the state's effort to strengthen institutional support systems for vulnerable groups. Director General of the Northwest Governors Forum, Hajia Miriam Yahaya, and UNICEF Deputy Representative in Nigeria, Dr. Ronak Khan, called for stronger collaboration and evidence-based interventions, including targeting support for vulnerable households to improve education, health, and nutrition outcomes. The Nigeria Immigration Service says it has completed the first phase of its electronic border surveillance project aimed at strengthening border security and tackling irregular migration. Service Public Relations Officer, Mr. Akinsola Akinlabi, said the e-border solution is designed to improve monitoring of remote and difficult terrains that are often beyond the reach of conventional patrol operations. According to him, the initiative, introduced under the leadership of Comptroller General of Immigration, Mrs. Kemi Nandap, is already enhancing operational effectiveness, with officers recording successes in intercepting irregular migrants along unauthorized border routes. The service also announced plans to intensify public awareness campaigns on the dangers of irregular migration, while reaffirming its commitment to securing Nigeria's borders in line with the federal government's national security objectives. The News at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Edo State government orders the indefinite closure of 3 public secondary schools in Akoko-Edo local government area, following a security alert over a possible kidnapping threat. Coming up shortly, Minister of Power, Mr. Joseph Tegbe, says governance and institutional challenges remain major obstacles to improving electricity supply in Nigeria. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. 3 suspected cultists and political thugs have been arrested by the Osun State Police Command during a security operation in Ikiru, Osun State. The operation began when police officers on routine stop and search duty intercepted a 27-year-old suspect, Adekola Olayinka Abdulaziz, riding an unregistered motorcycle. According to the police public relations officer, Mr. Abiodun Ojelabi, a search conducted on the suspect led to the recovery of 2 Beretta pistols, an axe, and suspected charms. Preliminary investigations revealed that the suspect allegedly belongs to the IA confraternity and was reportedly transporting the weapons to another member of the group. Acting on information obtained during interrogation, operatives of the State Criminal Investigation Department carried out a follow-up operation and arrested 2 additional suspects, Omolara Ezekiel and Babatunde Aziz. Security personnel also recovered another Beretta pistol, a locally fabricated firearm, live ammunition, 4 cutlasses and 2 axes during searches conducted at their residences. Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ibrahim Gotan, has reaffirmed the command's commitment to tackling cultism and political violence across the state. He warned criminal elements to desist from unlawful activities, assuring residents that the police will continue working with communities and other stakeholders to maintain peace and security. electricity distribution companies, commonly known as DISCOs, recorded a revenue shortfall of about 310 billion naira in the first quarter of 2026, according to data released by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. The report indicates that while electricity valued at more than 907 billion naira was supplied to the distribution companies during the period, a significant portion was neither properly billed or fully recovered from consumers. The Commission attributed the losses to operational inefficiencies and weak revenue collection. Among the 11 distribution companies, Eco Electricity Distribution Company and Ikeja Electric recorded some of the strongest performances in revenue recovery. However, Kaduna Electric, Jos Electricity Distribution Company, and Yola Electricity Distribution Company were among the weakest performers in the period under review. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Independent System Operator has raised concerns over widespread electricity theft along the Ikorodu-Shagamu transmission corridor, covering parts of Lagos and Ogun states. Managing Director of the agency, Mr. Abdul Mohammed Bello, said investigations revealed cases of meter bypass and illegal electricity consumption by some large industrial users. He said regulatory authorities are intensifying enforcement measures to protect market revenues and strengthen grid stability. Minister of Power, Mr. Joseph Tegbe, has pledged to address long-standing challenges in Nigeria's electricity sector, describing effective governance and coordination as critical to improving power supply across the country. Speaking during his first official meeting with heads of agencies under the Ministry of Power, Mr. Tegbe acknowledged that the electricity value chain continues to face operational and institutional challenges affecting service delivery. The minister noted that while technical faults remain a concern, deeper governance issues have contributed significantly to inefficiencies within the generation, transmission and distribution segments of the industry. Mr. Tegbe called for stronger collaboration among sector stakeholders, stressing that sustainable reforms can only be achieved through transparency, accountability, and a unified approach. He assured Nigerians that efforts are underway to improve the performance of the power sector and enhance electricity supply nationwide. A 35-year-old foreign manager, Fasasi Ridwan, has been arraigned before an Iyaganku Chief Magistrate's Court in Ibadan over an alleged 7.62 million naira fraud involving proceeds from livestock sales. The defendant, who resides in the Alakia area of Ibadan, is facing a one-count charge of stealing. He pleaded not guilty to the charge when it was read before the court. According to the prosecution counsel, Assistant Superintendent of Police Falukwe Adesoshu, the defendant allegedly converted proceeds from the sale of cows and rams belonging to the Prime Demland Farm Limited, located at Ogunshina Village along Oyedeji Road in Ibadan, to personal use. Chief Magistrate Mrs. A.T. Oyediji granted the defendant bail in the sum of 1 million naira with 2 sureties in sum like. The matter has been adjourned till July 14th for hearing. Somali referee Oman Artan has returned to Mogadishu following his exclusion from the 2026 FIFA World Cup after he was denied entry into the United States. The football official received a warm welcome from supporters and sports enthusiasts at the airport, where many gathered to show solidarity following the developments. Mr. Artan expressed appreciation for the support and said he remains committed to his refereeing career. Mr. Artan, who was named African Referee of the Year in 2025 by the Confederation of African Football, had been selected among officials expected to participate in the World Cup. However, he was reportedly denied entry upon arrival in the United States. While American authorities cited immigration-related concerns, Somali officials and supporters have expressed disappointment over the decision. Despite the setback, Mr. Artan said he remains focused on future opportunities and hopes to officiate at major international competitions again. Popular Nollywood actor Mr. Lateef Adedimeji has responded to criticism from some social media users over his recent visit to the Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi, without his wife, actress Adebimpe Oyebade Adedimeji, popularly known as Mo Bimpe. In a statement shared on his social media platforms, the actor explained that his wife was unable to accompany him because she was attending to family responsibilities at home. Mr. Adedimeji described the visit as a memorable experience, noting that he was honored to receive words of wisdom and encouragement from the revered traditional ruler. He expressed gratitude for the opportunity to interact with the monarch. The actor's visit comes shortly after the success of his acclaimed film, Lishabi, which received major recognitions at the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, including honors for Best Indigenous Language Film and Best Makeup. He thanked fans for their continued support and encouragement. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. The Edo State government has ordered the indefinite closure of 3 public secondary schools in Akoko Edo local government area, following a security alert from the Department of State Services over a potential kidnapping threat. Meanwhile, the Minister of Power, Mr. Joseph Tegbe, has identified governance and institutional challenges as major factors hindering the growth of Nigeria's electricity sector. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Good afternoon.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, welcome viewer to your darling program, The Mysteries of Life. Today in the program, we shall look at rituals. A number of individuals like Matubaras by my right, they have not come to understand the rituals in the Catholic Church, even though they started from there. So they continue to ask themselves, what are all these rituals? Of course, I don't want to talk about my brother from my left. So we want to look at the rituals. These rituals, even in the villages, even in the military, everywhere you have rituals, rituals, rituals. So we want to know whether the rituals are just abracadabra or is there content to these rituals. And with me in the studio to look into this matter from my left, we have our brother, Reverend Carlo Oka. I might have forgotten one of the rituals, the name, but I don't want trouble. I remember these two very, very well. Reverend Carlo Oka. I think there's one more that's missing. Omar.
Reverend Uche Carlo.
Okay. Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. I don't know whether that is a ritual. Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. Maybe ritual by sound. Then by my right, immediate, we have our brother who has a very strange name to me. The name may even be ritualistic. Ezengwoko or Ezengwoko. I don't know which one that is correct.
Ezengwoko.
Ezengwoko. Ngwoko. If you see, Eze Ngwoko, and Eze Ngwoko. They are different things. We're going to look at the rituals of these names. And then, of course, by his right, we have our regular brother, Wally, who is interested in peace and conflict resolution. His Mazi, Gabriel, Nemeka, and Ichuku. You are all welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, we want to start with a reference, so that he will give us an idea of what he thinks about rituals, whether it is, mere abracadabra or there is content to rituals. Reverend.
Thank you, sir. Viewer, my opinion when it comes to rituals is a kind of act that at times tends to portray some secretism, some items coming in together to play one role or the other, depending on either the priest that is handling it or a person that is doing the enchantment or incantation with that ritual. So ritual is a combination of items that people use, either negative or positive, to bring in a kind of energy or effect over a particular situation, circumstance, or person. That's ritual for you.
Now, Mahansa, as the head of combinations, he has mentioned something. He said that these are items, but he also mentioned he also mentioned enchantment. He also mentioned incantations. So we have the sound part of it. Last time you were talking about my towel and looking at the makeup of my towel. When you look at the towel, it's the completion of the whole Christian theology in the towel. But let's leave it there. Because if you look at the doctors, you always see the snake and the whatever.
The codices.
In that, the snake, whatever. And the hair. So, I'm not a medical person. Because you are in the mix-up, you have the name for it. So, now you have had him, introduce, a place ritual as having to do with items. Whether it is through enchantment, whether it is through incantation, whatever it is, whether it is suicide, whether it is suicide, to bring about some energy for good or the other one. We don't mention bad things here. For good or the other one. So, rituals. How do you say rituals?
And from what he said,
okay,
I just want to add a bit to it.
Okay.
Rituals are rites, actions.
Okay.
Actions geared towards the potency of a particular activity based on the setting, the group, the belief system of an organization. That's on one side. It could also be personal. For instance, if someone has a belief system and then he has a code of performance of rights towards the potency of the energies involved in whatever thing he is doing. So it could be in whatever, maybe in a religious form. It could also be, for instance, in a sexual form.
Okay.
There has to be energy committed towards it and a group of actions that will spark off the energy.
When you mentioned even the sexual form, I just remembered the birds. Because when I normally watch the wildlife sometimes, they will say now that the male will come and perform service. Then the female will produce some sound. Then when it's produced, then the male will start coming. Then the male will do some dance. Even if you watch the lizard, they also do that. Everybody knows about the lizard.
Yes.
They also do some dance. I've forgotten that name, but we read it in biology in those days. But maybe our brother Gabriel will ask on, because Gabriel is the one. He is the master of giving us knowledge, information from the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Prof.
A ritual or rituals. Ritual is it's an organized and systematized words, programs, actions geared towards achieving a spiritual or physical reality. Ritual is all about incantations, invocations, rites, how things are done that always bring an expected effect to materiality, either spiritual effect or not metaphysical effect in solving human, social, and spiritual problems.
Okay. Okay. So,
for instance, Holy Communion is a ritual.
It follows a ritual.
It's a ritual.
No, it follows a ritual.
It's a product of ritual.
Thank you.
Whether a sacrament.
And it's a product of ritual.
Then, baptism is a ritual. It's a ritual.
Right, yeah, because
it's a ritual.
You use the word right.
Holy Eucharist is a ritual. Baptism is a ritual. Confirmation is a ritual. They are rituals in the Christendom to perfect one's membership in the inner sanctorium of the Christendom.
Let me continue with you, because in your own church, the
Eternal Sacred Order of Cherubim and Seraphim.
I wanted to get the name.
Okay,
because I want to be sure, so I don't make a mistake. Eternal Sacred Order of Cherubim
and Seraphim.
So I like going for Cherubim and Seraphim.
Yes, of course, yes.
I like pronounce like that. Now, do you have rituals in the special Eternal Sacred Order of Cherubim and Seraphim?
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, one.
As a Judo-Christian organization.
Okay.
Because the church is an amalgam of distinct or decent Christian and Judo traditions.
Plus
traditional African decent cultures. So, for instance, we have Holy Communion. It's a ritual.
For me, Holy Communion is the condensation of rituals.
All right.
Because it's the reality that comes after so many rituals.
Okay. Ordination is a ritual.
That's why it's a ritual, but the condition is when the person gets that ordination.
Okay. All I know is that there is no we don't have.
I just want to look at.
We don't have any ritual.
One simple one in your church.
Okay. For instance,
the immersion,
a single ritual in my church,
yes,
which is pro Judo Jewish tradition, is you don't come into our church without pulling off your shoes.
Okay.
You must pull off your shoes.
Like Moses.
And a woman during her menstrual period cannot enter.
Okay.
In our church.
Okay.
So once you come into our church, you cannot wear your.
You don't put it on.
Your footwear must be removed. Even if you are the governor, attorney general of the federation, or governor or senate, you must remove your shoes. So it's a ritual of the church.
Okay.
And it's a holy ritual.
I will come to the challenge to that one, because these rituals are right. They have beautiful reasons for that.
Yes.
Because like you said, the Judeo-Christian orientation.
And when you come into our church during normal services, you must put on your whites.
Beautiful.
That is, and if you juxtapose it to the traditional, you say that every traditional deity is rounded with white clothing, purity, sanctity, transparency, honesty.
Beautiful.
Before you can see God.
Yes. I don't want to go to the traditional man now. I want to come to Reverend. Those of us who are sinners, we want to be clear about this rituals and rites. You are in charge of the children ministry in the Assemblies of God Church. Let me just use the word. Let me not talk of one. So, do you have rituals in the church, and do you have any rituals that you expect the children to follow?
In my church, as a religion,
yes,
we don't have rituals.
You don't have rituals at all?
We don't have rituals.
Okay.
What you take to be rituals, we don't take it to be rituals.
Okay.
What the Bible calls them are ordinances.
Okay, ordinances.
Yes.
Okay, you have
spiritual ordinances.
Spiritual ordinances.
Baptism is an ordinance.
It's an ordinance, okay.
Communion is an ordinance.
Okay.
Not ritual.
Okay.
You know, there is a difference between an ordinance and a ritual.
Okay.
An ordinance is an ordained right, ordained principle, ordained spiritual,
content.
Ideologies.
Then content.
How, of course, modus operandi of doing something, an ordinance. It's an ordained content, just as you said.
Yes, because
but
I'm coming to it because when you define it, you define rituals from the point of view of rights.
Yes, when you
because it is the right that defines that word, rituals.
When you bring down rituals,
yes,
okay, rituals in its content may possibly involve some secretism. Ordinance doesn't involve any secretism. You don't have baptism for any secretism. It's public domain, okay? When you talk about rituals, there are some element of hidden secrets and hidden items in rituals. And rituals can be grouped in positive and in negative. But in ordinance is just purely open, transparent, and positive. You don't have baptism in negative. You don't have Holy Communion in negative. So they are spiritual ordinance. They are not rituals in my own context of religion.
Okay, you know that in the public service, it is said, keep our secrets secret. In every ancient public service, keep our secrets secret. Does it make it a secret organization? Families also have secrets. Every group has a secret, including your own, including in their church.
Yes.
You have certain secrets.
The moment you say keep secret, it means there is something you are automatically intending to hide.
No.
No. Secret is secret. You must hide.
It does not.
There is something.
No, it does not. It does not.
There is something.
No, it does not necessarily mean that you're hiding something. It's like 4 of us here are married people. If in our expression of our conjugal rights we're sweating before children, what have we done?
You are hiding something.
No,
that thing you are hiding is for the welfare of the children.
Fine, so
there is something you are hiding.
No, that's
so
not the word hide. No, the word hide makes it a little bit pejorative and with some connotation that it is something bad. There was something that you must keep to people that have that knowledge. That are supposed to know.
Yes, even if it is something positive.
Yeah, I wanted to
for the fact you are hiding it is because you don't want a window of negativism to come into it. That's why you have to hide it from.
So Mahasa,
I just wanted to address an issue within. You know, if you read your Bible well, it says the things of God are secret. It's not in your Bible. The things of the Most High are secret. It's in your Bible.
It is not stated that the things of God are secret.
And I'll tell you why I say it's secret. There are certain things, certain codes you can expose to someone.
The Bible says that the secret things of the Lord belongs to those that fear him.
So are there secret things?
It didn't say the things of the Lord are secret.
Are there secret
when
things?
When you say the things of the Lord are secret, what that means?
Hold on a second.
No.
Why did Jesus? Hold on a second. Hold on. Why did Jesus Christ have 12 apostles, 72 disciples, and 3 of the inner caucus?
You need to understand the difference between an apostle and a disciple.
That was
what I just said now. Why did he have 3 of the inner circle?
No, he has to start with
apostles, disciples, and 3 of the inner circle. Why did he have it? If there wasn't like anything like secret.
Sir, I want you to understand. You don't quote the Bible out of context.
But you understood what I said.
A disciple.
It's very clear.
A disciple is someone that have sat under the tutorial of the master.
Okay.
Someone that has been trained, that has been indoctrinated. An apostle is a trained person and sent. A trained and sent one. That is an apostle. When you talk about inner caucus, you are talking about those that are the beloved of the master.
Oh, the other ones are not the beloved.
Caesar. For confidential sake.
What are we talking about? So there's confidentiality.
For truth's sake. There are people in relationship. It's not a laughing issue.
So what is confidential about it?
There are people in relationship that you place your heart to. there are people in relationship that you confined in. Not that those other people are in error, but these ones are closer to heart to you.
And then you reveal those secrets to them.
Yes.
So there's secrets in it.
Okay. I said in the beginning, when you talk about secret, it means that there is something you are securely hiding. It may not be positive, it may not be negative, it may not be positive, but there is
I don't think this word. The word is not hiding. The word is not hiding. The word is preserving. It's preservation. So you want to know it's preservation.
It's a choice of word.
No. Because
you want to preserve. There is something that you want to hide.
Let us go to Gabriel.
One thing you want to hide is
let us get to Gabriel. Let us get to Gabriel. You know, you can see where we are going. Because we started from rituals, then he broke it down to us to rights. Even though he's now trying to move out of that particular concept of rights, because these rights have this, because even in the public service, like when I was young, when there was order in this country, because I was at St. Bridget's and we were close to Nadazikiwe Stadium. Now that's what it is called. Before Okpabasika comes out any day, the dispatch writers will move first, and then they will bring what they will call they will bring a sign that everybody should park. And then they will park. They will say road closed. They will bring the sign of road closed. Then everybody would park. Then Okpabasika would come, enter. And then in entering, everybody expects everybody to be there. There's a protocol. Even in the service of the state. There's a protocol, and you must observe that protocol. If you don't observe it, because you don't enter, if you watch what happened when the current president was sworn in, a governor, I don't need to name, but if you watched it, a governor went out either for whatever reason, he went out. By the time he went out, Pibat entered. And they wanted to come back and they blocked him from entering again. These are all rights. These are all rituals. But the question is this. These rituals, do they have content? Because we have already seen that there is reason. Whether it is for good or for the other, or otherwise, there must be something. And we all have rights. Whether we use it as confidentiality, or whether we use it as preservation, or whether we use it as secret, there are rights and everywhere. You know, he said that according to the pastor or reverend, he said his own rights are ordinances.
Yes.
Now, if you watched, for some reason, some people brought up this Andy, that 1989 or 1990 film of Living in Bondage. Some people went and got a clip of it showing Andy when he was growing. And then their leader, after saying that they don't do anything bad, he turned to pray to Lucifer in that particular clip. He turned to pray to Lucifer. And he followed certain rituals of their own group. So, because Andy told them that Anaka Jekwo cow, then they said that all of them believe in Chuku. And then that Chuku, Amagba, Madoko, and so on and so on. So, these rites and rituals, I want you to not come in, because our job here is to get the viewer to understand. Like in the Catholic Church, before the mass commences, we have the bell. There's always a bell, or there must be a sign, one way or another, or a clap, something must happen, and everybody will stand, and then we will continue. The rest of it is done. The Catholic Church rites and rituals are there for everybody to see. If you want to be there, we have signs, we have symbols, symbolism, all of them are there. You know, so we want to come in now.
When rites are rituals and rituals are rites, based on how you view them.
Okay.
That's something. Okay. When you raise in a proper Catholic mass, when the host is raised, you said the bell will ring. Said, it's a ritual. Raising that host is a ritual. So, when saying that rituals must be is something that is secret, it's not necessary to be secret. Whenever a ritual is the modus or the operandi, when a governor is being inaugurated,
yes,
inauguration ceremony of a governor president is a ritual.
It's a ritual.
In democracy, it's a ritual. Because there are certain things must be done accordingly in sequence, consistently, to make the inauguration a full-fledged ceremony that has the segments or the organs or the capacity of being an inauguration ceremony.
So rituals are not necessarily evil.
Rituals have nothing to do with evil. It's all geared towards achieving a given aim.
I think you
spiritual
mentioned that
or physical.
No, you mentioned the
but it must be organized. It must be systematic.
Energy.
Yes.
But we must follow particular rights. You must follow the rights to the end.
That's why it's the right things to do. That is ritual. The right things to do. Proving ways to get things done. That is right.
Let me take you. Now you are a traditionalist in your village. You are a Maze and you have
almost African men are traditionalists.
No, wait, now you are not.
We don't go to that kind of church.
Also now, as an also, for example,
I don't want to
go like that, because if you go like that, some people will do a lot of strange things. Exactly. Now, as an also, for example, somebody wants to come and marry. You know that in marriage rights, traditional marriage, there are so many rights you have to perform.
Yes.
If you miss the essential ones, you have not yet got married to that person.
Exactly.
Are you aware of that? Like, you know, no man, that is it. There are things you must do.
When you want to marry,
yes,
you need to pay equal ego ungo.
No matter how.
Even if you are giving your supposed father-in-law or mother-in-law $100 billion, yes. If you have not paid the dowry,
you have not.
The bride price. I mean to say, that woman is not your wife. The children are not your children. Which means you have not done the rights accordingly. Righteous, the right things to do, proving ways to get things done. That is righteous.
Thank you. So my answer, before I get back to the pastor, you know, because I just use that this marriage something. I know it happens. One of my friends in those days, you know, the father just didn't like the boy that came, but even may he rest in peace. So the young man, so he just hid some of the rituals from the boy, and the boy thought he was working. But one way or the other, life has continued. So, you know, there are so many rituals. We have marriage rituals, we have this ritual, we have, like you mentioned, even the sensual aspect of it, and so on. I just mentioned the animals. I don't want to mention the human beings. And he mentioned that, I mentioned that of government, and he mentioned it equally. You cannot become a president without going through those rituals.
Yes. I think let's just cut the long story short.
Yes.
There can't be a ceremony without rituals. Good. No. That's just the long and short.
Let me even harass you a little bit. You're a musician.
Please do, yes.
Yes, because in music, I used to stay where musicians used to stay. For them to practice, for them to set up anything, you'll be hearing kurum kurum, kan kan, kum kum, poo pa pa poo poo. Then after some time they will say stage is set. You can't set the stage without preparation. In fact, the rituals are like preparation.
That's it. Preparation. There can't be a ceremony without rituals.
Preparation.
It's not
simple. So, we have just but
so what message? Rituals are prelude to a ceremony.
Yeah. So what message do you have for the ordinary person that sees rituals as if they are strange things?
The truth of the matter from our table is that we are considering rituals from one aspect of understanding.
Okay.
I am looking at rituals from the aspect of the evil priest and his concoction. The enchantment and invocations.
Why would you see priests? Because we have
I am saying it so that at least we stir the devil a little.
Don't the bishop do incantations?
No, we are coming. I'm coming.
And invocations?
I'm coming.
Okay.
When an evil priest, in quote, in parentheses, gathers certain things to activate certain energy, that's my context of ritual.
Why should you have that context alone?
Yes, why should I
Okay, let me leave your context.
So that is a ritual. And that ritual, the priest may not have to tell you.
We have 30 seconds. We have 30 seconds for everybody. Now you have given your own. And I remember that here you told us one day about your childhood friend that used to give you money after diving into water. Yes. She would say, "Just watch me now," and she would dive into water and bring out water and bring out rain money from the river in your community. I don't know what you call it. Yes, you have a message to the viewer.
I think the most important thing for the viewers is that people should learn to research and study, and not just take things from the surface.
Okay.
Go deep research. You have your phones, you have your internet, you can study these things and then understand how things work.
Okay.
Rituals are not necessarily evil.
Thank you.
Before any ceremony, the ritual comes first, before the ceremony happens.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and your message to the viewers.
Simply and briefly, to viewers, ask them to avoid viewing ritual as evil.
Okay.
Washing your hands before you eat is a ritual.
Thank you.
To avoid germs.
That's what the Jews. That came up in the Bible. So much.
Wash your hands before you eat.
No, he said that then immediately you come back from your house, you are going to wash up to your up to your elbow.
So, but whatever ritual you are doing, ensure it is positive for your own now and thereafter welfare.
Thank you. So, viewer, I think we have it. That we should all know that these rites or rituals, they are not inherently evil, but they are for our own survival. Like as Bahasa said, as he said, for everything there must be preparation. These preparations are important, and even the Reverend and our brother Mazi and Ichubu concord with the fact that there must be preparation, there must be opening, there must be things that must be done. The preparation at the coming of creation of the world, God didn't just wake up. God just, he said, let us create man. And he said 1, 2, 3, and until finally when he finished, he said, and he saw that all he did was good. So let us continue to follow that principle of goodness in all that we do, whatever we do, whether it is rights, whether it's rituals, and then may God continue to protect us and help us.
It's
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwined. Believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people, it remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good evening to you and welcome to Aneke Brief here on Aneke TV. It's a wonderful evening, a rather cool evening here in the Coal City State. I'm your host, Ken Ochoma Princess. Now on Aneke Brief, as you know, what we do is bring to you conversations surrounding issues and events in the Southeast, be it emotional, economical, financial, spiritual, and of course, anything that it could be traditional, cultural, and it's cast across all southeastern states. We're talking about Enugu, Ebonyi, Abia, Anambra, and Imo. And today we're discussing a rather sensitive conversation, talking about, as Igbos, how do we preserve culture, how do we preserve tradition, how do we tell our story. But before we get right into that, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, I'll be giving you a news bulletin together with my guests in the studio, our news bulletin and review for this evening. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. And joining me in the studio this evening is a dear friend. She is a photographer, a documentary photographer and cultural activist and archivist. Yes, she is Kamsi of Okansi.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing okay.
All right. Now, before we get right into our main conversation for this evening, we just have to look at a few events that has occurred today in the bulletin here on Aneke TV, and we'll just have a few thoughts around that before we get into our conversation. Now, our first story is from Ebonyi State. It says not fewer than 10 students had been attacked at the College of Health Science Mbo in Ohauku local government area, and students have been harmed, vandalized, property stolen. Some people are currently in the hospital receiving treatment, while some, out of fear, are currently relocating off the hostel back to their homes. What do you think?
Well, that's an unfortunate news, and an attack on students is an attack on education, and I think the school authorities should double down and take this seriously, probably collaborate with state security to investigate and make sure that the perpetrators are brought to book, and also ensure that the lives and safety of students are protected.
All right, now coming into Enugu, our first story is yesterday news circulated on social media that armed robbers and bandits were operating at Iziago local government area of the state. But the Enugu State Police Command has come out to dismiss the speculations as false, and also warning against false information and hoping to apprehend the people who are fond of circulating, because one of the things that is currently, trending is because we already have a situation of insecurity in the country. It's easy to now come online and see stories, whether they are true or not, but I'm thankful that the police command is always there to debunk these informations.
That's also unfortunate, honestly, because I think everybody is fragile right now and at wit's end, so it's easier to spread these rumors because there have been cases like that. So I'm actually glad it is false, and I think the state security, that is the police, should ensure that citizens are protected, and also that the rumors, the people that started the rumors are brought to book. Yes.
All right. A stakeholders conference of the Anti-Substance Abuse Program, hosted by the Enugu State Government in collaboration with MTN Foundation, has raised a serious concern on substance abuse in Enugu, and that the risk of people dying or the infestation of young people being abused or abusing themselves with substances are on the rise.
Well, drug abuse is very layered, right? And it's a huge problem which should be tackled. So that's a good one from Enugu State government. And I think they should also look at the layers of drug abuse. So young people need to be kept busy, and they need to be gainfully employed. So, it should be solved on all layers, not just the rehab. But that is a good move from them. Yes.
A quite commendable approach towards substance abuse and the control of it, I must say.
Yes.
Also in Enugu, the International Fund for Agricultural Development Value Chain Development Program, they're called IFAD-VCDP, has distributed poultry production equipment and local chickens to 20 people with disabilities in the state, cutting across local governments, Udenu, Isuzo, Enugu East, Nkanu East, and Anemi local government, with local chickens, drinkers, feeders, and poultry cages, just to, help improve their living conditions.
That's a good one from the government. I commend anything that keeps the citizens empowered.
All right, over to Anambra State. We have two stories from Anambra. First is that the Anambra State government has approved 1 billion naira for key infrastructure projects aimed at addressing flooding and improving healthcare system. In this rainy season, we've had issues, and in the news, of course, about flooding and how people's houses, homes are being carried away by water. And of course, this has affected the health. So the government now is saying that they are approving 1 billion naira to help restore the living conditions of citizens.
That's good on the part of the government, yes.
I mean, it seems we are having a lot of good news in the news this today. And in the same states, I think this one I find quite funny, where the government says persons who are engaging in the activity of scrap metal
Okay.
You know, they have to register. So I think you have to, at this point, gain license to be a, what I think there's a word for it in Igbo. I really don't remember. The Konkom, I think that's the word. So you have to register now and gain license to operate in the state.
Well, that's interesting. And if it would help their services and the states in general, yeah.
All right, and the Abia State Governor has unveiled his plan. Last week he said he has a proposition to build a stadium with health facilities and transport. Now he has unveiled this plan to construct a 35,000 capacity FIFA standard. I mean, I'm particular on the FIFA standard stadium in Aba. I mean, this is commendable.
Yes, I mean, there has been so many good news coming out from Abia State, and yes, this will also bring in revenue for the government and the states. So yes, Governor Alex Otti has been doing quite well.
And to have a stadium like this in the southeast is something we should encourage.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much for that segment, Kamsi. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're delving into our conversation for the evening, and we're discussing preserving the Igbo culture through art, and by art we're referring to photography. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
No. Before we begin, let's do a picture exercise or mental exercise. Close your eyes for a second. Picture your grandmother's ishafu. The way she tied it, not too high, not too low. Picture the exact pattern of uli on her leg the day she danced at your uncle's ibanku. Picture the okoso marks on your grandfather's face. And the picture he told you each mark carried. Picture the yam barn behind your father's house in the village with the Iriji festival baskets stacked high. Picture the masquerade Ijele, Odo, Mao, not the one in the textbook, but the one coming down from your street, dust raising, flute screaming, children screaming. How many of these images exist outside your memory? How many are on your phone? How many will your children see? Because this is not the crisis this is the crisis we are facing. Igbo culture is dying, not with a bang, but with a blur. Not because we hate it, but because we stopped seeing it. We stopped documenting it. And what is not seen is not saved. Language is under threat. Dress is being replaced. Our architecture, the obi, the uke, the red mud walls is giving way to Chinese tiles and glass. Our festivals are now one-day carnivals for politicians to share money. Our stories are now skits. Our history is now Wikipedia summaries written by strangers. A photo is not just light on paper. It is an Allah, a piece of land, a territory claimed. Every time a photographer captures Ichi, the scarification of Banja ritual, Igbadike masquerade, or a 90-year-old woman weaving akwete, they are planting a flag that says, "We are here. This is real. This happened." But there is a problem. Who is holding the camera? For 100 years, the first photos of Igbo people were taken by colonial officers, missionaries, and anthropologists. Where are the photos of original Igbo life? Not culture, not costume, but culture documented with dignity, context, and pride. And when we do shoot, who keeps the archive? Photos crash, phones crash, social media accounts get hacked or even deleted, memory cards corrupt. The National Museum in Enugu has no functional photo archive of 21st century life Igbo. Our universities do not teach Igbo documentary photography. So today we're asking, can photography save Igbo culture? Or are we just taking selfies while our house burns. And I'm joined by Kamsi Ofokansi, a documentary photographer and cultural archivist. And we will examine how the camera has become more than just a device for taking photos. It has become a vital instrument for preserving history, celebrating identity, and keeping the spirit of Igbo culture alive in ever-changing world. The camera is the ogene. It can summon the community, it can warn, it can remember. Kamsi, Kekwan.
Ademuma, Kekime.
Ademuma, no, they cannot, because we are trying to relieve and preserve our culture. Now, let's start off with, it's a huge sentence to say Igbo culture is being lost. But in actual conversation, what parts of our culture or what aspect of our culture do you think in this century is most forgotten?
I don't want to be an alarmist, but I would say that every part of our culture is in grave danger.
Okay.
Yes, which is why my work is very timely. So from language to clothing to festivals to just our general way of life, right, is being replaced gradually. And this is a conversation that I actually love having with people. So I would say all aspects of our culture are currently in danger, and it is our responsibility to make sure that these things do not die off.
Now, seeing that you are dressed in an Ankara outfit, it just goes to say that you are a huge enthusiast of preserving the culture. Now, also being a photographer, let's even talk about how you ventured, because I've known you for quite some time, and the time I met you, you weren't so keen on photo. I just think you love the arts, but to get to a point where you now take the photos, let's share how you got to that point.
Well, okay, so it's an interesting story, right? I've always loved photography. I studied mass communication at the University of Nigeria, and I had a course called photojournalism, right? It was a broad course on how to use the camera and how to photograph, so that piqued my interest. But then after school, you're supposed to go serve, get a real job, right? So I didn't practice for a while. That was when you knew me.
Yes.
But then I just knew that the work was important and it was beyond me. And I also wanted to do something that would outlive me, right? So that was when I decided, okay, I'm going to pick up the camera and do this thing that I actually care about and love. So that is how my career came about.
Okay. We hear stories, honestly, there's so many things that are gone, because one of the days I was imagining there used to be a thing as Tales by Moonlight.
Yeah.
Where you sit down but these days you hardly even see the pictures. Now let's talk about preserving our culture.
Okay.
And you said that on all aspects of the culture is gone. Well, maybe not entirely. Not entirely.
Not entirely. Yeah. Could be if we don't actually take care. So yes.
Would you say that there are aspects of the culture that, or maybe a little of the remnants that we still see, and even when we see them, would you say that they are, represented properly, giving what they are and where they come from?
So Igbo people, we love our culture quite well, as most Africans, and all of our culture, it's not really dead, but there are still aspects that we see. But then when you look at them and you study them actually from an anthropological lens, you would notice that, oh, this is actually not Igbo culture. So I will give you an example, right? Let's say Ibanku, for example. So when you go online and you search for that is for the woman, you would see a lot of corsets and drapes, and they are mostly worn in either isiagu or akwacha, which is cultural to us. But then you look at the styles and you see that most of the women are making corsets, right? Because it's trendy. But when you actually study the history of corsets, you see that it is an European style, which is now embedded into our culture. So before we know, we will start thinking, oh, making corsets is our culture when it's actually not. So I think there's an example of what that's an example I would give, that okay, this culture is still here, but when you actually look at it and view it through like a microscopic lens, you see that oh, it's actually not ours. Yes.
What other thing, which is aside from Igbanku, let's talk about, I mean, in my introductory speech, I mentioned uli.
Yeah.
I mentioned the bands. These are things that we don't see anymore because of, you know, modernization and of course hardship to some extent. Everybody now wants to do social media. With the advent of technology, how much of our culture in the living of it, not the documenting now, how much of it have we lost for ourselves than we know that we have?
To be honest, I would say a good 60%, right? Because my work involves a lot of research and a lot of on-ground research. So I actually do talk to older women, especially a lot, and older people in general. So uli, for example, now I'm very passionate about uli because it's such an artistic representation. It's such it's a representation of how our mothers, we are very artistic, and uli has totally died off. Like, there is no, we are not even trying to recreate it in any way. I mean, a few people are, just a handful of young people. But uli, as we used to know it, has totally died off, right? The trees, you can no longer see the trees. They are almost extinct. You can't see the pods anymore. People don't know how to use it. In fact, a lot of people do not know about uli. Because I discuss culture a lot with people. And sometimes I will mention something like uli, and they will be like, oh, I didn't even know something like this existed. And I think maybe I'm privileged to know because this is my field and I had to like study about it. So it has totally died off. Sometimes you would even talk to women in their 50s or 60s and they will tell you, oh, I actually never put on uli like when I was growing up, but I did see like our mothers and our aunties put it on. So if a woman that is about 50, 60 tells you that, oh, she actually never experienced it, can you imagine how long the culture has died off? Yeah, so it's actually a grave problem, I would say.
Okay, let's talk about your project.
Sure.
Archive by Kamsi, and you earlier said that there's a a work you have currently. Let's talk a little about and how this helps foster the restoration or preservation of our culture.
Okay, so my photography always have context, right? And the work you're referring to is a photo essay I call The Last of Allah.
Okay.
And it's basically a documentation of masquerades and women at the burial of my community Igwe called, his name is Igwe Ohazulume of Ogulogolo. Right, he was buried earlier this year, and it was a 2-day festival to mark his transition to an ancestor. And I was present, and I photographed women and masquerades as a way to so it's like I said, my pictures have context, right? And why I focused my lens on women and masquerades is to just show that these two subjects are portals between our world here and the spiritual world. Because when you study Igbo Ordinala or Ordinadi, you would see that death, the way we view death, right, it's like a cycle. And it's not like a linear, oh, you are born and then you live and you die, and that's just it. It's a cycle. So you are born, you live, and you reincarnate. So why I focused on those two subjects is because we come into this world through women. So they were very, very essential to the Last of Allah. So I photographed their participation in the burial. And then masquerades typically come out during burials as a way to guide the deceased to Allah more, which is the spiritual world. So that is why I I focused on these two subjects at the Last of Allah as a way to show the bridge between the living and the dead.
Other aspects that we realize are being lost, we have the child naming, we have the farming, we have the age grade, we have the women initiation, meetings, and all of that. With the invent of technology and modernization, we've had a lot of that change. How has this affected the preservation of the core elements of these institutions?
Okay, you know, the thing with preservation is that when you don't preserve, you begin to lose your sense of identity. And it is unfortunate to not know who you are, right? And with technology, I would say that what I am doing currently is preserving and holding on to what we still have, right? I'm trying to hold on to what we still have, not just for us, but for the people coming before us, because, you know, the Igbo race is still going to continue.
Yes.
It doesn't just end with us, and we need to keep something for the future generation, which is why I'm using technology, in this case the camera, to preserve what we still have. So I would give you an example. You mentioned akwete, right? A woman weaving akwete. The akwete fabric is facing peculiar problems, I would say. Right now, what is happening is that a lot of people are importing importing I would say cheap imitations from China, and it is being sold as akwete, and people are buying. But you can't really fault the people buying this, because right now there is a global awareness about culture and identity preservation. So yes, people actually want to wear akwete, right? But they don't really know the story or what akwete actually is. So they just buy those imported fabrics, right? They buy the imported fabrics and they wear it as akwete. Meanwhile, it is not. So example, what I would do with my camera is to visit the town of akwete, interview the women, and, you know, record what akwete actually is, take photographs, you know, record their systems and distribute it so people would actually know. And then maybe we can make a turn from buying those imported fabrics to actually patronizing the women of akwete who have kept this tradition alive for generations. So yeah.
For this culture, I noticed something. People say they want to preserve, just like you mentioned, referring to the akwete, but they don't know the origin of these things that they want to preserve. Now, in order to, my question, how do we bring the theoretical knowledge of this history? You've referred to akwete. There is the uli. Most persons see it as just beauty makeups, but we understand that, especially with the carvings that they give women. My grandmother used to have such on her belly, and these things have statements. It's not just to pick and carve. Every strike, every blend has a statement. How do we make this theoretical knowledge available for people to know, not just by representation, also attach the knowledge to it so that we understand what exactly we are trying to preserve?
So I would say that curiosity is important, right? There are a few people that are studying and trying to keep Igbo culture alive, but it is also on us, the general masses, to be curious about who we used to be and who we are. So I know so many people doing great work, trying to sensitize the public and all. So the matter of uli, right? Uli, people don't know, but today people get tattoos, right? And uli is a form of beauty tattoo, even though it was not just for beauty. It was also used to heal illness in children then. So I think curiosity is what is lacking, and also, how do I put it now? So for uli, right? I'll start with uli. For uli, I was reading some archaeological text, and it was a way for women then to pay homage to Allah, the earth goddess. So when you look at some uli inscriptions, you would see snake, you see circle, you basically draw whatever you liked on yourself. And uli is not permanent, right? But we also had the permanent tattoo, which is ichi. Okay, so if more people are interested and curious about this, we would spread the word better, right? One or two or three people cannot just bring back Igbo culture. So you have to actually be curious about who you used to be. But now a lot of us are not curious because, you know, modernization, globalization, and how do I put it, the church. So people would rather get a tattoo, a Chinese tattoo that they are not even sure of the meaning, than get uli, because they just think, oh, it's local drawing and it's paying homage to a god, so it's maybe so it's a, how do I put it, it's against their Christian beliefs. So yeah, I think curiosity on our part is very important. You need to want to know who you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when we say photography, we make it seem like photography is something that started in the early 90s. Photography has been there.
Yes.
Right? Now, what makes the photography then different from what we have now? And is it that in the time that we've started photographing, because I'm sure people probably, like I read in my intro, when you come online, the things you see are probably what Webster Dictionary comes up with, or some traveler, some colonial traveler has come and taken pictures. What is the difference? How do we differentiate between what we are intentionally doing and what they did too, you know, with the aim to cover and preserve, document what they saw in the East?
Okay, so when I decided that I was going to photograph our culture especially, I did it because I wanted to grow an archive that is made by me, an Igbo person, right? Basically an insider. Because when I did study most of our history, most of the pictures I saw were from colonial visitors and colonial masters. And I just told myself, we actually need to see ourselves from the lens, from our own lens. We need to see ourselves from our own point of view. I mean, they did a great work in just photographing and documenting our culture, but we need an insider to tell these stories. We need to tell our stories by ourselves, right? And the difference between what they did then and what they did now is that, well, I would speak for myself, right? I approach my photography with humility and curiosity. I don't just raise up my camera to take a picture when something is happening. I like to understand the meaning behind this. I like to understand why this is a thing. I like to understand why the masquerade is a thing, right? Beyond just raising my camera and taking the picture of a masquerade. So I want to be able to explain to people, okay, Igbo people, we have masquerades, right? And this is why we have the masquerade. So that is why it's important to tell our stories by ourselves. So I would say that is the difference.
Okay, another aspect again is in housing.
Okay.
Right. And whether we like it or not, the modernization and urbanization has brought about people moving from mud houses to, you know, properly built houses. Now, in trying to create a balance, would we say that housing is one aspect of our culture that we can easily do away with? Seeing the condition of living and what was obtained in that time and now, or are there structure, are there ways we can structure our mud houses to conform to the standards of building now?
You know, that's the funny thing, right? Currently, most people, at least 90% of people, no longer live in mud houses, and I understand why. I understand why this is happening. But one thing I like to tell people is that our ancestors were not stupid, right? Those mud houses were attuned to our climate. It was cooler, you know, and it kind of brought families together the way it was built, you know, a large compound with different sections. And now we have houses that the windows are either too tiny, and when you're like cooking your indigenous meals, you're basically sweating and killing yourself in the kitchen. So here's the thing, right? Architecture, we can still go back to climate responsive architecture using our local materials, right? There are some countries doing that. Rwanda, for example, they build a lot of houses with mud and those red blocks. I've forgotten the name. So yes, so there is actually, I know some architects that are championing for this kind of climate responsive housing. And I think we may not go back to mud houses, right, the way it used to be, but we should not totally discard what we used to have, because there is a reason we used to have that, right? And now we should find a way to infuse these local materials into our modern buildings, and I think that would pay off in the long run too.
Okay, how would you say language accelerates the loss of Igbo culture when it comes to photography and everything we're trying to preserve? Language.
Okay, language is slowly dying off, right? And which is unfortunate, because a lot of things in Igbo cannot actually be translated perfectly in English. There are just some things in your native language that doesn't have the perfect English translation. And photography, because photography is a static technology, right? We might not be able to use it to preserve language, but what we can do with language is audio recordings. We can do audio recordings, we can do video recordings, we can champion for the promotion of our language in books, in articles, in different ways. It doesn't even have to be writing a whole book in Igbo, but like, you need to still infuse those Igbo words. You need to teach your children, especially, how to speak Igbo. A lot of people no longer teach their children how to speak Igbo. I'm not sure why, but we need to actually continue, because this is a long thread, and we shouldn't break it now in the 21st century, because this has been going on for so long. Language is a core part of identity, and I think everybody should know how to speak Igbo. Yes,
at least to an extent, or maybe to a very large extent, because that should, aside the fact that Igbo is not our first language as a country, but Igbo is the only mother tongue you have, so they need to foster it. Now, moving over to religion. In Igbo land, we understand supremacy and sovereignty. When it comes to the masquerade, the Mong, the Aja, the Dibia, and the Arose, Chi. What's the thing like, or is there a thing like between documentation and desecration when it comes to photography? Because I understand back in the day, there are rules when it comes to these things, but in our evolution as humans, we now see people take random pictures, right? I think there was a point in my hometown where before you take a picture of a masquerade, you would have to take permission from the server before you can even allow to. But nowadays we see people taking, and in line with your work, how do you balance documentation and not desecrating the core value of the core sovereignty of these deities?
So this is, change is the only constant thing in life, right? And I mentioned that as a photographer, I have to, because my work is sensitive, I have to approach my subjects carefully. I have to be mindful of how I am portraying my photographs, right? Because this is the context you're putting out in the world, and that is what the world will see. So it depends on, I would say it depends on who is telling this story, which is why you should tell your story. Don't wait for an outsider to tell your story. So as an Igbo person, when I'm telling these stories, I'm obviously going to be careful. I'm going to make sure I have the right context for the pictures I'm taking. I'm going to make sure that my pictures are not taken in a way that I am exploiting my subject for personal gain. So yeah, and then I think our people should also be more open to having their pictures taken, right? Because we need to tell our stories.
Yes.
And we should be more open, we should be more flexible with our pictures taken. But as a photographer, you have the ethical responsibility to make sure that you are presenting your subjects with dignity. So I think that's in line, yes.
All right, we'll have a few questions to answer, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you. Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief on Aneke TV. I'm joined by Kamsi Ofokansi, a documentary photographer and cultural archivist. All right, still on our culture. Let's talk about there's this discourse, and I think I've seen it a few times on your page on alphabet.
Okay.
In CBD, as you call it.
Yeah.
Yes, tell us a little about that.
Okay, so nscdc is an ancient Igbo writing system found in southeastern Nigeria, and it's basically drawn symbols that are used to communicate different things. They were symbols that our ancestors used for communication. Basically, it's an ancient writing system. Yes, and I'm a proud advocate for people to learn at least some nscdc symbols.
Do you mind? I know these things are symbols, but can you? I don't know how we could represent some. Is it something that can be read out loud, or do you actually need to draw them to interpret what they are?
So because they're symbols, you have to draw them, right? But you can also read them. You don't have to, you might not know how to read a whole sentence or a whole paragraph in nscdc, but you should be able to read and interpret some symbols. An example, ACO, which is wealth, has an nscdc symbol. Yes, and you know, things like that. You have to actually see them to be able to read them, yeah. But they're not as hard to interpret. I mean, I'm still learning.
Okay, yeah. You're still learning. Yes. Now, with the we go for events, and everybody likes to capture pictures, and then you get to a point where your memory gets filled up, and then because these pictures might not make sense to you, you keep the ones that are relevant to you, and the ones that don't, you delete them. How do we preserve? Preserve now is not in taking the pictures. Preservation now in keeping the pictures that have been taken. First, earlier you said you have an archive. How do we preserve for the next 3-4 generations to come, and it doesn't lose its authenticity and originality?
Okay, so I would say that is where being professional comes in, right? One thing I always tell people is that social media is very fleeting. Social media is not your archive, right? Because they can just ban your account today and you lose everything. So for me, as a professional photographer, I start from my metadata, right? So when I'm done taking pictures, there is a way to include details in those pictures. So from the person that photographed it, to the subject in the picture, to the location, and this is basically stored on the cloud. So whoever comes in contact with those pictures, when they check the metadata, they will be able to see all this information, so they can have more context, right? But beyond the metadata, it is also important to partner with institutions, right? It is also important to partner with institutions and, you know, donate these pictures to them so they can store it in their archive. And there are so many ways to preserve these pictures. For example, I know that a book is in the future of my career, right? Because I want to preserve and distribute these pictures in a way that it doesn't just die on my website or on my phone. And you know, books, we have books that were written from so many years ago that are still in circulation, that are important to our culture. So I would say metadata for cloud storage and online, and then books, cultural institutions, museums, you know, partner with these people to ensure that these archives are properly preserved and distributed to the society that it actually represents. Yes.
Do you think we need to encourage, we teach language in schools, although for some schools it's optional, which I find rather, it's not, maybe for lack of a better word, it's not fair, right? But we have schools that make culture, language optional. But when it comes to photography, do you think photography holistically is something that ought to be taught in secondary schools as probably as a course, a subject, or probably as a side hustle or something, but just something that needs, so that people can have a picture of what to do?
Okay, so I may be biased, but I would say that photography is the greatest art form there is, right? And I think everybody should learn how to photograph. And not just learn how to photograph, I think we should learn how the various ways in which photography can be utilized, right? This is a technology that has existed for centuries, and it's also a skill, right? And yes, I actually do believe that it should be taught as a subject. I mean, fine art is being taught as a subject, and photography can definitely be incorporated. Now, you mentioned something about schools making language optional, and you know, Fela sang about colonial mentality, and I think this is one thing that is still affecting our people to date. I remember when I was in primary school, they would say, no speaking of vernacular, and if you speak vernacular, you pay money. And it's absurd to me now that I'm grown, because it's, why am I being punished for speaking my language? It's very funny because these same schools will teach you French, right? People would learn Mandarin and all that. So why can't I speak my own language? And you see, that's not speaking of vernacular discourages children. Because you are basically being punished for something that is innate to you. And I think schools should actually do away with that. Yes, there is no, a child that learns how to speak Igbo, there's still nothing preventing them from speaking English. I speak both and I'm perfectly fine and I'm alive and kicking, yes.
All right, across Southeast, we have 5 states. And a mode of operation that may be obtained when it comes to marriage in Enugu may not be obtained in Anambra. How do we ensure that in this documentation of the photographies you take, we are able to differentiate each region or each culture from another, just so we get, like I said earlier, a real context of what we're talking about?
So yeah, you're right that what is obtained in Enugu might not be obtained in Abia, in Owerri, right? Igbos are not really, we are very similar, but we are not a monolith down to the grain. And this is where approaching your practice carefully comes in. You need to be careful about context, and you need to give full context to what is based. And we need to rewire our mindsets about preservation in the Southeast, right? We need to preserve these monuments and archives in a way that future generations can still visit. I would give you an example of some good work that is being done at Ledger. So Ledger in Nsukka has, I think, an iron casting site which is being preserved. I think there were steps to preserve it for future generations, and that's a step in the right direction, right? I think we as Igbo people, we need to be conscious about preserving these cultures and monuments and buildings so that our people can actually have a feel of what we are even talking about. Yeah, so it's not just enough to say, oh, see the picture, it happened. It's okay, go to Enugu, it's there, right? You see it for yourself.
Okay,
yeah.
Monetization and funding.
Oh.
Because it's enough to say I want to get into photography and preserve. It sounds rather heroic.
Yeah.
So how does one go about, funding for such huge projects? Is it something that a government or an institution or a private organization sponsors, or is it solely out of your pocket?
Funding is a huge challenge in creative work, because most people don't rate creative work, unfortunately. They'll say, oh, get a real job and all of that. So funding is a huge problem that we are facing in this industry. At first, I started out as a self-funded photographer, and I basically had to take the initiative myself to approach people that I knew were interested in culture and had this money. And I was just like, okay, look, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do this. This is why this is important. Right? Institutions and even wealthy private individuals that can fund these stories, right? That can fund the documentation and preservation of these stories. And for me, I had to get creative with approaching people and asking for funding. And I would also encourage other photographers out there to do that. And I would also encourage cultural institutions. Even the cultural institutions are also suffering from a lack of funds, right? But everybody should do what they can to make sure that our culture doesn't die off. And this can only happen by funding creative arts. Yes.
Right. Before we easily quickly round up, how much of detailing is important to photography? You know, when you talk of some certain structures, there is, in the light that you see them, you know, the camera can have different lenses. You can frame and probably lose the actual color or shade. So how much of this care is taken to making sure that what you're seeing and capturing is what the person viewing is seeing as well?
So for documentary photography, it's just pure ethics. You have to capture what you see. So you don't have, I don't edit my pictures in a way that it obstructs what was actually happening. So I don't remove unwanted objects in the image. So what I see is what I present. It's just ethics for us. Yes. I don't think any documentary photographer is editing their image in a way that it doesn't tell the whole truth. Yes.
So it's a whole lot different from actual the photography that we know.
Well, you are referring to maybe studio pictures,
yes,
right? Yes, it's different. So if you take a studio picture, they can maybe Photoshop your dress, your face, you know, change one thing. But for documentary photography, what I saw is what is in my finished work. Yes, it's just a matter of ethics for us.
Have you had issues with AIs and deepfakes, where you create an image, or maybe if your images came off sort of dramatic, if you have to capture a movement or a video as it is, how do we handle deepfakes that could end up misrepresenting what your angle is trying to say? Or you've not really had to encounter such situations?
So I've not really had to worry extensively about AI and deepfakes, because the work I do, you have to be present. AI can't really do it. And yeah, people might want to, you know, use AI to how do I put it? Use AI to re-edit your picture, right? But I would obviously always discourage that, because what I'm trying to do is present the truth and the facts. Yeah, but I've not really had to worry about AI in my work, because it's work that you have to come on ground to do. Yeah, so till AI has legs, like walk fields,
walk around and know. Now, what other aspect of the Igbo culture would you say is maybe not in the very eye of many that we are gradually losing? Because language is pronounced, food is pronounced, festivals are pronounced, but what are those tiny, tiny moments that we don't carefully, I don't know, are not so visible to the eye that makes an Igbo man Igbo that we miss out on?
Okay, so I would say Igbo people in general, right? One aspect that is completely 100% lost is community festivals. So there are some festivals that we no longer have. Example, there is a festival that I learned about recently from my auntie, Udema. So the festival is basically one where a young girl who just saw her period for the first time does nothing, right? She doesn't go to the market, she doesn't go to the farm. She's basically indoors and she's adorned with uli and uhi, right? For maybe 6 to 1 month, 6 months to 1 year. And she's basically just chilling at home, playing with her friends and doing nothing. And then at the end of that 1 year period, she has other people in her set mates, in her age grade, that we are also going through the same thing at the same time. And they all come out and they're celebrated and they're gifted, you know, and it's a joyous thing for the whole community. It's like an age of coming ceremony.
Yes.
Right? We have that in other cultures, even in Western culture. But ours is completely lost. We no longer have that. And I think it's unfortunate, actually. So we no longer celebrate that coming of age for women. Yes.
I mean, with people like you, Evie, I hope that I am certain that we would live to see our culture preserved and restored. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kamsa, for joining me this evening. It's been a pleasure having you on the show.
It's been a lovely discussion, so thank you.
All right, that's all we're taking this evening. Till I come your way again, same time, same station, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity, age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, tell you your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I am your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are telling you that children are among the most vulnerable members of the society, yet they are entitled to your protection, education, and healthcare dignity, and safe environment to grow and thrive. But sadly, many children continue to suffer physical violence, emotional abuse, and neglect, and child labor, exploitation, and sexual abuse. This leads us to the topic, child's rights and abuse. Joining us today to explain this topic is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. She has handled high-profile cases with numerous experience in the legal field, and she's well respected in the legal field. We welcome Barrister Amarachi Anthony. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And before we dive into our main question for the day, before we talk about child abuse, neglect, and so on, we'll go on short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where we talk about your legal rights and everything about your rights. And today, centering it on child's rights and abuse. Back to you, Barrister. You're welcome. And we have a lot of issues as regards children's rights and their abuse, such as neglect, abuse, violence, sexual exploitation. Now, the first question is, what are the fundamental rights of children under the Nigerian law?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, who is a child? Let's define that. A child is a person under the age of 18. And we got that from the Child Rights Act, which is the foremost legal framework when it concerns children in Nigeria. So as long as this person is under 18, the person is a child. No matter she's matured, he's too matured, as long as the person is under 18, the person is a child. The fundamental rights that are available to children in Nigeria stems from our constitution, the 1999 constitution. All of the rights that are accrues to a Nigerian citizen accrues to a child. Then under the Child Rights Act of 2003, there are some special rights that are available to these children. First and foremost, the most important of them is the right to identity. Once a child is born, the child is to be named and registered. That's the first right of a child. That child must have an identity. You name the child and register the child wherever it is, wherever the child was born. No, there must be a birth certificate. Even if you give birth to a child at home, you need to take the child to either the National Population Commission or to the nearest government hospital, so that the child will have an identity. Then the child also has a right to religion, right to education, right to parental care, right to leisure, right to survival and development. There's a right to education, a very important right at that. Of course, we have the right to life. They have a right to dignity of their human person. They also have a right to liberty. They also have a right to privacy. So those are the special rights accrued to them, as well as the right that are enshrined from the constitution that we use in Nigeria.
Now, listing all these rights you have mentioned, what is those rights without, trying to protect those rights? We have seen that children have suffered so many forms of abuse in the society. Can you just tell us, abuses which children can suffer and can, have a legal consequence, backing this abuse, which will protect them?
Okay, the most common abuse that every one of us know is physical abuse. That's the one we can see. What is this physical abuse we are talking about? Any form, any action or act on a child that results in physical injury. As long as there's an injury on that child, it has graduated to physical abuse, flogging of the child to the point where there are scars, blood injuries. We have seen parents who physically abuse, or child labor is a form of physical abuse. That's the one I say you can see, maybe you can hear, you can be aware of. The one that is mostly negligible is sexual abuse. You can't see it. Most of the time, especially in Africa, we tend to ignore it, especially when it affects the child because of shame, because of fear. We have seen cases of under sexual abuse where children are made to act out pornographic scenes, or forced to watch it. We have incest, we have defilement, we have rape, we have situations where children are being touched inappropriately. I frown at this concept of my wife, my husband saying it to the small child and trying to grab the child, hold the child, hug the child. The child is trying to refrain. You are still holding, touching the child inappropriately, and then we term it to be a play. Most of the time we just ignore it, but those things are sexual abuses, because many of those children, they will always say they are not comfortable with such advances, especially from an adult, even from a fellow child. Then another form of abuse is emotional abuse. intimidation, harassment, parental rejection, emotional rejection. There are things like constant criticism, comparison, always saying, can't you see this other person's children? We will think we are trying to correct the child, not knowing it's affecting the child emotionally and psychologically, exposing children to domestic violence or any form of violence whatsoever. As long as that child is seeing something they are not supposed to see, that affects them, that traumatizes them, that makes them not to see the world in the overall way that God has made them to see. Children, they think the world is ice cream, is candy, is sweet, only for them to see the violence that the world actually has. Exposing them to such things, is a form of emotional abuse. That's why I don't encourage parents, so there are some news that you should not allow your children to see. There are some scenes they should not watch. There are some movies they should not see at all. So those are the three forms of. There are other abuses, but they can be categorized under these three forms of abuses.
So when you talk about discipline, now, there's no way you can actually discipline a child in African culture without exerting some force.
Yes.
So now, teachers who actually discipline their a child brought to school at that point where they try to flog, tell the person to cut grass, kneel down, do some form of, punishment, is there abuse on that child?
Okay, I believe balance is what we are looking for here, because even the Bible says that discipline your son, it will not kill him, it will save his life. And also, foolishness is bound in the heart of children, are bound to be mischievous, and you need to set them straight. I believe it's just balance. As long as you can balance the discipline. I was beaten as a child, but my should I say the form of discipline my parents used was not the one that left me scarred. I don't think I've ever remembered the time where my parents touched me and then you could see it. Maybe 6 strokes of a cane can work. But most of the time we see in our day that people go to the extreme. Cutting grass is fair. I believe it's fair, as long as it's not under the hot sun by 12 in the middle of the afternoon with a blunt blade. And then you see a child that is about this table tall, and then you are giving them a machete that can cause physical injury or blisters, and then you say it's discipline. That's not discipline. That's even child labor, and that's an abuse, of course. But just maybe clearing a section, that's fine. Pick a pin, kneel down, hands up, and close your eyes for a few minutes. That goes for, at least it's to tell the child that you have done wrong. But this thing that happened to us, where they kept us under the sun for 30 minutes, for an hour, by 12 when the sun is at high noon, you don't keep the children there. You're saying you're disciplining them or asking them to roll in the mud. Now, see where teachers tell students to roll themselves to their classroom, or to use their knees and walk to their classrooms. That's an abuse. You are going extreme. But as long as you can balance it, what is a punishment is you are causing pain or comfort to a child through discipline to tell the child you have done wrong. Fine. But once you now go extreme, the word is extreme. Once it now leaves an injury, when it now leaves a scar on the child, then you have gone far. That's no longer discipline.
There's a contradiction here. Like, so most of those parents try, most of our African parents, the way they could discipline a child is to exert some force.
Yes.
Now, don't you think it's a clash between our African culture and the Western culture?
Actually, it's not even a clash in 2026. There was a clash at the beginning in the 80s and the 90s, but when gentle parenting came in, where you just stop doing that, don't do that, you have seen children, you are telling them don't go there. That is exactly where they are going. So force is needed to change their head straight. Let me use that word. But that's why I say I believe is when it becomes extreme. There are some children that are naughty as hell, and then no matter how much you exact force on them, they will just not choose to change. So what do? You can't kill them, you can't break their bones, you can't destroy them, let me say. Then there's another way you can discipline them. Should I say physical discipline is not the only form of discipline there is, but it is the first form of discipline that a child should be exposed to. There was a time when caning was the go-to method. After a while, the more the child develops, that this will not work. There are now different ways, withholding their pocket money, keeping them away from their devices, preventing them from going out, watching TV, seeing their friends. But that is at a certain stage. But I believe right now, for a young child growing up, for them to know that this is the way to go, you need to use a physical way of directing them. That's why I say balance it. Make sure it is not extreme, it's not excessive. That's where you can push a child little without causing any damage to the child, both physically, even to some parents, that's where they have meted out discipline on a child, and then they begin to feel guilty because they know that I was extreme. So there is a way you balance it. You just a little crack on the head, no, a knock here or there. Sometimes a slap is not, but still, it is necessary for discipline.
Let's go to the high part of extreme part of abuse. Yes. Let's talk about sexual abuse on children. You know, that is one thing we commonly see in the society. Is there any legal protection for any child who has been sexually abused, or any kind of protection applied to those kind of children, and where to protect them against sexual abuse?
Yes, there is. Unfortunately, in Africa, sexual abuse is closeted. We don't want to talk about it, especially when it comes to a child. If a young girl is raped now or defiled, we will want to cover it because we want to protect her dignity. If a young boy is raped, we pretend it doesn't happen. We say, they know the rape man. They know the rape man. You know, we have heard of so many young men, young children who have encountered him. Their families covered it. But under the laws, there are laws that protects children from such. For example, rape and defilement. If a child is raped or defiled and the perpetrator is caught, the average jail time is not less than 10 years. At least 20 to 21 years in prison without the option of fine. That's at least for rape or defilement. If it is maybe pornographic content, I think there's an option of fine, but mostly most judges prefer to give a jail time of 15 years, 14 to 15 years. There maybe is a form of inducement, about 10 years. So there are actually legal protections for sexual abuse. The issue is that how many sexual abuses are being reported? Most of it are being, covered up. Most of them are being killed at wherever it is being reported. There was a very tragic case that happened in Enugu in the year 2023, if I'm not mistaken. This young girl was defiled. She was just 5 years old by an adult male. And thank God they went to the police. The police did, immediately they get to the hospital, they did all the tests they could do, all the swabs, everything, got all the evidence they need. We came to court, the case was progressing, only for us to come one day, and then the father of the child, who is her legal guardian, said they don't want to pursue the case again. The whole court was thrown into disarray. We were asking, why? So because of that, the judge had to take the matter into chambers. So one of the lawyers that I met in a public forum, said, the father came and said that he was pressurized to drop the case because he said, this is a young girl. Nobody will marry her. Nobody will see her as a woman. They will excommunicate them from the society. They will be labeled as they will be exiled, all those things. So people don't talk about sexual abuse at all. How many times do you see, how many cases have you heard of a child being defiled? You see it online. After it will trend for a few days, justice for China, after a while, nothing happens. But there are legal protections under the Child Rights Act. There are legal protection. They are being protected by the Violence Against Persons Prohibitions Act. They are protected even under the Constitution too. So if there are legal protections, there are a lot. It's the person that is bereaved and start crying that will be attended to. When it is covered up, the hands of the law are tied, if I'll say.
So the law cannot go away beyond this, knowing the fully well that the child, it's just like there is a reported case of an abuse of a child, and maybe the parents refuse to pursue the case. Can the law, overstep to, try to protect that child at that particular stage?
Okay, yes, there is. But that will be difficult because the first protector of the child is the parent. And since the child, like we say, is a minor under legal disability, they have to be attended to by a legal guardian, that is their parent. But the law, or should I say societal organizations, NGOs, they can come in and override the parent. That's going through the court to get temporal guardianship of that child. Yes, a legal guardian. We have seen cases where some parents, they don't want to pursue a matter. The siblings of that child that are adult can come up. If there are no siblings, we have seen uncles, grandparents, neighbors that have come up to say, see, just because the parents of this child doesn't want to, and the law will allow for it as long as it is to protect that child. So if there is a case now where a parent of a child doesn't want to protect that child, then an adult, a legal adult, can step into the court and ask for temporal guardianship of that child, and then the law still comes in to protect that child, and they can still go on from there.
We'll go on a short break, but Aneke has come here to, tell us so many things as a child, way in which you can legally protect your child from this sexual exploitation, abuse, and so on. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Okay, welcome back to You and the Law, program where we break down your rights, tell you what is happening. And as Barrister Amarachi always likely said, for a case to go on, the parents of the child must report, except overriding interests, where an NGO and so on can come in to also protect the child's rights. So let's move away, a step away. Let's talk about trafficking. Now, currently, we are seeing a lot of children being trafficked. For example, the incident that happened in your state, where children are being, abducted, kidnapped, trafficked, and abused. In the screen, you see children that are being flogged. Children are being in so many rights and wrong torture. At this point, what do you think? What should the government do, or what should the people or the parents of the child do? Should they report this case, or should they go ahead, forging ahead to go to the bushes, look for their child, or wait on the government to come in for a rescue?
Okay, fundamentally, the law that protects children against trafficking is the Trafficking Against Persons Prohibition, pardon me, let me get that straight. Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act. Right now, these children that were abducted in Oyo State, they are not being trafficked. They are being tortured. They were kidnapped and they are being tortured. And they are being tortured for a purpose, to incite government and the society to release a certain amount of money. They are not being trafficked yet. When trafficking comes in, when these children are now exploited for forced labor purposes, or for forced labor, whether sexually or physical labor. That is so. For now, they are still abducted children. They have not yet been trafficked. For those that are being trafficked, I will give an example here in Enugu State that we are in. You see children 6, 7 years old, and they are walking in places and carrying heavy bottles of water early in the morning. You come out and you say, why is this child not in school? Why is this child not, even if you are going to fetch water, there is a commensurate bucket or measurement you are supposed to be using. For trafficking, mostly is domestic trafficking that we see in Nigeria, except where the child is being taken abroad, like we say, for sexual or physical labor purposes. Then this law comes in. The government NAPTIP have been working overtime. They are overburdened, understaffed when it comes to trafficking of children. You go to Ogbete right now, you see children who are supposed to be in school carrying wheelbarrow, and you see the load. Sometimes you just wonder, you feel for them. And then at the end of the day, once they are finished with their work for the day, somebody comes and, because you took the person from their family and then you brought them here, I'm sure with the hope of a better future, and they now turn the child into a slave. Let me use that word. Some of them, they are not properly fed, they are not properly clothed, they don't sleep on a bed, they sleep on the bare floor, on the mat, if the person still have a conscience. Some of them, they don't even take their baths. Many of them are then being physically abused. They are still working like slaves in Egypt, and they are still beaten. They are still malnourished. We have seen of a case of a woman in Imo State that poured scalding oil on the child. That's after taking the child from his parents, is it his or her parents, in the village, and say, I will train this child in school. And then you bring the person to a city, and then you now keep them to be working for you. Apart from home, you have seen children who are hawking. They're supposed to be in school, but they are hawking. And when they come home, they submit the money to the commander-in-chief, and then they take the money, and then we resume the next day. So those are examples of child trafficking that are happening. But like I said, when I was growing up, I'm a millennial, so for those of us that grew up with on NTA, we saw this movie Izozo that talked about trafficking in persons. We were aware of such things, but now nobody talks about it. In fact, if you talk about it, they'll say it is happening, it is everywhere. And is it happening? Is it everywhere? And the answer is yes. So until such cases are reported, no, the government can do as much as they can. Even if today they go to Ogbeta and round up all those children, what next? Because most of those children, they are not with their parents. Most of them are squatting somewhere. Most of them are sleeping under the bridges. They are sleeping in shades. So there's no adults that we can hold responsible for what happens to them. Many of them ran away from an abusive home, an abusive environment, and they feel that this is the way they can survive. They can survive. So what? So at that point now, should I say, we, the society, our hands are tied. Most parents, they will say it's poverty. They have to feed. The parents are also working. The child is also working. So they will not tell you, who will stay in the house, or what should be done. So should I say, in Africa right now, poverty has made us slaves to ourselves. We have decided that nobody is above work. As long as it is work, it will be taken. We know of a woman, sadly, who had to give up her young daughter. The girl was not up to 10 years old, because the man said, I will give you this amount if you allow me sleep with her. And the woman agreed. And it's a pity. When you hear some stories, you know that the world is, should I say, coming to an end. But that is things that are happening. The woman, of course, cannot report it because she's an accomplice. It was after a while that people noticed the woman was not using the daughter for sexual exploitation. And then when she was arrested, she now say, it's poverty, oh, it's the devil, it's poverty. So I say, what do you do? So should I say, the hands of government, the hands of parents, the hands of everyone is tied, and it's tied by poverty and ignorance.
I don't think, when you mention of the hands of government is tied by poverty and ignorance, I don't think the hands of government is, because on a note where you talked about children who hawk at the marketplace, we made mention of Oboete. For instance, you made mention that some of them are, after working and toiling the whole day, you see some people coming to collect the, most of the major or main share of the money from them. Now, what's in a situation where you ask those people who, get to find out that the people that are actually collecting the main share at the government agency, what will happen? Wow. Like, can you sue them at that point?
Yes. The funny thing is that the government can be sued. I don't know why people don't know this, but you can sue your government. We have cases in court where so person versus the Enugu state government. So the government and its agencies can be sued. Most of the time, these children, like we said, the hands of government are not tied by poverty. Please, I retract that statement. Others, yes, but not the government. The government can never be poor, not in this nation. But most of the time, why I say the government hands may be tied is because it's a reported case. There is a case. There was a time, I think, in Anambra State where there was a law that no child of school age should be seen on the street. How long did that was a law, or should I say that was a policy? After 2 weeks, we resumed. That's Nigeria for you. Back to the street, we resumed where we stopped. So most of these policies, we see that just like as Jessica, we just do it for doing sake. Just like that's good. What are you doing to ensure this policy is being maintained? Okay, no child of school bearing of school age should be on the street. Where should they be? In the classroom? How many of them can afford to be in the? It's not be in the classroom. Okay, are they school? Let me not say school fees. Are there free schools? When I mean free schools, can they have access to maybe free uniforms, or should I say books? You can't tell me to go to school and you can't empower me not to be in school. It's just like sending me to a farm to go and farm. You didn't give me hoe or cutlass. Go to school with what? So most of these government policies to prevent these cases are just there for their sake. They are not being enforced. They are not being implemented. They are not being adhered to. And even these people, after they have been arrested, maybe should I use the word, the madams and the ogas, after they have been arrested, we just see somewhere along the line, the case just dies in natural death, or just an artificial death. And then they are back to where they were before. And then they will tell you, I've seen cases where a man say, go and report to anybody. And we come, they'll hire the report the man, they'll snap him on TV. The next day we are seeing him back on the street, or should I say on the road again. And they wonder, what happened? You can ask all the questions. They will say, either they will say there is not enough evidence, or those children retract those statements, or there's just something that happens that we cannot just explain. But like I said, it's a reported case, there is a case.
So in a situation where parents are not able to provide the bare minimum for their children, like providing for education and some, making some good provision for the child, should they be held responsible legally?
Yes. After all, like I said, the Child Rights Act, a child is entitled to education and parental care. So we hold that parent responsible. I am a strong advocate of, if you can't afford to take care of these children, don't bring them into the world. Don't say children are a blessing. Even our God is not the author of confusion. And the Bible tells us that wisdom is profitable to direct. So you cannot be wise. You can't afford to take care of yourself. You now feel you can bring in a child. That's you being unfair. And then you now leave the child to a frolic of their own. If you can't take care of the child, please submit them back to, I believe you can submit the child either to a motherless home or to the State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare. I believe there are programs that cater to this for these children. But some parents, they will not give you the child, they will not train the child. They will,
No, but so there's some situation where I think I have a friend who happened to have a child that he, you know, had to inform.
And then we are still birthing more children, birthing more children, birthing more children. That's why when I see some countries that have restrictions on childbirth, I tend to understand their point of view. And most of these motherless babies' homes, they are trying to be cautious so that they don't accuse them of abduction and kidnapping. We have seen parents who submitted their children to the motherless baby and went
above their age and, you know, giving them exposure. Do you think it's a kind of abuse and it's an action against those parents, you know, trying to protect that child?
Okay, I read a study and I attended a conference that talked about how parents are trying to avoid parenting in this age by giving children gadgets. Children are being raised on gadgets than parents because they are helicopter parents. They don't want to discipline the child, they don't want to train the child, they don't want to parent. So they just say, take this phone, take this laptop, and then no parental guidance. Even on those systems, the children have access to all and every content, and this affects them emotionally and psychologically. So that's emotional and psychological abuse. You cannot come in under that to protect the child. Rehabilitation first and foremost. When I was serving at Enugu State, my principal was the chairperson of FIDA as at then, and they have a safe house for all these abused children. I've gone to the safe house. I was impressed. These children were being taken care of. They were being educated and all of those. So yes, there are ways of protecting these children beyond the law. There are safe houses. The Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare of the state, they have safe houses. They have counselors, they have guidance, psychologists, medical practitioners that help in the rehabilitation of these students.
Program where we educate you and tell you about your rights and everything that concerns you, and to protect people around you. And this is a safe zone that you can always, come into our official page on Aneke TV to send in your questions and tell us a story which alienates the society and any form of abuse.
Property and civil relations. This is a plan because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment occupies only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The reserved seats for women bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The reserved seats bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures